Mixed Reality Toolkit, or MRTK, is a Microsoft-driven open-source project that provides a set of building blocks for spatial interactions, rich UI, and other common challenges developers face when building MR applications. It's also cross-platform, supporting many devices from HoloLens to MetaQuest to Windows Mixed Reality headsets, and others. Now, you may be familiar with MRTK v2 that's currently out there, but today I'm here to talk to you about MRTK 3. And I want to give you a quick peek at some of our new features. In MRTK 3, we're introducing new interaction design features, such as indirect gaze pinch manipulation, which allows you to perform the same familiar hand interactions while targeting objects with your eyes. No aligning hand raise required. Here, we have our new data binding and theming feature. This allows you to reskin a UI quickly and easily. In MRTK 3, we have a more modular architecture. We've broken down MRTK into over a dozen packages, so now you don't have to bring along all of MRTK to just get the features you're interested in. And we've been working on MRTK internally for over a year, and now we're really excited to open it up to the community and hear your guys' feedback and collaborate with you.
Hello and welcome everyone to Mixed Reality Dev Days. We're so excited to have you here joining us with Learn TV. My name is April Spate and I lead our spatial computing cloud advocacy team here at Microsoft. Joining today as our co-host is Cassie. Cassie, how are you?
I'm good. I'm super excited to see all the things that we're going to be seeing today.
Yes, me too. So Cassie, could you tell the folks that's tuning in who you are and what you do at Microsoft?
Yeah, so I'm Cassie Brevu and I'm a senior technical program manager on the AI Frameworks team focusing on a product called Onyx Runtime. And so what that product does is just improve inferencing in multiple ways. So I get to talk about it later too.
Oh, I'm so excited for that. Oh, we're so excited. We actually feel like we met thanks to Mixed Reality as I came and joined our cloud advocacy org. I think it's been 2-3 years now, I want to say. So it's been quite the journey. I'm excited. Yeah, I'm just super excited. And so I would say, what are you excited for today that's happening?
Well, there's so many things. I'm excited to learn more about the MRTK 3, so the new version that came out, seeing some of the really awesome features that are there and all the amazing work that people are doing, and the innovative experiences that you can create. I think that's exciting. I'm excited for my talk. I don't know. What are you excited about?
I'm excited for everything. I've had a chance to try out MRTK 3 for the past couple of weeks, and it's been really great. As someone who started out with mixed reality, I would say 2019. That was when I first had a taste of MRTK just in general. And so really seeing how things have progressed. Over the past couple of weeks, I've been working on a sample app that will be available to you all here shortly with using MRTK 3 and just giving a chance to learn how to use some of the features for folks who are brand new. And I can say some really great features that are available. I'm excited for all the content that's going to come out of it, all the different apps, all the different ways I can go about streaming and talking to you all about it. So I'm super excited for that just in general. But speaking of mixed reality, I know in itself, it's a relatively kind of new, but not old, but kind of filled. So how did you get into this space?
Actually, so my background before I moved into AI was C#, so I was a full stack web developer.
Yeah.
And I always really liked it. And I went to this conference talk and they had the dev versions of the Windows Mixed Reality headset. And it just blew my mind. And then I was like, I need to get into this. And I bought it, and then sometimes with side projects, they don't always happen. It sat for a while.
Yeah, it happens.
And then I actually talked to Jesse, who's keynoting today. And I told him I was a C# developer.
Yeah.
And he was like, well, you're already like 80% there. And I was like, no. And he's like, yeah, no, you should. So it was his encouragement that actually got me started in building it, and I love it. It's just everything you can do in VR is just so cool. You can create whatever you can imagine. Yeah. And then with the HoloLens, there's the integrating into your experience and just all of the ways that you can start building on top of our reality. Yeah. But I love hearing how people got into it too. So how did you get into it?
Well, I love telling this story. So for me, It started in, I would say, 2019, as I mentioned. I was in the airport waiting for a delayed flight, as one does at LaGuardia, and we were having an event that summer that Microsoft was hosting. I can't remember which event it was, but the presenter on stage was doing a demo with the HoloLens, and I knew about the HoloLens for sure. But what really grabbed my attention was that that demo did real-time speech translation. So in terms of my background, I did linguistics in undergrad, and so anything around communication, foreign languages and such is like really my thing. And so as soon as I saw that, I hopped on Twitter and I said, what do I need to know to learn how to do that? And then from there, that's pretty much where all the different input and resources came into place. And likewise, connected with Jessie as well, who was able to help with getting started. There's some other folks as well internally that have helped. Aishigel's another person, and she's like really, really big in the web space, I would say. But since then, that I would say would be really how I got started. Unlike you, I didn't have the C# background at all. I was actually a PM already at Microsoft on Docs, and I had just a Python background. I had just authored a book, and Python was all I knew. So it was really starting from ground up, I would say.
That's so funny because when I started with AI, it's like all Python. And so I was like C# learning AI, learning Python. And yours was the opposite. You were Python learning C#. So that's kind of neat. Like we came from the opposite.
Yeah, we could have switched our heads.
Well, actually, I think it's helpful though because we were able to help each other too. Like it's always good to have people that are an expert in something that you're learning and have those questions.
Yeah, and we've done a project together as well. I know that last year we did a project for Space Jam. And I did the HoloLens version of it, and you did the Babylon JS, and that was a pretty cool experience. But we were able to help each other a lot there too. And I'm excited because our Babylon JS friends will also be here for Dev Days as well. So it'll be nice to hear from them as well. But with that said, we do have the schedule in front of us. Let's go through and see what's happening while we're here. So starting off, we have the keynote coming up. And so you mentioned Jessie's doing the keynote. Joining Jessie is also going to be, I believe, Andrew as well from the Azure remote rendering team. Have you tried out remote rendering?
I have not.
It's cool.
Yeah?
It's really cool. It gives a chance to really be able to join in on a session and all view a model at the same time. We do have an existing Microsoft Learn module. If you all are at home, you're watching Learn TV, but with Microsoft Learn, if you're not familiar with that, it's our platform where you can go and learn and do tutorials. Myself and one of the PMs from the team, we actually authored the remote rendering module on there. So it gives you a chance to get to learn more about that service. But Andrew will be sharing some cool things about remote rendering today, and I think he's going to talk about it a bit during the keynote here, so I won't ruin that surprise for you. And so let's see what else is happening today.
What's the first session? Did we talk about the introduction to MRTK3?
Yeah.
So that's the first session after the keynote, right? And then
and so that'll be Grace as well as Brent, two very cool people. I've worked with them a lot over the past, Brent for sure over the past 2 years, and then Grace most recently. And I think you all at home just saw Grace as we were getting ready to come to us. She did the intro. So she'll be sharing a bit more about MRTK3 as well and what new features are coming. So that should definitely be a cool session to check out. And then the next one that we have, although it's not going to be available streamed, it is going to be in person, but it's Stereo Kit with Nick Klingensmith. I love being able to speak with Nick. He's really fun.
Super brilliant.
He created Stereo Kit, and he has just so much more to share with us here today. If you have not tried out Stereo Kit, I would definitely say give it a try. There's a very fabulous woman who helped create the videos. Her name's April Spate. And so I would say we do have those available on our Mixed Reality YouTube playlist as well. But Nick will be going over more with regards to Stereo Kit. And it's one of those things where, guess what? You don't need Unity or Unreal. You can do everything in Visual Studio. And so it's a really good alternative if you don't want to have to download an engine and work from there, I would say.
So if I didn't know anything about Stereo Kit, what's like the elevator pitch? Like what is it actually? So it's some sort of kit to help me build experiences, but like tell me more, like what does it do? And I know we'll probably learn more about that in his session.
So you can build various different mixed reality experiences. I think for me, one thing I really love the most is that you don't have to necessarily download all the different heavy dependencies that you would
Okay.
typically have to download when you're creating these experiences, because you'll have the NuGet packages. There's templates available, and then from there, once you have that, you're literally opening Visual Studio, and that's really what you need.
That's
you
it.
know?
That's so
yeah.
cool.
And so Nick will definitely be able to share more about that in person. But I would say it's a really good path to travel down as well if you want to give some other things a try too. And I think was it last year we had a hackathon for a stereo kit. So there are some active stereo kit users that have been using it for a while, but it's pretty cool to be able to hear some more from him today.
What's after that? Let's see. Unity XR Interaction Toolkit.
Yeah. So yes, I haven't done a great deal, I would say, with that. So that would be presented today by Doreen as well as Dave. So that'll be something cool to check out. That's also going to be in person as well. But it is another way you can create AR and VR apps as well.
So that's a good point, because a lot of the ones that you're going to see on the live stream, those are both in person, right, and online. But there are also sessions that are not going to be live streamed. So you'll have to check out the videos after the event if you miss one, or some of the ones that were in person but not streamed, and see what you missed out.
Yes, because there's always cool things to check out, I would say. Then after that, we're going to eat, which is nice. But during that eating time frame, we're actually going to come back here and have a nice conversation with Jesse. I know we've mentioned Jesse a bit, and you all will have a chance to see Jesse soon here, but we're going to have a nice conversation with him just to talk about the event so far, and if there's anything cool that comes to mind, I would say, around mixed reality. So if you want to hang out with us around that time frame, I would say definitely tune in to us. What else
I think
we
it's
have?
neat too to kind of get some of the, it's kind of behind the scenes, I feel like, when you talk to Jesse, and learning a little bit more about what's happening here with the community, the people that are connecting, learning from each other, learning from the sessions. And I feel like it's part of being at the event is not only just learning from the sessions, but also meeting the different people in the community and hearing about what they're building, what their problems are, what they want to create, what their visions are, all of those things. And I feel like these type of events are so inspiring for me, because they're so future thinking.
Yes.
We're creating the road as we walk along it is a lot of the ways I think about it.
And I love seeing the demos.
Yeah, of course.
I love seeing demos.
Lots of good demos.
Yeah. So the next thing is going to be getting started with your first MRTK3 project. So that is going to be streamed. And I know when we were looking at the schedule earlier, this one really meant a lot to us, because we kind of remember the first time we used MRTK, just in general. And what was that like for you? Do you remember what you made?
Oh gosh, I can remember the coolest thing I made with it. I don't know what the first thing was. I think the first thing, I just kind of was following one of those tutorials, how to add it into Unity, and playing around with different things. But I do remember that I think as soon as I started using it, I think I was like, thank you, brilliant developers, for giving me this tool, because it took so much of the hard work out, of creating the interactions and the events, and it just was, it was really cool to be able to see how quickly I could create something.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the things with getting started with mixed reality, and I think a lot of people, is that initial setup and the install and learning kind of the new lingo and all of those different things, which is kind of the same with all types of new technologies when you're learning them.
Yeah, I would say I don't remember exactly 100% what it was that I had created, but what I do recall is when I had first put on, I think it was actually, I had the HoloLens first edition, and brand new to the space, so I kind of didn't know what I was doing. And I deployed, or at least I thought I deployed my project, and I couldn't find the cube that was in the project. Turns out it was in the middle of my head. So I had to go back to the computer and move it so that way I can have it more in front of me. But a lot of what I've done with MRTK are educational experiences. Over in advocacy, one group that we do a lot of engagement with is our academic audience. And so I have a big, super soft spot for teachers in general, professors, instructors. And so I've done various different experiences with MRTK that provides you to actually bring those experiences into the classroom. I would say probably my first kind of fully kind of built one was when I was creating a at-home a tour of monuments. And so I had found some monument models online, and using one of the features at the time, which was our dock, and essentially being able to dock the models around the room. And then as you picked one up, it would expand to like its full size.
So cool.
And it was just cool to be able to just walk around it. But if you think about it, especially at least during the lockdown, like we couldn't go anywhere. Students couldn't take field trips.
Right.
And like, as I'm thinking back to when I was that young, field trips were like the highlight, well, part of the highlight of being in school. But being able to bring those experiences at least into a classroom setting now that we are able to return to having classes in person, and being able to do things like that with, let's say, MRTK, it's pretty great. And even though I had built that one for HoloLens, what I love about MRTK is that it's not just for HoloLens, because I could take that same experience and put it into VR as well. And so being able to use MRTK in either of those way, also I've seen mobile use cases as well, but just being in tune with more providing those academic experiences and really leveraging ways that we can use MRTK to make those really feature rich and really fun and engaging. That's what I've done a lot of. And I would say I'm just more excited for that, because as time goes on with MRTK3, I'll be doing a lot more of that, I would say.
I love the educational opportunities within like AR and VR. And actually my son had a VR club at his school. And one of the teachers had I think it was class VR, but they were able to create a really immersive learning experience when they were learning about whales. So it was really cool to, like, I remember, sometimes you get bored these flat pictures in school and they're talking, but when you have a headset on and the whale is like in front of you, it totally changes your perspective. And I feel like from an educational standpoint, there's so much possibility.
And I would say for those of you who are probably wondering, like, I want to try MRTK, even in VR, because usually we at these events, we talk about the HoloLens a lot, but because there is the ability to use with other devices, I will say that there will definitely be some tutorials that'll be coming very soon over into Docs for you all to actually try out samples that will show you how you can use MRTK in VR, or more so at least how to set the project up. Because once you do the project setup, you're pretty much good from there. You can continue to build your project the way you want. I think that's really just the one hurdle once you get over there, but we take you through the entire process so that way it's a nice, smooth experience, hopefully for everyone.
And I love, I always, that's my first place when I want to learn a new technology, find a tutorial, go to the Docs. I joke, because I built my first machine learning model, with Microsoft Docs using the Azure Machine Learning Designer, which is now called, it's called the Designer now. And same with mixed reality, though. I went to the Docs and I started going through the tutorials, and I always say, when you're getting started, starting with a goal is good, but having a tutorial gives you a goal, right? And it explains things for you, so you're not just building things, you're also understanding what you're building. So it's a really good way to get started with different projects.
Yeah, it definitely really helps. And then from there, we also have Nick. He'll be speaking about StereoKit. So I did mention that earlier. His session is going to be in person on how to build a mixed reality app with StereoKit. And so again, for those of you who are tuning in at home, I would say we do have, as I mentioned, there's some videos that Nick and I collaborated on last year that'll give you an idea of how to create an app with mixed reality. But the video on demand videos post mixed reality dev days is also going to be something that I would say tune into as well, so you can learn how to create. He's created, he has a sample that he created where you can get the painter's palette, the artist palette, whatever it's called.
I know.
And then you can actually draw and stuff. So that's pretty cool. So there's that.
3D art is amazing.
Yes,
I love that when you can actually be inside of it. And even when my nieces and nephews are over, they have so much fun running around the room, painting it. And so that's a really cool way to, also a new way of being creative. And creativity is so important for brain development and things like that. So I love those types of projects that just start making you think. And there's even that artist that's doing all that 3D art. I don't know her name, but I see her on Twitter all the time. Do you know what I'm talking about? She does whole performances while making these elaborate VR paintings.
Oh, it's amazing. So after that, we do have updates on OpenXR for mixed reality. And I would say, so when I started out, I didn't know anything about OpenXR. And I think now that's becoming more of the standard. It's great to see we're getting some updates. But what I really love about it is that I can go ahead and create my app, for HoloLens, let's say. And then from there, I can then go deploy to my VR headset if I want instead, or I can deploy over into mobile. And so having OpenXR is really going to help with that. We do have updates being shared today from Yin as well as Alex for OpenXR. And after that, we're going to get into some MRTK3 interaction building blocks. And oh, I love building blocks from
What are the building
MRTK3.
blocks? Tell me, what is that?
Yeah, so there's just so many different, do we call them features or components that come with MRTK, various different prefabs, as well as some scripts to help provide those interactions for your app. So rather than creating something like a button, let's say from scratch, or really being tied to the default button prefabs, let's say that Unity gives you if you're working in Unity, we have MRTK buttons, for example, and they're fully configured. You add your on-click event to it, your button event onto it, and then you can have whatever action happens. So there's something like that. There's bounds control as well, so you can have those bounding boxes around your objects. They're really great because it lets people know, it gives them a visual cue that, hey, this thing is interactable. Speaking of interactable, we have the object manipulator. And so these are all like current ones that we've had in terms of building blocks, but even with like object manipulator, that makes, gives you the ability to actually manipulate objects. So that way I can actually go pick up whatever this thing is in my scene.
And that's how you pick it up and move it around.
That's how you can pick
and
it
like
up and you can
change
start
it.
moving it. And the great thing is, it's literally, if you're in Unity at least, you're adding the component to the object. And as long as it has a collider, you know, you can collide with it, pick it up and do whatever. So in general, our building blocks, and there's so many more, that was just like 3, I would say, that came to mind. But they're really there to help with accelerating your mixed reality development. And I would say it definitely has sped up a lot of time when I'm creating things, especially someone who started out just so brand new a couple years ago, didn't know really how to do some of the interactions I saw, but with MRTK, it really does help accelerate that. And so today, Finn and Roger, they'll be going through the interaction building blocks that are available in there. And
that's awesome.
Yeah.
So it makes me think that whenever I start, all the lingo is different in like different languages, right? So like I think of the C# controls, you know, you have your buttons and your things like that. So the building blocks for for our C# web developers, if there's any people that are new, right, and thinking about it, I'll be your translator into the C# lingo. No.
Yes, yes, official translator. We love it. So we have some more happening from StereoKit after that. We do have a conversation or the session from Jeff on Unreal Engine. Have you used Unreal?
I have, actually, and Unreal Engine 5. I was actually using the pre-release and had to, like, so I just started with Unreal, though, so I was mainly using Unity before that. And then actually Onyx Runtime and Epic Games partnered together to create a neural network inference plugin. So I went from never using Unreal to having like the download and build it locally and using like the pre-release stuff. And it was really fun. I really like it. And that's actually what my talk is about.
Yeah, I was going to say about your talk. So that'll be really cool to check out. Let's see. And then, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so my talk, should I talk about what my talk is?
Yeah, tell us more about your talk.
It's not live
we're heading right into talking about it. So yeah, so tell us more about your talk.
You'll have to wait. It's like a little bit of you'll have to be kind of mysterious and wait for the thing to come out. But basically, we are going to be running deep learning models using the new plugin, experimental plugin in Unreal Engine 5 to actually change the style of your scene real time with machine learning.
Oh, that's cool. Can you give us a brief example?
Yeah, so a lot of people may have heard of like the machine learning models that are like a Van Gogh painting or something like that, and you're able to take a picture and apply that style to it.
Oh, okay.
So those are called style transfer models. And they're convolutional neural networks that are trained to basically create a specific type of style. So you give it a painting or examples, and then it uses transfer learning to then learn that style and then apply it to an image. So the way that you do that with mixed reality or Unreal is that you're actually grabbing the scene and creating material and inferencing on that and then applying it.
Oh, that sounds cool. I think everyone, well, those who are here in person will definitely get a chance to see what you've created firsthand. But for those of you who will tune into the video on demand, I'm sure you're going to have something really nice to look at. I would say in general.
I think it's fun. But I might be biased. So.
No, I think it's fun too. I've done some work with even just our cognitive services with mixed reality. A lot of translating. Translating's my thing. Speech, anything that communicate is usually my thing. Doing some object detection as well, recognition I've done. Believe it or not, also with Power Apps and the mixed reality controls that are in there. I've done some things in there. I have found a really cool tutorial online to get an idea of how to classify just objects around my desk using an app built in Power Apps, but the mixed reality controls that are in there as well. So it's just really cool once you're able to bring in a bit more of like that AI side of things.
Yes.
It can really
better together.
Yeah.
Did you see the build demo that they did with Mesh, Babylon JS, and the codecs? They were doing, so they're using cognitive services to actually take the text of what people were saying while they were in Microsoft Mesh. And then they were taking those and sending it to a codex model, which if you're not familiar with those, they can write code. So they're the large language models that have been trained specifically to write code. And they were able to then generate Babylon JS code and apply things to the scene. So they were in the like virtual experience, speaking, and then getting back. They were asking for different mesh objects, and it was just so cool what they're able to start doing with AI and XR together.
Oh, that reminds me. I saw a really cool demo this year. This year, I was a mentor and one of the judges for MIT Reality Hack, and one of the groups, they had created this app that as you were saying what you wanted to be in the scene, it would kind of output, it would create this like environment around you based on what you were saying. So like, let's say I started the story off saying, I went for a walk on the beach. And then from there, the however way they had programmed it, it would output pretty much the next line of the story. And then in front of you, visually, the scene would start changing, and it would start creating like a beach scene. Like, it was crazy. Like,
that is so cool.
Yeah, like it was amazing. But it's really awesome the things that you can do with AI. And I'm really hoping we can see a bit more of that this year, though. As we start ramping up on some more content.
That's one of the things I'm actually talking about in my talk as well, is like, what are the cool deep learning models that are out there? Because a lot of it's so experimental right now. Like, it's not really things that people are deploying. And because it's experimental, you always don't necessarily get the inference result that you're expecting because it's experimental, right? And so a lot of the cool things that we're seeing when it comes to deep learning and XR are very much like what is possible. And so I'm going to talk about some of those in my talk as well.
That's what I really love about being in this space, because I feel like there's really like no limitations. I feel like when it comes to programming, when I was focusing more on Python, there's the rules that are in place, and you really can't really expand beyond like what Python is. It is what it is. You can create a lot of cool things, but you're not really adding too much more on top of the language. Within mixed reality, though, or XR, or however you want to phrase it, there's just so much possibility. There's really like sky's the limit. And you can just do so many things, especially when we even start talking about the ability to do things like reading like brain waves and emotions. Have you seen any apps that folks have created that does that? I
haven't seen the apps, but I actually have I have a MindWave and EEG.
Oh, that's cool. You have one of those.
Yeah. So I think it's really neat, just like the whole BCI, like brain computer interaction stuff, and like where things are going with that. We're not like ready for like we're not cyborgs yet. Right. But there's some really neat innovations happening there, and like just the different headsets that you can put on and then read out, like, and it can know if you're thinking right or left, or I've seen it like control drones and like that kind of thing. So
there's just so many possibilities. And then the last thing that we have as well that we're going over today is building rich UI for mixed reality and MRTK3. And so Finn and Yoon will be speaking more to that, and that's where we're going to have a bit more of a taste of things from a user interface perspective, and just visually some of the differences that you all will take note of with MRTK3. So I'm pretty excited for that. I think it looks very beautiful, I would say, from a lot of what I've seen. I think we're all pretty much used to how things have been from a visual aesthetic, I would say, with regards to MRTK, like 2.7, for example. With MRTK3, I like the direction that it's heading in, I would say.
I feel like the design and style and like experience, like their experiences, virtual reality, augmented reality, XR, we're building experiences. So the design and the way things work and how the styling of them is important to the experience.
Yes, absolutely. So this is going to be a really fun day. For those of you who might miss our faces, we'll be here. And so in between the sessions, we're going to chat, and we're going to hang with some folks as well today here on the couch and speak more to them about what's happening in mixed reality, as well as how things are going with Mixed Reality Dev Days. And so I mentioned we will have a conversation with Jessie later around lunchtime. And then also Grace will also be joining us from the MRTK team as well. And we'll have a conversation with her. And I'm excited
Yeah.
for that. I'm really, I know I keep saying I'm excited, but I think that's like the way I can describe how I'm feeling right now, because it's so great to be able to get a chance to, for one, be here in person now, being able to connect with a lot of folks who I've gotten to get a chance to get to know over the past 2 years online from just the various virtual events we've done, but being able to be with everyone that's here from the community, I think that it means, to me, it means a lot. It really
100%.
means a lot.
And in person,
person,
to actually see people again in person is really, it's really exciting.
Absolutely,
Like, I've been so excited to hug people again.
Yes, I know.
I wasn't that big of a hugger like before the pandemic, but now I'm like, come on in. You know, obviously, of course, if people want it.
Yes,
But
yes, of course. So again, Mixed Reality Dev Days today and tomorrow. Cassie and I will be here. We'll be hosting the event, and we'll be hopefully showing some cool stuff, I would say.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for that. But other than that, I would say, anything I would say you would share for the folks at home, Cassie, that you're looking forward to most?
So the stereo kit looks really, really cool, and I have not actually seen any demos on it. So and it's C# focused. Although I read you can use C++ as well.
Yes,
so
that is also an option as well.
So you can use all of the things. So definitely excited for seeing how that actually works. As like a dev, I like to see how to get my hands dirty. I like to see how things work and how I can actually go in and start using things, and that's what really kind of inspires me to see what I'm going to build.
Yes, and I'm excited for everyone to just see what's new with MRTK3. I'm excited to see what the community creates. I think seeing a lot of what the community creates makes me really happy and gives me a lot of inspiration as well, just to see how MRTK is going to be applied to so many different apps that are that folks are working on. So I'm excited for you all to see what the team has been working on. They've been working very hard, I would say, over the past has it been months? So so that'll be good. So
Well, the other thing I was going to say is that connect with us on social.
Yes.
Also, we'll be checking that out, and let's see what Jesse has to say.
Good morning, everybody here in person with us at Microsoft Campus in Redmond, Washington, and good morning, afternoon, or evening to everyone around the world joining us for the live stream via Learn TV. My name is Jesse McCulloch. I'm a senior program manager on the Mixed Reality Developer Ecosystem team. My job, and boy, do I really love my job, is to work with developers and make sure that they have all the tools that they need to come build on our platform. All the resources, everything they need to build mixed reality experiences. Today I want to talk about three kind of topics. I want to talk about change, I want to talk about growth, and I want to talk about opportunity and how it relates to you as developers in our mixed reality world. So first, let's talk about change. 2,500 years ago, a Greek philosopher, Heraclitus, made this very simple statement: the only constant in life is change. And change is really hard for us because we rarely know how it's going to affect us. We only have to look back at the last 2 years, and it's impossible not to acknowledge all the changes that have happened in that time period and that we've had to deal with and continue to deal with. COVID-19 has affected so much of our lives. First, and so easily at the top of our mind for this moment, is COVID changed the way we did events or do events. And we can look at our own event history to see that. In 2019, I stood on the stage in that next room over with 400 people in it and welcomed them to our first ever Mixed Reality Dev Days. I learned a lot about holding a conference in person, and we had no online experience. And then we fast forward to 2020, and COVID was deep in its midst, or we thought so at that time. And we were hoping that we were soon going to see the end of it. But we had to figure out how to do an event completely online. And so we figured we'd try it out in AltSpace, our own platform. And boy, did we ever learn a lot about doing virtual events in VR that year. And now here we are in 2022, still trying to figure it out. This year we're live, There's about 200 of you here in person with us. And last I saw, there's about 3,000 out on the web watching us on Learn TV. And we don't know what this is going to look like either. And so every year we've had to change and adapt to how we do this. COVID's changed a lot for us. It's changed the way we work. I used to drive up here every week from Portland, stay for a week, and drive home. Now I work remote and I come up once a month. We've had to change how our kids learn and attend school, from virtual school for a while there to back in person and everything in between. It's changed the way we travel. Oh boy, did it change the way we travel. I used to get to go on the road all the time, and now you have to weigh the risk every single time. And it's something we think about, and I'm sure all of you think about. A lot of you travel here. It's changed the way we do meetings. Microsoft, we're now remote first for all of our meetings. When I schedule something in Outlook, it automatically gets a Teams meeting attached to it. So when we look at these changes, we start to ask, how do we think about what working habits and tools look like in the future? And how does mixed reality play into that? How do we think about the way we educate moving forward in the future? How do we think about how we travel, or even do we travel in the future? Does mixed reality get rid of that altogether for us? Can we have those meaningful experiences? And how do we think about the meeting experience of the future? These are all questions that I am asked all the time. I'm sure you are getting asked these all the time by clients in the workspaces that you're in. So these are the kind of things that change brings to us in the form of questions and opportunities. So change is a constant in our life, and it's certainly not the only constant in our rapidly changing industry. Every day there's new innovations, new improvements, new frameworks, new tools, new hardware. And as hard as change can be for us, it can also be healthy. Change drives innovation, it drives improvement, it drives progress. So the question is, how do we embrace the change and prepare ourselves for it and not be so fearful of it? Change drives growth. John Maxwell says, change is inevitable, growth is optional. So it's up to us to lean into it. So I want to talk to you about how we've been growing in our mixed reality business, starting with HoloLens 2. We've been doing OS updates based on the inputs that we get from you as developers and from our customers about what's important to you. And device-initiated feedback is particularly important. This is when you run into a bug and you go into the feedback hub and you report it, and it gets sent back to us at Microsoft, and we get that log and that trace log. This is how we determine what things are really happening a lot, and so we can go figure out what we need to go fix next. We're running updates for the HoloLens, major feature updates every 6 months, have been since the day it released, like clockwork. Drives on, hasn't changed, isn't planning to change anytime in the near future. Minor feature updates and bug fixes are happening monthly. Every month we release patch on Patch Tuesday for HoloLens, fixing the bugs that you've reported, fixing the features that may be broken, and working to make this the best device out there for mixed reality, especially in our industries that we work in. And then if you're on insider builds, you're getting builds about every 2 weeks, sometimes more often than that, letting you test these new features, these new fixes all the time. So when we talk about our major feature updates that we've had, there's a couple I want to talk about, and we'll have sessions about them here this week while we're here. First is moving platform mode. Initially was made for large moving rigs that move slowly like ships and oil platforms. The way the device works is there's an IMU and then there's visual tracking. And when those work together, you get rock solid holograms. But when you're on a large moving platform like a ship and the IMU senses movement, but all your landmarks around you stay the same, it gets really messed up. And we have a lot of customers out there who want to use HoloLens on ships, on oil platforms. And so they came to us with this problem. We started talking to them, figured out how to solve it, and moving platform mode is now available out there for the HoloLens too. And like I said, we have a session on it. It's really cool. You see how we're using it for space. Even recent experimentations, we're seeing it in faster moving vehicles like cars. Last month, Volkswagen put out a blog post about it, how they're using it to kind of figure out what mixed reality in a vehicle will look like in the future. And the second major feature update I want to talk about is thermal scores. So when you're using the HoloLens and you're out maybe in a warehouse and it's starting to get warm and you're in the middle of your remote experience or your guides experience, and all of a sudden the HoloLens shuts down, that's like the least ideal thing that can happen to you, right? All of a sudden you've got this device that's just not working, you're in the middle of a workflow. And we were getting reports of this happening more and more often. Or you're running a particularly compute-intensive process and it's heating the device up and then it shuts down on you unexpectedly. So our thermal scores is an API that allows developers to start monitoring that. And as those thermals start going up, you can figure out how to gently move your app into a less performant mode, scale down your field of view or whatever it takes. Just keep that in check, and so that you can continue to use the device and not just have it go totally south on you. Again, we've got a session on this for in-person, and if you're out there online watching us today, we'll have those sessions on demand here in a couple weeks, so watch out for those as well. And then we talk about scale factors, easier deployment and management by IT staff and departments, and increased sales of Dynamic 365 and remote assists and guides. Now, you may be a developer sitting in this audience saying, why do I really care that it's easier for IT staff to manage these devices? Why do I care that Microsoft is selling more of these out there, with their first-party solutions? And at first, it might not be obvious, but I'm going to tell you why. The easier we make it for IT staff and departments to deploy these, and the more we sell them out there, the easier it is for you to sell your solution to these companies that already have HoloLenses. Today, as a developer, you have a really tough job. Not only do you have to build an app that people want, but oftentimes then you have to go sell them your app and convince them to buy HoloLenses. Imagine if you were a PC developer 20 years ago and you develop an app and then you had to go sell a computer to everybody that you want to use your app. Like, that's not how we do this in a scalable way. So the ideal way that we get around this is we start selling out to these companies with our Dynamics 365 remote assistant guides, and then all you have to do is go to these companies and say, hey, you already have these devices. I can add value to these devices you already have. So this is why our scale motions are so important, and this is something that we've been working on week after week, year after year, since we launched HoloLens 2. And next up, I have Azure Remote Rendering. I'm going to bring Andrew up to talk about that real quick. We've got a new feature, and it's pretty awesome.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here, and thank you for watching remotely. I'm Andrew London. I'm the program manager for Azure Remote Rendering. I've got a background as a developer. I still am claiming to have created the first .gov VR website until somebody proves me wrong. I'm sure there's something out there, but I kind of don't want to hear about it. I'm really excited to talk to you all, the developers here at Mixed Reality Dev Days. It's a great opportunity to speak to some of the improvements in the service. I think we've got some exciting things to discuss, so I'll just jump right into it. So Azure Remote Rendering released to general availability last year, meaning you can integrate this service with your applications today and expect the quality and reliability of Azure to power your app behind the scenes. Azure Remote Rendering allows you to render high-quality interactive 3D content and stream it to devices like the HoloLens 2 or desktop in real time. This lets you experience your 3D content with full detail and no compromises. We built ARR because every detail matters. Rendering with Azure allows you to go beyond the limits of edge devices. Usually they've got a small form factor or a limited power supply. So by rendering in Azure, you can get around that. And our SDK is really easy to use, and it makes integrating this functionality into your apps super simple. I'm incredibly excited to announce here at Dev Days that we're introducing point cloud support for Azure Remote Rendering. You can now take your point cloud files, and just like you would with a polygonal mesh, you can upload it, convert it, and render it remotely. We've added this feature in a way that requires no additional lift from developers. These point cloud file types are all handled exactly the same way as you would with a polygonal mesh file. You simply now upload your e57.ply.xyz file into your blob storage, and then you'd run the conversion as you would with the PowerShell script or using the art tool. And this will create the same output that a mesh would, that required .arr asset file. And then you can use either the SAS URI to reference it or load the model based on the blob storage ownership. So it's just ready and easy to go right now. If you wanted this functionality, you could just start loading your point clouds. In our private preview, we worked with developers to best understand the needs and capabilities of the service and what would provide the most value. And the thing we heard over and over again is, we want to render massive data sets. And so we've listened, and we support up to 2.5 billion points on our premium service. This means you can take entire sites, super dense scans, or really large spaces and view them in mixed reality. The benefit here for architecture, engineering, and construction use cases are crazy. You can conduct asynchronous site walkthroughs. You could design future state on top of existing. For education, you could visit World Heritage sites, all with an insane level of detail. I've got a couple quick videos just to show the point clouds in action. This you're seeing are the tree houses here on campus. I went out there with the LiDAR scanner just on Monday and did a 3-point scan of that tree house. And what was crazy to me when I was looking at this scan was how far out the LiDAR actually shoots. Like, there's some trees way off in the distance that I was able to capture. And this was just 3 scans, kind of low bar, right? In addition to the tree house, I went and captured the Microsoft sign out front. So I wonder if I can zoom forward to that a little bit. Bloop. Okay, we'll bring that guy up. So this is building 92 just outside. And there's the Microsoft sign. You're gonna see some ghosts. I'm not the best scanner yet, but it's incredible, the detail that you can get. And the big benefit here is the ease of workflow, right? When you convert from polygonal mesh, or when you convert to a polygonal mesh from some raw data source, there's artistry in that, right? When you decimate a model, you lose quality. And so by being able to take the raw output, shove that into the cloud and render it down, you don't lose any quality. And that's really what ARR is about. One last demo here to show. This is the Odyssey room. Now this was 43 million points. This was a little more detailed of a scan. I did 4 locations, but look at that room. It looks like the real thing. And this whole thing was created in about 15 minutes. So point cloud support in Azure Remote Rendering simplifies your workflows. It opens up new avenues and use cases. And it's just like insanely easy to use because you don't have to do anything. It's just there for you now. Just upload those files. So I'm really excited to talk about this. It's available today in public preview. Making the announcement here to you all, and as well as tomorrow, we'll have a 50-minute deeper session in the Odyssey room at 11 o'clock. So come join us if you want to learn more about that and see some of the stuff live demoed. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Pretty awesome stuff. We were on the call last week, and Andrew's like, I'm going to come to campus and scan some stuff. I was like, sweet, we should go out to the treehouse. And then he went without me. Bum. Next, I want to talk about StereoKit. How many of you out here have used StereoKit before? A handful of you. Awesome. Nick's in the background. I hope so. StereoKit is an open source, OpenXR-based engine for doing mixed reality experiences. Super great for rapidly prototyping. It's C# based, it's code driven, not GUI driven, and allows you to do some really awesome stuff in a really short time period. If you haven't played around with it, I would definitely suggest checking it out. Nick's got 3 sessions going today. And I know I'm making life really hard because you're gonna have to decide what you gotta go see. Luckily, everything's being recorded, so we'll be able to make sure you get to see the things you missed. But Nick released a new version of StereoKit on Monday. Version 0.3.6 features asynchronous asset loading at runtime. So awesome stuff. Go check out his talks. Great presenter as well. Next, MRTK. MRTK is near and dear to my heart. I started out as a Microsoft HoloLens 1 developer, like many of you did. And at that time, we were really building the future from scratch. There was no toolkits when we first started doing this. And then Microsoft came out with this open source project called Holo Toolkit. And it did really simple stuff that was really hard to do at that time because there was no tools. Things like being able to do voice commands and actually do text-to-speech and create buttons and UI. And it was rudimentary at best, but it was something that we could all join in on. And I know I started developing on it, and I started contributing to it, and lots of other people did too. Microsoft was working on it, and then the community kind of took it over. And they ran it for a long time. And then we came back and we decided, it's really cool, but we've learned a lot, how not to do things. And we needed a new version. And so next came Mixed Reality Toolkit. Changed the name, didn't change the namespace, added a lot of new features. It was super interesting. And we did that for quite a while. And then we looked at it and said, we can do this better. And then we had Mixed Reality Toolkit 2.0, which many of you are using today. We added more features for running stuff in the Unity editor. That way you didn't have to do this long build and deploy time. We added textures and shaders that made it more efficient to run for HoloLens. We added support for other devices and OpenXR, and it's just been growing and growing and growing. And today, we're going to be talking about MRTK3, the new version. And I'm not going to steal their thunder because there's sessions all day today and all day tomorrow about it. But it's super exciting, and you guys are going to love it because we've taken a lot of feedback from all of you and we've gone and rebuilt it again. I cannot rightfully come up here and talk about an open source toolkit without talking about the many contributors that have contributed to this. And unfortunately, we rebaselined when we went from Holo Toolkit to MRTK, so I can only go back to when MRTK1 kind of came out. But there's 99 names up here. Some of them Microsoft, some of them from the community. But everything you do using MRTK is built on the shoulders of these people. And so they deserve a round of applause. And I know some of them are sitting in this room, and we're super grateful for you. And I'm super excited that as we continue to go on with this open source work, and we're just gonna keep building it better and better and bring you right along with us. So I said I wasn't gonna steal their thunder, but I'm gonna steal their thunder. As I said, we're going public preview today. It's actually available now on GitHub and on the mixed reality feature tool, so you can go out and use it today. They're gonna talk about all the different features, how to get started. We've got some great new tutorials and workshops that we're gonna be doing for it. And I'm gonna leave it at that before Grace gets mad at me. Available now. How many people in this audience know Yoast? Yeah. How many people have read his mini blog entries on how to do stuff that you couldn't figure out? Yeah, me too. Yoast is one of our mixed reality MVPs. He's been an MVP as long as I've been working in mixed reality. Really great community member. He has multiple apps in the HoloLens and mixed reality store. Walk the world, he's got a couple of them that show you the airport in Amsterdam. You can see planes coming and going. And he's built all these on top of MRTK and Holo Toolkit and MRTK2 and now MRTK3. Every time we come out with a new version, he takes his apps and he upgrades it and gives us all kinds of feedback. And it's glorious. We love it. And so we gave our MVPs access to our private preview a few weeks ago. And as Yoast does, he went out and he upgraded his app and told me all about it. He gave us all kinds of feedback, his pain points, and we're working on that stuff. But he sent me a video. And this is his app, and you can see all the different stuff taking off from Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam. Paths. There's the Microsoft building. And this is all running with MRTK3. But you can't really tell it's running on MRTK3, which is one of the beautiful things about MRTK3, is we added theming support. So you don't have to make your app look like our apps. You can make your app look like your app if you want to. If you want to make your app look like our apps, we're totally cool with that too. We'll give you all the tools. But I was super excited when he sent me this video. Like I said, he's only had access to it for a few weeks, and we love all the work that he's been doing and all of our MVPs. If you're interested in becoming an MVP, come talk to me. It's a great program where we recognize community members who are out spreading the word, educating their communities, and it can be via going and doing talks or doing workshops or blogging or your social media presence, and we take a look at all the stuff that you've done, and then you get access. When you become an MVP, you get to get on mailing lists, and you can talk directly to us and get our engineers and our program managers. You get early access to features like MRTK3 and other fun stuff. So it's a great program. If you're interested, come talk to me sometime this week or shoot me an email. So we've been talking about growth, and growth is always awesome. And now we get to opportunity. And this is where it gets really exciting for you. It gets really exciting for me to talk to you about it. Innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity, not as a threat. So now we're bringing back change. Steve Jobs said this. So lots of opportunity for you today to learn about some new stuff. We've got our Azure App Consult team here with us. If you aren't aware of what they do, they let you come talk to them, and you can tell them about what you're building and sign up for some time, and you can have 2 hours of free consultation time with them. David's sitting right back there. He's raising his hand. They'll be here all week. They're going to be hanging out over in Nexus Normandy. If you want to go talk to them, get signed up, This is available to everybody, including everybody out there on the web. So go fill out the form, check out what they're doing. Great service, and it's super fun to be able to help you when you guys get blocked. We have a hackathon going, kicking off today. Running for a month, online hack, using DevPost, $17,500 in prizes. We're doing categories for projects using MRTK3 or StereoKit. So if you want to build something with MRTK3, this is a really great reason to go check it out. There's money on the line. StereoKit too. Go build something really fast. Build something that takes all month. Just go build something. We love seeing what you guys do. So for more information or to sign up, go to aka.ms/devdayshack. And I guess the really important thing is there's a theme for this hack. Nobody knows what it is except me and a couple other people. And we're going to reveal it to everybody right now. So the hackathon theme this year is a new way to solve an old problem. Not giving you any more guidance than that. You all get to figure out a new way to solve an old problem. So I left some questions hanging earlier about what are your opportunities. And I want to flip them. Instead of how do we, Microsoft, think about our working habits and tools, how do we think about education, how do we think about travel, I want to know how you think about it. Because you are the ones who are going to be out there building these applications. You are the ones that are going to be innovating. You are the ones that are thinking of the things that nobody's thought of before. So what can you build that we have not even imagined yet? I'm super excited to be here. I'm super excited to have all you here learning with us. And I hope you have a great Dev Days. And I'm really thankful that you're all here in person. I'm really thankful for our online audience that's joined us. And we're ready to move forward with you. And come join us and come build with us. And I hope that if you leave with nothing else, know that we're super excited to keep moving forward with this. We're not slowing down. We're not stopping. We're charging ahead. There's lots of opportunity here for us. There's even more opportunity for you. And the mere fact that you all are here watching us and joining us for Dev Days is just a testament to our community and everything that we can do together. So again, thank you for coming and enjoy Dev Days. Thank you, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone. And if you're just tuning in, then welcome to Mixed Reality Dev Days. I'm April, and joining me is Cassie. We're your hosts for the event. We just wrapped up a really great keynote that was delivered by Jesse as well as Andrew from our remote rendering team. And following this, we have some sessions that are starting up. But with regards to the keynote, what did you find to be most interesting, Cassie?
I thought the holograms on the moving ship was really cool, and that they have that as part of a feature where you could actually, the complexity of taking a hologram and being able to understand how fast the ship is going, and then being able to make sure that it stays at that consistent like speed, and then having good graphics in order to create augmented realities like in the sea on a ship.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool.
I think that's pretty cool. And I think for me, what I really love, of course, all the announcements, but the hackathon. I love a good hackathon. Any chance that we can really stretch our creativity and create some cool stuff. And then I did see we have some prizes that are also lined up for that as well. So it definitely gives a good opportunity to really get to try out MRTK3. And if there's something that you had a thought of to create, just go ahead and create it. As Jesse had mentioned,
the theme.
The theme itself
was really cool.
Was really good as well. So we're really interested in seeing what you all have to make. You have an entire month. So traditional hackathon, what, you have like 2 days?
Yeah.
And that's it. So you have an entire month to dedicate towards creating something with MRTK3. And as mentioned, Jesse, as he said, the packages themselves, they are available in the mixed reality feature tool now. And in addition to that, we do have documentation available too. So if you're sitting at home and you're ready to go ahead and jumpstart on something, we have documentation available. The packages are there. You can go ahead and get started. But with regards to the keynote itself, Jesse took us on a little bit of a history of MRTK.
Yes.
Some things I didn't personally know.
Right?
You know?
Yeah, me either. You use this toolkit, and it's really cool. And to be able to see how it came from research and all the different versions that it went through, it was really cool to see how far just the industry itself has come to.
Yeah.
Like, because it's not only just what we've been able to do with MRTK, but also just how things are moving forward. And with every technology, when it comes new, it's always really hard. And then it gets easier and easier because people build amazing tools.
Yes. No, what I personally love a lot is the community contributions. And so being in cloud advocacy, we do a lot with the developer community, and therefore community just means so much to not just me, but really all of us here, I would say. So seeing, however, that recognition that was provided during the actual keynote, where we had the list of all the different contributors that were actually how do I say it, contributing to the writing of or creating of MRTK was really, really great. So really love that. Yes. And with that said, MRTK itself is open source. So folks can contribute.
Yep.
Definitely contribute.
And they shouted out to all of the amazing contributors
exactly.
on there.
Yeah. 99, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they say it takes a village.
Oh my goodness.
That was a visualization of
definitely
the village of people.
But
another thing on the theme too, it was like an innovation on an old problem, like creating something new on an old problem, right? A new solution to an old problem. And I love that because I think all of like the best innovations kind of follow that theme when you think about it. Like there's so many different things that have been like problems for a long time but never really solved, or you just get used to them, right? And so it's like, how do you take an old problem with a new technology that we have and make something new? So I'm personally really excited to see what people come up with.
Yes, me too. And as mentioned, Andrew talked about not mixed reality. Well, he did talk about mixed reality, but remote rendering, I would say.
Oh yeah, the remote rendering stuff.
Yeah.
Like the details that they were able to do with remote rendering, because that's hard. That's like really hard to do. And they were able to quickly create really good models, use the power of Azure to be able to make high quality models and render them in a way that's just visually appealing and beautiful.
Yeah, and I had a chance to speak with Andrew yesterday a little bit about the treehouse that Jesse had mentioned that Andrew went to, and Andrew, he did a scan there and he was able to show during the demo what that looks like. The tree houses are like coveted on campus.
I've never been to one.
I haven't been to one yet either, so really hoping to get a chance, but it's really cool to see that. And in addition to that, I would also say outside of remote rendering, Jesse talked about the MVP program.
Yes.
Yeah, that I would say is a really great opportunity for really anyone. That's if you're doing things in the community, if you're really spreading the word about mixed reality as well, it is something to consider for sure. Yeah. There's a lot of great perks.
There
that
are. The
that
MVP
comes with
Summit
it.
is an event that MVPs get to come to, and they get all the insider information. They get really well connected with the team. You know, they kind of feel like family, I guess. Like I feel like they're part of it. So it's definitely something to think about and look into.
Yeah.
And I know I love working with our MVPs, and we actually get to talk to
Yes,
one
we
tomorrow
will.
too.
I was just about to say, Ivana
Yeah.
will be joining us tomorrow, and
Yeah.
we'll be hearing more from Ivana as well as some of the things that she's working on, and that'll be great. But definitely a great program to look into if you're interested. And I want to say also, in addition to that, I meant to mention earlier, we do have a newsletter that is sent out. And for those of you who are wondering, well, how can I just stay in touch, learn more about what's happening? You can do a sign up for that, and it's at aka.ms/I1MR. And that was how you'll be able to get just updates from us, new things around documentation, cool things that we're creating and working on. I know from my team, we feature things that folks are doing. I know some of the work that you're doing as well that you'll talk about a bit more later. You'll just hear about new exciting things like that. And I think it's a really great chance to just get to stay in touch with what's going on as well.
How frequently does the newsletter get sent out? Is it like a monthly newsletter?
Yeah, I want to say it's either monthly or it's twice a month. I think it really depends, but I think for sure, definitely, you're going to get that at least once a month for sure. But as we're heading into this now post-MR Dev Days era, I would say, with all the announcements of MRTK3, hopefully we'll see a bit more things that'll go out so the folks will get to know what's all happening.
That's cool. And to be able to see what other people are building, because I think like what types of things are like highlighted in there, right? Isn't it like community things?
Yeah,
and
it's and I would say from the contributions I would say that I've done, it's been a series of either videos that have been recorded, blog posts that have been written either from folks within the mixed reality team, folks on my team in cloud advocacy, as well as folks from the community, MVPs that may have contributed too. In addition to that, whenever there are new updates to our documentation, you'll find that in there. If there's any more general announcements, I know most recently we included the Babylon JS 5.0 release, so that was in there. Yeah, so it's a place to really get great information of what's happening right now in mixed reality.
And the Babylon JS, their session, is that today or tomorrow?
I think that's tomorrow. I think,
okay.
yeah. So.
And that's one of the live streamed ones, so people will be able to see what's new with Babylon JS. I am a big fan of Babylon JS. Like, it is such a cool way. I think the first time I heard that you could create XR experiences in JavaScript in the web, like, my mind was blown. I was like, you can do what? Tell me more about this. Like, this sounds amazing. And it is, like, what you can create with it. And then now with the codex models that they were showing at Build that are helping create it, so you can just be like, build me a checkerboard, and it will just create it in Babylon JS in the web. And so those types of innovations are really making it more accessible. And I'm excited to see all the new features too that they have, because I know I saw the release, but I don't know all the features that are coming.
Yeah, so yeah, there's just a lot that's in there. And I would say I've been working with that team for the past, I don't know, couple of months, maybe for this whole first half of the year. And just from speaking with them, they're a really fun bunch. Oh my goodness. They're just so much fun to get to work with, but really seeing what it is that they're working on, I would say. I know they have this really cool demo that they've created. I think it's like a pirate or like a space pirate or so kind of demo.
It probably is, because Pirate JC is his Twitter handle, one of the main advocates. So like there's definitely like a lot of pirate themed like content that comes out.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm really excited that they're going to be here. And I'm trying to think, what else did we see in the keynote that really caught my attention? Let's see. Thinking more about how the community thinks in terms of the future of mixed reality, in terms of like, what do future meetings look like? You know, education as well. What does that look like? And I feel that's what I really appreciate with working with this team, is that we have a lot of great ideas, but it's really great to have contributions from the community. And so welcoming that, I think, is also like super important. And I'm glad that we are taking that approach to ensure that we're able to get that feedback in general from folks.
And Jesse, you know, he mentioned that. He's like, we're switching that to what do you think? What do you want to see coming? And I think that kind of happens too, just with like the different projects and things that people create. I get so inspired by seeing that.
Me too.
But then also being at these events, we get to hear what people want and what they're like looking for, and just kind of shifting around that dynamic, I think isn't important. And even though it could be like a small thing, but it's like it's a really cool thing that he highlighted. and I think really kind of captures like the kind of like essence of where they want to go.
Yeah. So that makes me super excited. And then let's see, what else did we get a chance to review throughout the keynote? Could you imagine, because this caught my attention, Jesse had shared just long ago, pre-MRTK days, in the olden days with the HoloLens first edition. Can you imagine building without the toolkit?
Oh my gosh, it would take so much time to create a control, because I mean, so the thing about with like creating virtual experiences, what a lot of people think of is like not about how long it takes to actually create the models, like the 3D models that are created. So like not only is the scanning stuff and that thing, but it's also creating all those different pieces that come together and then the scripting on top of it.
Yes.
So like that was one thing when I first started, I did not realize how much time and effort it takes just to getting the 3D models that you need.
Yeah.
And having a kit that has those pre-wired in order to get started, like that saves you so much time.
Oh my goodness, so
and
much
you've been
time.
learning about this too, haven't you? Like,
yeah, and I'm just trying to imagine a world where we didn't have the toolkits. It's definitely something that I think for me it would have been a much steeper learning curve.
Oh, yeah,
for sure, with getting started. So fortunately, I came on board when MRTK, existed, and that was really like the space that I really stuck to. And I did my best to get to know like just all the different things that were available as well. So yeah, I'm just like thinking back, kind of just mind blown that like people used to create without, I know like obviously it's an obvious thing, right? But it's just like, wow, people really used to create without that. But
I think that's just how like software development in general goes though. Things start out really complex. They start out in research and like the true science of it. And then we always are evolving, just like humans, like our software is always evolving into like, what is the next thing? How do we solve that problem? Like as engineers, we're always trying to like solve the problem and make the things easier.
Yeah.
And so like, I think it just follows kind of like the natural evolution that happens a lot with different software technologies and software platforms. And it's just really cool to be in at one so early.
Yeah.
Because I feel like most of the ones that I've started in, they were at least around a little bit, and a lot of it, and like certain things were already there. But seeing just how things have changed over the last, 5 years, I want to say. It's like 4 or 5 years since I think I've really started paying attention.
Yeah.
And how difficult things were, like going from the dev mixed reality headset.
Yeah.
And then seeing just the different iterations, and now the newest ones, the graphics are just amazing. And the different games. That's the other thing, is there's so much more content out there than there used to be.
Oh my goodness, yes. And when it comes to learning, that makes a really big difference. And I would say what I personally really like in terms of just seeing the progression is that we're also entering this phase or era, if you want to call it, where there's more low-code, no-code tools for creating, and it doesn't necessarily just stop at XR. Like we've seen that as well with mixed reality, and I've done some exploration as well with regards to Power Apps, for example. And so Power Apps in itself, when you think of Power Apps and how everything is pretty much, drag and drop, and like you have an app, you're probably wondering, well, can I really do that with mixed reality? And the answer is like, yeah, you definitely can. I've done talks on it as well. We do have some mixed reality controls that are in the within Power Platform that literally drag and drop. And perfect example, you're able to view an object in 3D, for example. So like shopping apps, if you happen to see any that enables you to just take a item in the store, and on the app, you can just turn it around, see it in 3D. So that's the feature that's in there. Another one is to be able to just view something in mixed reality, which is essentially, let's say I was looking at like a table, like I was furniture shopping. I'm looking at a table.
What I was thinking about, like placing a table in my scene. So
yes, and you can do that.
Built into Power
You
Platform.
can do that. Yeah, literally drag and drop. And then if you want to get fancy with Power Apps, because you can definitely get fancy with Power Apps if you want to add some different coding in there. But from a very basic level, those are two things for just, brief example that you can add in. We give you a ruler as well, so you can measure in mixed reality, and you can do a variety of things with those measurements. I've seen whereas folks have taken measurements that they've done through like a Power Apps app and then filtering a product selection based on what those measurements are. So let's say that I'm in the market for a brand new couch, but I know I only have X amount of space. Then if I were to take that measurement, put that into the app, and then the app will filter only couches that actually fit within that space.
And it's able to take like accurate measurements.
Yeah, literally once you enter that mode in your app, and of course depending on how you configure the app, of course, but once you enter the measure mixed reality, you get this this digital or virtual, however you want to describe it, ruler, and you can just go around the room and get all your like all your points and all your measurements.
So cool.
And again, can you imagine doing that from scratch though? Versus like just dragging that into an app. So we're making mixed reality creation a bit more accessible. But with that said though, we're going to head into our very first session of today. And that's going to be with Brent as well as Grace to teach you or just share more with you all about MRTK3.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's so nice to see you all here today, and hello to our online viewers as well. My name is Grace, and I'm a product manager for Microsoft Mixed Reality, specifically focusing on the Mixed Reality Toolkit, also known as MRTK. I'll be honest, it feels a little weird standing up here right now, because just last week, I was in Boston for graduation. Yeah, I was a COVID grad, which meant I spent the last 2 years at home and had graduation a year late. It kind of sucked. But one good thing did come out of it, and that's learning how painful and draining Zoom meetings are. Only Zoom, not Teams though, never Teams. Has anyone here felt the same? Nice, you feel me. And during that time, how I wished I could see people in 3D or even just get the feeling that we're in the same room again. And when I joined Mixed Reality and started learning about the tech, it blew my mind. I was like, this is the future. Every one of you guys sitting in this room today, you should give yourselves a pat on the back because you are building solutions so that generations ahead will never have to face that again. And with that in mind, today I'm here to talk to you about how we at Microsoft are innovating on the mixed reality developer experience. And high level, I'll go over a few things today. I'll give an overview of what is the Mixed Reality Toolkit. Then we'll reflect a little on the previous versions of MRTK and talk about what inspired our upcoming release of MRTK3. I'll give you guys a sneak peek at some highlights of MRTK3, and then I'll finish off with our future roadmap and plans. And then I'll hand it over to Brent Jackson over here, who's gonna talk about an amazing new developer sample we have. So let's get started. How many of you guys in here have used MRTK before? Oh, nice. Wow, great turnout. I'll give a quick overview for our online viewers as well. So to understand what is MRTK and why we built it, we really need to understand the history behind mixed reality content development. So in 2016, in HoloLens 1 days, developers had pretty limited options for building content. While we're used to using Unity today for easily building immersive XR experiences, Unity didn't have nearly as robust support for those technologies back then. And so we had to build the support for devices like HoloLens and Windows Mixed Reality headsets. We had to build nearly all the tooling, the input functionality, and interaction systems. And while we were doing so, we realized that there are a common set of problems every developer faces when building an app for AR or VR. And we decided to make a toolkit of solutions for those problems. And that's how MRTK, previously known as Holo Toolkit, was born. So in essence, MRTK is a collection of building blocks for spatial interactions and rich UI. And there are 3 core pillars to MRTK. First is that MRTK supports a wide range of devices. We know that in today's XR industry, it isn't wise to target just one device or even one manufacturer. That's why we made it really easy to build and deploy the same mixed reality app to a wide range of AR and VR devices, from Microsoft to other manufacturers like Meta, Valve, and Magic Leap. Second, MRTK allows for increased development velocity and fast time to value. So instead of having to build and deploy to device every time you make a change, we offer a set of in-editor simulation tools that allows you to evaluate your app with articulated hands, eye gaze, and other types of input. So let's take a look. All this is done in the editor. And for those who do want faster testing on device, we have two options: holographic remoting on HoloLens and Link on Quest. Lastly, MRTK has always been an extensible and customizable platform. Because we're an open source project, we've had amazing community contributions that build on and extend the current MRTK offering. So you guys can swap out core components of the framework as needed. And so these three things, being cross-platform, having fast time to value, and being extensible, are central to MRTK's design philosophy and will always hold true no matter what version of MRTK you choose, and will always hold true as we're building future versions of MRTK. So now you've heard a bit about the background and history of MRTK. Let's talk about MRTK v2. MRTK v2 was a pioneer in mixed reality development. We were voted the best developer tool at the Augie Awards last year. We're very grateful. And this little guy is sitting in our pod watching over us as we code every day. He runs a tight ship. So when we first started building MRTK v2, there was pretty limited support in Unity for mixed reality content and interactions. And so we had to build nearly all the spatial interactions, hand tracking, and other XR input requirements ourselves. Things like grabbing an object and moving it around was incredibly difficult to do. In addition, there was no built-in XR interaction system in Unity. So MRTK, like many other frameworks, had to provide its own manipulation and interaction infrastructure. And adding on to the complexity, MRTK v2 significantly predated many modern cross-vendor standards like OpenXR. And so we had to write a lot of our own cross-platform abstractions. Despite these challenges, MRTK v2 succeeded in providing a cross-platform XR development framework, albeit with a lot of custom systems. And as a result, MRTK v2 is very feature-rich. So let's take a look. Up here on the top left is our object manipulation feature. This allows you to move, rotate, and resize into hologram quickly and easily. And on the top right is our bounds control. This allows you to configure an object to react to a user's input. So as you can see here, when this person's hand gets close to the mug, a box will light up that shows you the types of interactions you can perform on the mug. And then on the lower left is our hand menu. This allows a user to trigger a menu by flipping their hand over, and they can quickly access the most frequently used functions. And then lastly, on the bottom right is our spatial awareness feature. This provides a collection of meshes used to map the environment. So you can see here, this little box perfectly follows the wall with the help of spatial awareness. And these features are a very small subset of MRTK v2. And MRTK has been used in a variety of applications, from healthcare to education to manufacturing. The possibilities are endless. And now let's take a look at some real-life examples of MRTK in action.
Very quickly started working with the headset to identify some use cases. So when you place the headset on your head, what the user will see is a virtual screen or a mixed reality screen, which they can position into any real space in the room that they're standing in. And on that screen at the moment will be the face of one of their colleagues who will be interacting with that user through a webcam based on a desktop.
So here we saw doctors using Dynamics 365 to practice safer methods during COVID. Instead of having all the doctors present in one room, now just one doctor can be there, while the others call in from the safety of a different room. And now let's take a look at another video that shows how HoloLens and MRTK can be used to better visualize 3D content.
Medicine is in the midst of digital change. Mixed reality and artificial intelligence are already improving patient care today. Virtual Surgery Intelligence, or VSI, is doing just that. With this software solution, MRI, CT, and other medical scans are displayed in 3D in Microsoft HoloLens 2 mixed reality glasses.
Manufacturing also does a lot of great work with MRTK. So here you can see a technician using an app called Remote Assist, which is built on MRTK to help solve a power outage in a much simpler and more efficient way. So now you've seen how feature-rich and powerful MRTK v2 is. You might be wondering, why did we make an MRTK3? And the short answer is because of you, because of our community, our customers, who continuously push us to be better. We love hearing from you guys, whether it be on Twitter, GitHub, or Holo Developer Slack. Our team gets so excited when we hear from you. And through hearing your feedback, these are the main points that made us decide to make MRTK3. So when a user brings in MRTK into their project, it would bring in every single feature and component, even if you didn't need it all. So in other words, MRTK v2 was a bit monolithic and difficult to isolate into modular components. Another big limitation was the inflexibility of our UI tooling. So basic things like resizing a button or aligning an icon, things that most front-end developers take for granted, weren't really possible with our 3D UI in MRTK v2. In addition, especially on mobile devices like HoloLens, performance was often a challenge in your v2 app, especially with the large code base you had to take in. And of course, as our industry has developed, new standards, APIs, and technologies have emerged, and Unity's support for legacy APIs were quickly reaching their end of life. And so our customers needed first-class support for new standards like OpenXR. 3D UI is hard enough, but binding it to your dynamic runtime data can be even harder. And in MRTK v2, we largely left this up to the user to figure out, which was a big pain point for a lot of people. And most importantly, XR and MRTK by extension are fairly inaccessible by modern software design standards. And so users with different abilities can often find it difficult to use XR devices or applications, and we need to do better to serve their needs. And so taking a look at this list here, MRTK3 is a complete redesign, a fresh start that takes advantage of all the conveniences that Unity offers today. The conveniences that we did not have when we were building MRTK v2. So now let's take a look at some highlights of MRTK3. Like I said before, v2 was a bit monolithic, where you had to bring in all the features and components even if you didn't need it. So in MRTK3, we have a brand new architecture. We're more modular. We've broken down MRTK into many individual packages that you can pick and choose from. And these can be independently installed and updated. So now you don't have to bring along all of MRTK just to get the pieces you're interested in. And like I said before, our UI tooling was a bit inflexible and layout was hard. And so at MRTK3, we've combined our rich 3D UI with the canvas layout system. So you can make UI that's both immersive and tactile, as well as automatically laid out and resizable. Now this next slide is one of my favorites. MRTK3 builds on the strengths of others. So in MRTK3, we are all in on OpenXR, which allows us to streamline our cross-platform support story. In addition, we're built on top of Unity's input system and the Unity XR interaction toolkit, which does a lot of what MRTK v2 used to do. So now, instead of having to reinvent the wheel, we can leverage these strengths so we can focus on what we do best, which is making delightful building blocks for spatial interactions and rich UI. And now I want to talk a little bit about the design innovation that we're doing at Microsoft. So in MRTK3, we have a brand new mixed reality design language. And if you use the Mesh app on HoloLens 2, you may have seen this in some places already. And this is the result of years of research our design team has done with our community and the engineers. And to give you guys a look at the before and after, here on the left is the original HoloLens 2 style visuals. And of course, we're not going to have a specific forcing mechanism for this update, so you can continue to use the original styles on the left if you wish. But as we build our future products, we will use and continue to evolve this new design language on the right. Microsoft also does a lot of innovation in the interaction design space. And MRTK3 is a fantastic platform for making new interactions and building applications that leverage those new designs. And because we have a brand new architecture in MRTK3, we make it extremely easy to build just about any type of interaction you can think of. So let's take a look. Here on the left, you can see a new interaction that allows you to target an object with your eyes while selecting them with your hands. And then here, you can see, it's really easy to simply just make something that allows you to draw with your finger or pen or play the piano. And the best thing is that these interactables provided out of the box are built to be forward compatible with any new input modalities you might have in the future. So this ensures that your app will continue working even when new devices, sensors, or types of applications are built in the future. And lastly, as previously mentioned, data-driven UI is difficult. And in MRTK3, we provide the tools to more easily data bind your UI, as well as offer additional theming options. So in this video, you can see here that not only is the content in this app dynamic and driven from data from the internet, you can also theme the appearance of the app at runtime. So now you've seen a sneak peek at some of our new features. What's next? So at this event right here, at MR Dev Days, we will be having our MRTK3 public preview. So right now, the code is available on the MR feature tool to download and install, as well as GitHub. And in the fall to winter timeframe, we'll be having our MRTK3 GA. And I want to emphasize, I've been talking a lot about MRTK3 here today, but we are still very much focused and committed on MRTK v2. In fact, just last week, we released MRTK 2.8, and MRTK v2 will continue to be supported until at least 6 to 12 months after MRTK 3 GAs, at which point it'll then transition to becoming community maintained. And I want to wrap up here by just saying thank you. Thank you to our amazing community who's continued to support us. We're a small team over at Microsoft who's passionate about building the best developer tools, and we welcome you to join us on the journey forward. And now I'd like to hand it off to Brent, who's going to talk about Zappy's Playground.
a senior product manager here at Mixed Reality. Yes. Oh, okay. How about the, oh yeah, now we're talking. Okay. Still Brent. A few things about me. Oh yeah, this is a hot mic, I appreciate that. I really like riding e-bikes. I like riding regular bikes too, but I live on top of a plateau and I have a child. And if I want to get back up to the plateau with my child, I have to ride an e-bike. I also enjoy making music. You can see here, this is me and my son at our first band practice. Our band is called Lightning and Thunder. He came up with a name, Hello Lightning. And also I'm not terrible at Halo Infinite, which is not to say that I'm good at video games as much as like, I want to give a shout out to the Halo team for their matchmaking skills because they connect me with other people that are also not terrible at Halo. So it's an enjoyable experience. I feel like I might win every time. I don't, but sometimes I do. I'm not here to talk to you about Halo though. If you do want to talk to me about Halo, you can follow me on LinkedIn or hit me up on Twitter. Happy to talk to you about that or bikes or music or anything, or mixed reality as well. Speaking of which, what I am here to talk to you about is this new developer sample that we've created called Zappy's Playground. And if you really look at this slide, you can probably get a lot of spoilers for all the things I'm about to say out loud. But you can see here it is, a Unity-based sample. Well, I'm not going to spoil everything for myself. Anyway, this is Zappy. This is his playground. This is the slide where I'll spoil all those things. So why did we make Zappy's Playground? Well, we've created a lot of great getting started with MRTK tutorials. It's really easy to get going with it. But we were thinking, what about for that kind of level 200 development? How do these things work together to deliver like a comprehensive, intuitive experience? And MRTK is cross-platform. So how do you make an end-to-end cross-platform experience that's easy to develop on top of? We have all these new components. We have stuff, there's been a lot of stuff in MRTK2, a lot of new stuff coming in. The features are listed here. I'm not going to say all of those out loud. You can read them at your leisure. But we want to show how they can work together to deliver that kind of cool experience. And also, for those of you, Grace mentioned the Hollow Toolkit earlier. Some of you may have experience with the origami sample that we delivered a long time ago. You'd actually be surprised how often that code has shown up in things in the past. It turns out people like it when we do the hard stuff that's not that interesting, and then you guys can just build really interesting, cool stuff on top of it. So we leaned into that idea a little bit and decided to make this just a great starter project. So feel free to, this is all going to be open source, free to use. Feel free to use this to kind of get started and going with it. And as you saw on the last slide, there is Unity in editor documentation. I know when I'm doing development, going back and forth between the docs online and my Unity editor, especially when I'm on my laptop and I don't have my now super awesome at-home office setup, then I like being able to just kind of see the docs right there inside of Unity. And so how we built this, we actually partnered with Unity's professional services team. Them and the MRTK team, we worked together to build this application. Because who knows Unity better than Unity? And I guess the MRTK team, to be honest. And we focused on kind of these three areas that make up a good mixed reality experience. First, you're doing something in mixed reality, you're in an environment. It's a different environment, maybe every time, maybe not. But setting up an environment is important. So doing a room scan to make sure you have, you understand the space is key. And then there's the experience setup. Okay, now I understand my room. How do I want my experience to interact with this space? And then so, we have a section in there for kind of showing how to do that. And then finally is the actual experience, that spatial engagement. What is it that makes doing something in mixed reality unique to mixed reality as opposed to just Halo or something like that. And so, so what I'm going to do now, I'm actually just going to walk you through the experience of using Zappy's Playground and show you where these components light up here. We have, you can see here there's this little tooltip at the bottom that you gaze at. And when you gaze at it, it tells you about what the gaze feature does. So you can learn about it as you're doing it here or in the editor. The other things that'll show up here, there's little directional indicators that we're using to point you to these little gems that you stare at to help you get a good scan of your space. And then we use set up some spatial anchors there, and then use scene understanding to get a good layout of your space you're going to work in, and then also use this use data binding here to surface. So I'm going to enter my name, and then later that'll show up inside the environment. And this is that initial environment setup that we're talking about. And so you can see here, you got this little tooltip. It says, gaze, it's awesome. Here's how it works. And welcome to the playground. Let's get started. And got to scan our space. Let's see what the space looks like. Here's my directional arrows that I was mentioning. Here's these cool gems. And so if there's a space that hasn't been scanned well, it spawns a gem to help guide your user who maybe doesn't understand like setting up a space to go look at it. I did do a time swipe because I didn't want you guys to like watch me scan, like 10 gems. And so now we have our space. The space we're doing here is, you can see we have the table here, and it's aligned to the walls. Where the wall was really far away, it just went ahead and closed off that wall so that we have our space to work inside of. And then, this is the hub that you can launch from. We have our turbine experience, which is where Zappy is going to show up. And but you could also have other experiences here. So if you have multiple places you want people to go, this is basically just like going to launch the next scene. But you could surface different experiences inside of this hub. So now that we've got our environment set up, we need to set up our experience. In here, we're going to showcase surface magnetism, spatial audio. There's an opportunity if you want to use Azure spatial anchors to save your state to the cloud, you can. And then also, you guys all know about UI follow, the little thing on the top right, probably. But we surface a tooltip for that there as well. It just kind of, we don't show it everywhere it shows up because that would get annoying. But this is a good place to surface that information. So we have this window, and we want our experience to be based off of a wall. This is a wall-based adventure. And what we did, we used the scene understanding to find the largest wall in the space and put it in the center of the space at the height up that we wanted. And so all that kind of happens on the back end, and we suggest it to the user so that they know, okay, well, that's kind of the space that I need to have a good experience. And here's our little buddy Zappy. And you can't tell because you're just watching a presentation, but you can hear him out of the corner of your ear and locate where he is. It was actually with those gems as well. The directional arrows and spatial audio is used there to help you land to the right space. And now our windmills have come raining from the sky. I don't know what they were doing in the ceiling. I didn't actually ask that in the development, but they do fall from the ceiling. It's random. If one had fallen over the table, it would have landed on the table, which is a unique thing that you get from that scene understanding. There's only one other interaction that's showcased here, so I'll go ahead and start playing. Play. Why is that video not playing? Let's see if I can do it in the manual way. Okay. Well, that's not working, but that's fine. Cannot play video. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, I pick up all these windmills and I put them on my wind farm using near and far interaction. And then I open I don't open it yet. So yeah, imagine that you watched a montage of me picking up windmills and putting them on top of this platform. This platform being our wind farm station where we can send power over to Zappy to give him some energy, get a little more pep in his step. Maybe this video will play. Is this video gonna play? This worked like earlier this morning, and the other videos worked too. How did I break my videos? Oh, let me see. If this video doesn't play, then it means that it got super confused. Let's see. Maybe. What's the easiest way to restart my presentation without maybe accidentally showing what's on Grace's laptop? Oh yeah, unplug it. Thank you. Huh? Just give me 1 second. Okay, it works there. Let's see if we can launch it. Did anyone get the breakfast today? I did not get the breakfast. Was it good? Nice. What were the favorites? Was there bacon? Okay, can I see hands for who liked the bacon the most? Interesting. I guess I kind of led with the winner. I don't know. That seemed like maybe not the best way to do it. Hey, it looks like it's working. I don't know what happened there. That's weird. What about the Greek yogurt? Was there Greek yogurt available? They're vegetarian sausages. How were they? Don't know. Okay. Well, let's see. Are we back? No, we're almost back. Let's. Okay, I plugged the thing in, and I have my presentation up here, but I don't know how to make it so you guys can see it. How do I do? What did you say? Windows E? P. Oh, yeah, who knows what I would have done if I'd pressed Windows E. PC screen only. Do you want to do PC screen only or duplicate? Duplicate. Yes, it's back. Now, well, I shouldn't get too excited yet. Let's see if this actually works. Hey, thank you. If anyone else has problems with their laptops, let me know. Happy to help you out. Yeah, so now, one thing that I discovered here I was not aware of, that I could pick up 2 windmills at the same time. I didn't know this until I started playing with the experience. Yeah, so he's excited. I got some, he sees me collecting the windmills for him, so he's giving me a little feedback to let me know he's excited. I made it go a little faster because I didn't want you to have to actually watch me collect all the windmills. Yes, so there we go. Windmills are in place, ready to open the windows, see what happens. And it turns out one reason you should not drop windmills from the ceiling is because they might break. And so now we have to fix our windmills, and we get some feedback that these are broken. The things you're going to see here are the hand constraint palm up menu, which some of you should be familiar with. One interesting thing here, as we were building this, we used this to put developer tools in there. And so we were like, okay, we should just ship that anyway because it's really convenient as you're developing to have your developer tools right inside your palm menu. You can also control theming from here, as you can see, if you want to change that. And then we have we listed all the things that you can do in here in case you're curious, if you don't want to wait and try and find where was the UI follow? But yeah, so you can pull your little windmill pieces out here and place them on the windmill to get them fixed. I know we only fixed the blades, but it is actually random. This time it just happened to choose all blades. And so now we've got those in place. And Zappy's excited. We've got 5 more to go. But the wind's coming through, and these windmills aren't all turning. And so we can use balance control to turn the windmills to be facing towards the wind. And that's why this is also technically an educational sample, because you learn about winds and wind farms and all that stuff. So you can see here, you can grab the bounds, grab these bounding boxes around them, turn the bounds control, learn about bound control, and also use UX controls here. We built this dashboard. It's all UX controls. Anything can be a controller inside of Mixed Reality MRTK3. Zappy's powered up. He's getting super excited. Oh, hello. Who is this friend that showed up here? Is that Zappy inside of a Quest headset? I believe it is. Yeah, and the theme of being cross-platform, we also made this work on Quest. So if you are a developer that is coming to HoloLens from HoloLens development, we got you covered. Easy to do. If you're coming from Quest and you wanted to build on Quest, got you covered there too. It's the same experience, slightly differently. Obviously, this one comes with a furnished room. Or if you're just new at coming to mixed reality and you want to target Quest and HoloLens, this is a great sample to get started to learn how you can do those things, what the differences are, and what's going to make for a great experience, both inside VR and also on HoloLens. I did get a little distracted when I was filming this video and checking out the cool tech art stuff that our friends at Unity Professional Services made for us. One of the rewards, these pop up throughout the whole thing, but at the end you can see all the different features. I think there's 13 that we pieced together to build this application, to have that comprehensive, intuitive game that you can play. I will say, Zappy does get a little upset when you restart the experience and sends energy back to the wind farm and breaks his windmills again. So now you get to go fix the windmills again and give him juice again. And yeah, if this is something that you think would be interesting to check out, or if you want to check out MRTK3, then you can try them out today. Go to aka.ms/MRTK3 or aka.ms/Zappy's Playground and check it out. Thanks. We are going to do some Q&A now, but I am also I'm going to ask the first question because we have a special guest here, Bruce Burnham, who is from Unity's professional services team, engineering manager for Unity's Applied Solutions. He built this on top of MRTK3 while we were building MRTK3 and generally without documentation, but with our help. And so, yeah, right, thank you. I want to ask him about the experience of developing on top of MRTK3 to give you some feedback that's not coming from someone that might be, a little on the side of MRTK3. Go ahead.
Yeah, so hi, I'm from Unity with the Accelerate Solutions team that helped build this solution out for introducing Zappy. And it was much easier to create this experience with MRTK3 instead of 2. It allowed us to do things like use our own scene management instead of actually relying on the one that's provided by the MRTK system, so that it allowed us to introduce things like additive scenes without it complaining about needing to integrate it into all of our different scene management systems. As well, going from the HoloLens experience that we built and building it for Oculus Quest was really fast and seamless. We were able to build out with just adding in the environment, adding in things like the updating the UI just slightly to do some layouts, but that was pretty much about it. Everything else just worked right out of the box.
All right, you heard it from a third party, so you know it's actually worth checking out. Let's see, anyone else there that have questions? I see one right there. Let's see, he's gonna bring a microphone so that our viewers that are dialing in can hear as well.
Will Fleming, thank you for taking my question. What version Unity?
I believe we have this on, we're shipping this on 2020.3.35.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sean Ong. Great presentation, by the way. I have a question for performance. Did you face any challenges getting this performant running at 60 frames a second on the HoloLens? And if so, what tips or tricks or sacrifices did you have to make?
I didn't, but I'll ask Bruce if he did.
There wasn't a lot that we needed to work with on that one. We made sure to make the environment and all the pieces that we're going to be using very simple. And then when we went to the Quest, we were allowed to actually expand it a bit more and have it with the full environment and so forth. But yeah, it didn't require a lot of effort on our part to optimize for that particular aspect.
I will say, you should note that I did capture all that video from the HoloLens too, and it actually performed pretty well while I was capturing it, which is always a good sign. All right, anybody else? There we go.
Are there any updates to the spatial mapping, and is our QR codes going to be supported by it? Are there any updates to that?
Hoff, do you want to answer that question?
As of the very first version for this first version, the spatial mapping is as it was before, so there aren't any improvements to that. Similarly with the QR code capability, that's all on device and also as a separate loadable module, that's all the way it used to be. So I think the answer is not yet, but if you have any needs that aren't being met, let us know. We're always trying to figure out what to do next.
Hoffman, engineering lead for MRTK.
Sounds good, thank you. I was actually wondering more about like large spaces. Yeah.
Yeah, are you familiar with World Locking Tools? That's another open source project that you definitely should be looking at. It is designed specifically to solve some of the harder challenges around, the issues of rotational accuracy, where, the further you get from an anchor, the more you have rotational accuracy challenges. And it does a conglomerate. It does an algorithm across multiple anchors and is managing all of it for you. You basically drop in one component and it does all the heavy lifting for you. If you don't know about World Locking Tools, I highly recommend pulling it off of GitHub and trying it out.
All right, we got one behind you over there. Also, great thing about presenting in person at Microsoft is that we're all here. And so, make sure if you have any other great questions, hit up Hoff and the rest of the team.
Great presentation and really like the demos. Could you talk more about the transition from MRTK 2 to 3 for already existing applications?
That's also going back to Hoff. Here, Hoff.
Yeah, very good question. In this private preview, that is not, we're now in public preview. In this public preview, we are not specifically addressing that. We are actually doing a lot of research right now on how to best make sure that that's an easy process. At an absolute minimum, we're committed to really good documentation. We're also, our team is doing everything they can to figure out any way to automate that, to the extent that we can figure out there's a causative relationship between the way you used to do it and the way you should do it in the future. We're going to try to figure out how to automate that. But we're still in the early phases of that. One of the cool things is we're actually currently applying that to existing V2 apps that we have available to us. And we're actually doing that process right now and analyzing what's hard about it and making sure that we are addressing that path. And like I said, absolute minimum, we'll have really good A to B documentation so that you know exactly what you have to do.
Thank you.
You can come hang out on stage with us if you want, Hoff. All right, anybody else? There we go, up front.
Hi, thanks. I was looking at, the example that you were showing, building something on top of not having any documentation ready, the example that you guys were demonstrating. I'm guessing that a lot of collaboration is needed with the Mixed Reality Toolkit team and the other developers. So my question for the rest of the developers in the room and myself, what will be your suggested or the preferred channel to get this kind of collaboration with you guys? How can we reach you directly?
I believe Twitter. Well, do you know all the actual handles for the Twitter and GitHub and Hello Tool or? Yeah, the Slack Hello Developers channel is a great way to get feedback. That's probably the most active one, but you can reach out on Twitter or GitHub as well.
Terrific.
We check the GitHub discussions like
for our friends at home.
Yeah. We check the GitHub discussions every single week. It is part of our weekly triage. So we are definitely always looking at what the community is discussing there, and we make a commitment to responding to the inbound. Admittedly, we've been heads down for the past year on MRTK3, so it hasn't been quite as active, but our team is absolutely passionate about the community and committed to addressing. If you ever have trouble reaching us, Holo Developers is a good place to go. And then, throughout the Dev Days, you're going to start learning all of our email addresses from our presentations and LinkedIn accounts, and please use them. We love you guys. We want to make sure we're meeting your needs, and we want to hear from you. Thank you.
All right, and yes, someone else back there under the bright light that I keep accidentally looking at.
Thank you. What tools do you recommend using for building multiplayer applications on top of MRTK3?
I mean, I think right now, I think Photon is the most popularly used one right now, and so I would suggest using that. Do you have any other suggestions?
Photon's the bomb. I mean,
This is not, you know, Photon is the bomb, so.
You know, we're always trying to figure out how to offer better solutions for our new solutions to make collaboration easier. And so just keep an eye out for future possible offerings. But the Photon is still absolutely the best solution out there that we've identified. So
Thanks.
Oh, right there in the back as well.
Hello. Just wondering, with the ability to customize the UI, kind of skin it, and any kind of performance improvements that you guys have you done any tests to kind of give a baseline of saying, well, this is how shiny and awesome but performance heavy the UI was before, but now if you really wanted to claw some of that performance back and use it for your content, have you guys run any numbers to kind of see how much more you could get back in your scene, or any kind of numbers?
Finn would have been perfect. He just ducked out, but Hoff.
Go get him, Hoff.
Yeah, it's becoming an ongoing joke. We have a task for really firm numbers between V2 and V3 so we can tell the story of how much better the performance is. So we are planning to offer explicit information around the performance. Certainly through empirical evidence, we're seeing a lot of improvement, in part because our commitment to actually adopt Unity's own layers to the extent possible means there's much less between Unity and your app. And so, and also the modularization of the components means you're only pulling in and ever lighting up the very thing that you ever need to use. And our team, our team is absolutely committed to perf. We actually had a large engagement with Unity to help analyze the entire perf of the entire MRTK3 package, and they gave us a crazy amount of feedback. And I as the leader of our team was just, I was so proud of the team for how much they've already created a high-performing package. Like there's honestly the perf challenges that they found were in that kind of 2 sigma range away from all the harder stuff that they've already taken care of. So yeah, so I don't have an exact answer to your question as far as if you do these things you'll increase your perf, but I think a lot of you in this room probably already know the basics. But I'll take that as note that is of interest, and we'll make sure that at some point we have some more documentation around how to optimize perf. And I know that we've created stuff in the past and all that would still apply, like using LODs and all the other stuff that you already know about.
I have some online questions. With all of the tools and services Microsoft now offers surrounding MR, is there going to be a certification track for these technologies? It'd be fun to work towards earning a Microsoft mixed reality certification.
Yeah, that's come up a few times, and I absolutely think that would be an awesome thing to offer. We don't have that on our roadmap at the moment, but I'll also take that to note, because I do think that would be an awesome thing to offer to make sure that you are getting recognized as being competent in this area.
And I have one other online question, which is MRTK3 compatible with newer versions of Unity?
Yes. We already run competently on 2021. There are just bandwidth challenges for testing across absolutely every version, especially while we're still in preview and working really hard on wrapping it up. But yeah, we know it already works on 2021, and we're committed to continuing to support future versions. The reality is now that it's componentized, a lot of them will work on older versions. We just are choosing to recommend 2020.3 LTS as our minimum, and that does not necessarily mean it doesn't work on earlier versions. We just need to dedicate our resources more towards the future and less to the past.
Thank you.
All right, I got one more question up here. I feel like this might be the last one.
Well, let's see. Grace, in the beginning of the presentation, you talked about how cross-platform is becoming a central pillar of MRTK, and we see that even shifting from the name from Holo Toolkit to MRTK and supporting also additional devices such as the Quest we just saw. I'm interested in seeing what other devices do you have in your roadmap to fully support, and devices such as AR that could benefit from spectator view? And what are the plans in MRTK3 to fully take advantage of them?
Great question. Right now we support all OpenXR devices, correct, Hoff?
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, we've put a lot of resources into OpenXR to make sure that anybody who adopts OpenXR will pretty much instantly out of the box be compatible. Like we talk, every single month we have a conversation with Leap Motion to make sure that we support their devices, they're adopting it. Same with Magic Leap. So and that's all on the 3D spatial side of the equation. We also are committed to 2D devices, ARKit, ARCore, making sure that there's responsive design. We don't support all of this yet, but one of my missions for our team is to make sure that you can deploy to 2D and 3D with pretty much ideally no effort, where it has responsive design techniques that go across 2 and 3D. Out of the box, it works. It doesn't mean we do a lot of the heavy lifting for you yet, but our commitment is to continue to try to go up that value chain and do more and more of the heavy lifting for those pieces of the puzzle that are kind of underneath the value you're trying to deliver to your client.
All right, so that's it for the presentation Q&A section. We're obviously still going to be around, so feel free if you have any other questions to find us in the hallway, ask us any questions. If you want to give me feedback on what your favorite lunch item was, I'm open to learning about that as well. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm pretty excited. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming. Thank you, Bruce and Hoff and Grace for, you guys for helping us with the questions, and Grace for all the helping me present up here today. This is awesome. I appreciate you. And yeah, enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, everyone. Join us for lunch next door.
Is it next door?
Yeah, I think so.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to our Learn TV stream for Mixed Reality Dev Days, as well as for those of you tuning in on our other streams as well. We are going to transition to a lovely conversation with Jesse McCullough. Thank you for joining us today.
Happy to be here. Super excited.
Yes, super excited. Jesse is a PM within the developer ecosystem in our mixed reality team. And if you tuned in for the keynote, he just delivered our keynote earlier today. But Jesse, I would say the last time we all met for Mixed Reality Dev Days was actually virtually in Altspace, right?
In Altspace, yeah. So 2020, we're 4 months into the pandemic, 3 months into the pandemic, and had to quickly figure out how we were going to transition to a virtual event. And with Altspace being one of our own properties, we thought, hey, this would be a really great experiment to try this out and see how it was. And it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and Cassie, you came as well, right?
I did. I was lucky enough to host and be a part of it, and I just thought it was so neat to be able to connect with people in that way. Like, I'm a big Altspace VR fan and VR fan in general, but creating an experience where you could actually walk around and talk to people and kind of have that hallway talk, I really liked that part. It was cool.
Yeah, and I was there as well. I was watching in the virtual stands, if you will, so it was pretty cool, definitely enjoyable. But with regards to this year's Mixed Reality Dev Days and the keynote, there was a lot that you uncovered during that time. And let's say if we start at the top, just your own background. If you can just tell us a bit more, just your origin story, I would say, coming into this space.
Yeah, so when HoloLens was announced in 2015, I saw the announcement. It was at a Windows event. It was like this, kind of a secret that nobody really had seen it, and they brought this device out, and I was like, immediately, I want that thing. Like, this is the future. Like, it was just amazing. And I remember, setting up search keywords on Cortana and wanting to know all the news about it, and just super excited. And I hadn't been that excited about something like this in a really long time.
Yeah.
So when they put out applications for the developer program, I filled it out, and there was like 5 questions on it. It was like, what amazing thing are you going to build with this technology? And like 5 very similar questions of that. And I was just like, I don't know. I just really want one. And I was like, I'm the last person that's going to get one of these things because I have no idea what I'm going to do with it. I didn't give them any reason to give me one.
Yeah.
And so they started doing HoloLens 1 out in waves because they were literally shipping them from China to your door as they came off the factory line.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, I get this email. It says, congratulations, you're in wave 1. I'm like, these guys are crazy. They have no idea what they're doing. And so I've been fortunate enough to had just getting a bonus at work, so I had the money to spend on it, and it was still an agonizing decision because it's not a cheap device. At that point, it was $3,000 for the developer kit, and like no idea how I'm going to make that money back. I had no Unity experience. I'd never done anything 3D. I was a server-side JavaScript developer at the time. I knew C#, but had never done Unity, so it was really kind of a pivotal moment of deciding, like, am I going to make this investment on something that's not proven? And I pulled the trigger, and I immediately fell in love with it. So I get the shipping notification from FedEx that it's coming from China, and I'm like hitting refresh every 5 minutes, watching it, make its way across the ocean to me. And I had it delivered to my work at the time, and it came in, and I told my manager, I was like, yeah, I'm not sure how productive I'm going to be today. And he's like, as long as I get to try it, he's like, I don't really care. So it got passed around the office. But it was, in those early moments of it when there was only a few applications out there, but they were really spectacular. You had RoboRaid and Holotour and kind of these really well-produced applications, and it just immediately hit home like how spectacular this technology is.
Yeah, and so with that one, you started off with the first edition, and then the 2 came, and I can only imagine how you felt when you finally had your chance to get a 2.
Yeah, so I mean, by that point I was working at Microsoft, so in between that I'd started working and building a developer community because when you're one of the first people to have it, you can't go to like Stack Overflow and be like, hey, how do I use this thing? So started getting a mass of people together and started doing community events and came to the attention of Microsoft, started working with some of the employees on the team and then worked my way into a job here. So
I love the story, like your story of how you got into it, because I love stories like with non-traditional paths, as we talked about a little bit earlier. But then also just like, it feels like one of those meant to be like stories, like you were the first wave and it just worked out. And then on top of it, you just were truly inspired by what the product was capable of. And like you were able to see what was possible. Like even though it was still very new and there was a couple good experiences, you were inspired to see like, this is the future, like this is what I want to be doing. Like I love it.
And pardon the pun, but the reality is like we haven't even seen what's possible. Like there's so much out there that we haven't even tapped into with the creativity of developers, and that's why I really love working with this community, is because it's just like this untapped resource of amazingness, and we're just waiting to see it unlocked in the right way.
Yeah, and I think when you have a chance to finally get a device, whether it's our HoloLens or some of the other devices that are on the market, it's a certain feeling that you get where it's just like, oh my goodness. And Jesse, you actually gave me my first HoloLens, but like funny story, I remember we met up here on campus and you had gave me a chance to try out the HoloLens 2, and I'm just like, this is amazing. And then it's just like, so here's your 1 that you're going home with. It's like, oh, great, definitely grateful. But even working with the first edition in itself, just from the perspective of having never worked with any headset of any capacity, it was just amazing. And then having the chance to then work with the 2 and just some of the new features that had come along at that point, it was just really great, I would say. And it really changed a lot for me, I would say. And so I'm very grateful to have like had a chance to connect with you and your team throughout my own journey.
I mean, we met through Twitter.
Yeah, we met through Twitter. Yeah.
So yeah, one of those happenstance of I happened to catch a conversation that you were having, and we started talking, and all the stars aligned again. And
I think you've inspired a lot of people to get into it, though. Like I think there's like we're like one or like 2 of like many a line of people that have been inspired by the work that you do and you've encouraged, and I just think that positivity and allyship in the community is super important.
I appreciate that.
It means a lot.
It does.
Yeah, because I will even say from, just given that this industry as a whole, like things like VR, for example, has been around for years. Augmented reality, from a conceptual perspective, just XR in general, has definitely been around for years. But in most recent years, we're seeing more popularity gained. So with that said, this isn't necessarily one of those industries where you're going to find a big handful of people who are saying, like, I've been doing this for 30 years. Like, that doesn't exist. You have some of those folks.
There's no experts yet.
Yeah, there's no experts. And so with that said, because there are so many folks who are just getting started, I think having folks who are in places in the industry to provide resources, such as yourself, for example, be able to provide guidance on suggestions and path of learning, for example, programs that are put in place to provide access just in general to both education and hardware to underrepresented communities, for example. And that's a lot of what I do here at Microsoft too, as well as some other folks. But having those things in place, I think, really makes a big difference. And I'm always pushing for folks who have kind of been here for a while to, reach back and help people. It definitely, it definitely helps for sure. And you just never know whose life you're going to change. I mean, if we think about it, like had it not been really for Jesse catching that conversation, I don't know if I'd be on this couch. Like that's how big of a an impact people can have on others, And so I think it's always important to keep that in mind. And like for you, I don't know how much of a difference it has made, but I would say having that community help has like definitely made a big difference. And so as I'm thinking back to the keynote, so we got a bit more of a background on you, and then we also went on a little bit of a historical tour of MRTK as well, and just even to you were there as well for those moments. Can you just tell us a bit kind of like what that was like back then?
Yeah, I mean, MRTK has a long history. When HoloLens first released, there was no toolkits for it, and we had these amazing experiences, but no way to even try and replicate them. And with the first HoloLens, very much similar to what you have today. When you place an object, it's got some kind of buttons in them that look really nice. And those are built into the shell. And as a developer, you want to be able to emulate that, because when you see the UI that the device is designed for, you want to emulate it and you want to try and do that. And there's just it was super hard because there was no tools to do it. And so Microsoft released the Holo Toolkit, and it definitely wasn't even the UI components at that point. It was just a lot of trying to get the just some of the basics down, text to speech and being able to listen for voice commands. Because at that point we couldn't reach out and grab stuff. So you could either do the air tap, which was really hard for that, or you had voice commands, and developers had to go implement all that themselves. And so as we as a community kind of understood better of what tools we needed, this open source toolkit was super important, because it gave people the ability to not only go consume that stuff, but also go and help add back to it. And as they built different things and components in their own apps, those got ported back into Holo Toolkit. And so, that was kind of one of the pivotal pieces, I think, for growing our developer community, is having these tools to go build apps.
It definitely helps, and we talked about it for a moment earlier before the prior session with regards to just how challenging that would have been to create something with literally no toolkit at all. And as I'm like thinking back to even some of the most simplest things that I feel, at least to be simplest things that I've created, and just how much more work that would have taken. So I feel like you all who were part of that generation of like beginners, I would say, you definitely have like come a long way and have really paved the way for a lot of what's available now, which I think is really, really impactful.
Yeah, and again, I mentioned it in the keynote, but there was a long list of contributors.
And
that is so important to recognize people from the community, because people don't, open source is amazing. And Microsoft loves it, it's a big deal for us. But generally people don't go, I'm going to go contribute to an open source project because I just absolutely have this thing for open source projects. People do it because they have a need and they use it, and then they want to give back. And so recognizing when somebody takes the time to actually go through that process of giving back and doing a pull request and getting the feedback from the maintainers and going through, because there's definitely steps involved to get a pull request accepted. So recognizing that people have done that and have contributed to it is super important, because if people don't get that recognition for the work that they put into it, that's just a total fail on us as community people's job.
Yeah, for sure. And for yourself, even just from an open source perspective, like you want that recognition, right?
Totally. Yeah, and I think also just like when it comes to contributing to open source, like I know for me for a really long time, I was like scared to do it.
Yeah.
Because you get scared of the judgment. Like it's really scary to put a PR in to an open source project, and you want to make sure you did everything right, and it works on your machine. Is it gonna break the build or whatever the things are? And so I think putting that time in, learning the project too, because in order to do a good PR, you have to really reverse engineer a lot of like what's there. And so all the time they took to not only do that and then learn the process, go through it. And the product I work on at Microsoft is an open source product as well. So I'm still very like engaged in that community, but I think it took me a while personally to like get comfortable with like contributing to open source. So is there like good resources for people if they want to get started contributing to MRTK, or like what would you kind of?
So I get the scared thing, because it's daunting. I always tell people like the easiest place to go contribute to open source is in documentation.
Oh my gosh, I was going to talk about that. Because I was going to say, contributing to open source in my head used to always be some big feature that was life-changing, until someone had reached out to me once about it and had asked had I ever contribute to anything. I was like, no, I don't do that. That's not me. And then I had mentioned though, but sometimes I do things with docs, and they're like, well, that's open source. And I'm like, well, yeah, I guess that is true. So I'm more of a contribute through documentation type of gal. That's my jam, because I will love adding whatever additional information needs to be added. But it's just as important though, and to your point, that's a really good entryway.
If you polled devs, I would bet 9 out of 10 of them hate writing documentation. It's always the thing that's like the last thing done, and nothing against devs. Like I'm horrible at documentation myself, but like it's the last thing done. It's as it goes out the door, and even catching typos. Like I make typos in my documentation all the time, and I get pull requests for them, and I'm like, oh, thank you. Like every little bit counts. And it's a great place to start.
And that's like, I think the fun part is building it. Like, and then you're like, oh man, now I got to go document everything I did. And then sometimes you've tried to do things so many different ways that sometimes it's hard to go back and document what you built too. Like to actually go through and document the process and all of that. But yeah, no, it's true. Documentation is super important. And when a product doesn't have good documentation,
oh my goodness,
it is so hard to use it. It's like I don't want to have to go to your source code and reverse engineer it in order to figure out how to use it. And I know with early products, that's what it is, But yeah, so documentation definitely counts as a super important part.
But it's a good entryway. It's a good entry point, I would say.
I agree.
For open source. But even beyond that, though, for folks who are more of I don't know about documentation, but what about some code? Like, what would be a good starting point for them?
Code's always good. A lot of open source repositories will tag stuff as like these are kind of the easier issues that we would like to see resolved, and we just haven't gotten to them yet. So going into GitHub and looking through the issues, and even just commenting and making comments on the issues, and getting to know the maintainers and the people who are actively working on that project through that is also super helpful, because then you start building a rapport with the maintainers, and then it becomes like, okay, what are the priorities of this project? And that's another really great way to kind of get involved is to start building those relationships.
Yeah. And also just for folks to know, especially our open source projects, people are actually like checking out the repo from our end and seeing what's coming in. And I know we talked about Nick earlier, but he's a really good example for someone like StereoKit, for example. Does a really good job at checking out what gets submitted in there. But just in general, also I would say from thinking about how or why to contribute to open source, if there happens to even be an issue that you resolved yourself, you know, like I can guarantee you there's someone out there who had that problem. I mean, for those of you who are tuning in, who are developers, I can guarantee you've probably had some very specific question at least once in your dev journey, and you happen to type it into a browser, and lo and behold, someone also had the same question. And the same thing happens with various different products and tools that we use as well. So, you know, help yourself and others.
If you do this long enough, you may even Google something and find your own answer that you answered on Stack Overflow to something.
Yes, that, you know what, I'm going to admit. So even though I've written books on Python, I still have had times where, from a VS Code perspective, I have to go back to my VS Code book to see what I wrote about something, because, you know, we can only have so much information in our head, you know.
Yeah, nobody can
happens.
That's why we have computers with big hard drives, so we don't have to remember stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And so, in addition to the news around MRTK3, we did hear some information with regards to remote rendering. So we'll speak with Andrew more about that tomorrow. There was also something you mentioned about being on a ship. And
moving platform mode. So this is something we just released a few months ago. It was in kind of our, you know, insider builds for a while before that. But we were getting a lot of customer requests for you know, like ships out on the ocean or oil rigs, and these kind of, they don't move at a fast rate, but like I mentioned in the keynote, the HoloLens uses kind of two things to determine its position. There's an IMU that figures out its rotation and the movement, and then it has visual cameras. And so a lot of times when you're on a ship, you're doing movements where the entire room is moving around you at the same rate, so the visual cameras don't notice any movement. But the IMU senses that it's tilting and stuff. And so that really confuses the placement. And so you get holograms that like move around on you. And
they're moving with you.
Yeah. Which, you know, when they get headlocked, then it starts making you sick, because that's not a very comfortable feeling. So that's one thing we want to avoid. But, you know, HoloLens 2 is known for, like, you know, when you place a hologram somewhere, the tracking on it is really, really solid. And so stuff stays world locked exactly where you put it. And so in doing this, you know, moving platform mode, what we do is we basically give a way to go in and say, go in and disconnect those two sensors from being tied together and only take the readings from like the IMU, or take the readings from that and process it in a different way, so that those holograms still stay locked, and you start getting these use cases of being able to use them on ships or oil platforms, which you wouldn't think is like, well, how super necessary is that? But when you look at tools like Remote Assist,
it's necessary.
being able to call in a remote expert and have them see what you're seeing and be able to put stuff in the scene and direct you when you're, you know, 150 miles offshore. Like, rather than flying somebody out there and being down for 2 days or however long it is, you know, that starts becoming critical.
Yeah, for sure.
And so then after that, you know, we started getting car companies. So Volkswagen just did a blog post last month, and they're kind of reimagining what, you know, a heads-up display in a car would be. And so it's a really cool blog post if people go out and search for it. But they show, like, you know, taking sensor data from the car and doing pedestrian warnings. So when somebody's crossing the street, you get a heads-up display that somebody's crossing the street and stuff like that. So
sounds like some AI is being pulled into
well, so my car has like a display, like a heads-up display, like, and I can see like my GPS shows on that, and like I can also control like my radio and stuff on it, and I really like it. And I'm always like, this is augmented reality. But like, how does that work with the HoloLens? Like, am I still wearing it? Because I haven't seen this blog post. It sounds really interesting. I want to check it out. But yeah, I want to know more about like how that would actually work.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point it's more about the theoretical of what it'll be in the future. So, like today, people are not going to put on a HoloLens and go drive around in their car. It's just not realistic. Like, as much as I would love that to be the world that we are in.
I'm going to take a picture when I get home now. Like,
right? That's just not the reality of it. But with each iteration of these devices, as we unlock these scenarios and stuff, it gives people the ability to go innovate and start experimenting now, knowing that over time the hardware is going to get better, it's going to get smaller, it's going to become more socially acceptable. And rather than wait until that happens, let's do the experimentation now and get ready for it to happen, because we know it's going to. There's too many of us working on it between us and Google and Meta and Apple. Like, it's coming, and so let's figure this out now, because there's no experts now, but by the time that comes, there could be.
Yeah, there could be.
And so that's why it's a super exciting time to get in and be a dev in this space. Is there's so much opportunity.
Yeah,
and that's what gets me so excited.
I'm just so excited.
I love seeing the excitement around it too, because like we've been in it for a little while, right? And when you're kind of in the niche community before like the rest of the world has gotten into it. But now I've had so many people, like even non-technical people, that knew I was obsessed with VR, because I loved getting people to try like either the HoloLens or virtual headset for the first time. And now they're coming to me, hey, I actually have a Quest now, and they're all excited about it, and they
Remember
get
that
it.
time we played Beat Saber?
Yeah.
And now I have it, and that's my workout at home.
Yeah. Totally. There's so many people that I'm like the first one that they played Beat Saber, because I was like, you have to. And if they say no, I'm like, please, like this is life changing, But I mean, like just those things, seeing the investment in the space and the excitement around different things is, I think, what's also going to help push it forward, right? Because like now that people are paying attention, things start to move faster because there's more people and there's more things happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of innovation and just experimenting, you also talked about the hackathon.
Yeah, so super excited about this. It's running in conjunction with Dev Days.
Okay.
So we're running it for a month. It's an online hackathon through DevPost, which is a platform that runs online hackathons. So you can get matched up with a team, working on MRTK3, so all the stuff that we're learning about today in here and tomorrow is immediately useful. Also Stereo Kit, so that's super exciting, and those Stereo Kit sessions we're going to work on getting up on demand so people have access to those real soon.
Good.
But yeah, so $17,500 in prizes.
I know.
Yeah, I know. Get ready to buy yourself a HoloLens.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're just super excited to see what people build, and we announced the theme as a new way to solve old problems.
Love the theme.
Yeah.
And I also think it's good to point out, because they can use the emulator too if they don't have a device. Because I think that's one thing, I think most people might be aware of that now, but just in case, if you don't have a device, you can use the emulator and you can still participate and build something amazing.
And that's one of the great things about, especially with MRTK, is actually within Unity you can use the simulator, so you don't even have to build an emulator. You can actually just do it in Unity play mode.
That's my go-to.
Yeah, and it's, conceptually it's hard to figure out what a mixed reality app is like if you've never used a device. Admittedly, that's one of the hardest things for new people to wrap their heads around. But once you've kind of wrapped your head around that, you realize that our tools are still early, our build processes are still early, and so sometimes like if you build out to the device, it can take a little while. So having that immediate press play, being able to move the hands around and simulate in the editor really helps ramp up your dev time.
And setting breakpoints and stuff too, and just making sure that you're not getting an error before you spend the time pushing the device to build and test. I think that was, I've used that now that you say that in the Unity one. So is that just Unity, or is that in Unreal too?
I'm not sure about Unreal.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know for sure Unity. So I'm sure the dev post probably mentions this, but for the hackathon, people can form teams.
Yep.
Okay. Do you have a limit?
Not only can you form teams, but they actually have a really great kind of team matching or team building process where you can go on and people can post their ideas and you can say, hey, I'm interested, here's what I do, and kind of organically build teams that way.
Okay, do you have a maximum?
I think it's 5.
Okay.
But the details are definitely on DevPost.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good. I would say from experience with doing hackathons, it's good to have, as for anyone that's interested in joining the hackathon, I would say, especially if you're looking at team formation, what I found to be super helpful, to get a nice varied mix of experiences and background, because if everyone just has one skill set, it can become a challenge trying to do some other aspects.
There's actually been studies, like the more diverse your team is, the more likely you are to win, because you have all those different viewpoints, and so you just ultimately get a better product. So yeah, definitely.
Well, and even like, you go to any company that does development, you never go in and have a team of like 5 devs with no PM and no designer and no UX person. Like that's not how it works in the real world. So trying to go do that in a hack
it's really not a formula for success.
And so let's say I'm brand new, just learned about MRTK today. Could I still do, not me as April, but could I still do the hackathon, or like, do I need a certain skill set, or is that okay?
No, absolutely. You can still join the hackathon.
Okay.
We've got a lot of great resources. Our documentation is actually really pretty solid.
Yeah.
We do office hours, so if you have questions,
cool.
you can call in. We've got a couple of them in events in AltSpace where you can come and meet some of the engineers from the MRTK team.
Awesome.
We've got office hours, so if you have questions, you can call in and get a little bit of help. So yeah, lots of support, lots of resources to help get started for somebody that's brand new.
I think I kind of just want to hang in AltSpace with the,
I know,
the support.
right?
You all should come and join us.
Oh,
for sure.
that would be great. So that's good then. So if you are more new, it is a good opportunity. That's honestly how I got a bit more ramped up in everything mixed reality, was by doing a hackathon when I first got started, because granted the time frame was significantly smaller. We had 2.5 days for that particular hackathon.
I remember.
That's so hard.
So yeah, but given that you have an entire month, I would say, especially if you're new, or even if you're a bit more seasoned in this space, attend those events where there's time for folks to come and ask questions, because not only do you have a chance to actually like speak directly to folks from the product team, but you can also meet people in the industry too, and you can meet other folks and learn more about what they're doing as well. So it's also just good from a networking perspective too to attend those things. And I think sometimes they might get taken for granted, and so it's always great to like go and participate, you know, and especially if you're doing the ones in AltSpace, because you don't necessarily need the device.
No,
you can
join AltSpace from a desktop, from a Quest. Lots of ways to get into AltSpace.
Is there going to be like a virtual showcase at the end, or how are we going to be able to see the cool things people build?
So DevPost, I think one of the things that we ask is that you create a video of your submission, so that people who don't have devices can do it. But also, we require that you be able to run them on device, and a lot of people end up putting their projects on GitHub, so you can go download them and try them and check out what they've been doing. And then we will do like an award ceremony in AltSpace where we give out the prizes and whatnot.
Yeah,
so cool.
We'll have to attend that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we'll have to attend that.
You guys are always welcome.
Of course, yes. Yeah, it's always fun hanging out with you all. And from the events that I've gone to, and I know even Nick, for example, I know he did an AltSpace couple things when they had the Stereo Kit hackathon some time ago. And just being able to just speak with some of the folks. And just for me, I think also hearing from people who participated in those events, and they're like, you know, well, I've been using this for X amount of time, and it's like, wow, like people are actually like legitimately have been using different tools that we have, which is really, really great. So for me, it's just always kind of makes me feel good knowing that like people are doing these things. And
hearing from the community is always inspiring. And so I love those types of things where you can actually start seeing what people are building, what inspires them. Also the challenges too. Like one of the things is I think people don't realize like we want to hear the challenges because that helps us understand. You know, like we like to hear the good stuff, we like to see the cool things, but also understanding what's not working is important too.
What's hard, like what can we do to make things easier? The more we can make things easier, the more people we can get on board, and this becomes a wave of self-fulfilling prophecy almost of getting developers on there. The other part of it too is this is a super small community, but it's a super welcoming community.
That's a good point.
So being able to come in and meet other people, I've got friends that are here today that have been to every Dev Days with us and to the community events, and like I see them, I get super excited, and so getting in and talking to other developers that are joining these hackathons and events is super key.
Yeah, it's really important. And then you mentioned also one of our MVPs. You shared one of the projects that he had created. And in general, though, for the folks who may not know too much about our MVP program, I know you help lead that from the MR side. So can you speak more to the MVP program?
Yeah, so the Microsoft MVP program, it's Microsoft-wide, and it's a way for Microsoft to recognize people who are community members, not Microsoft employees, but community members who show technical excellence and are really big on sharing their technical knowledge with the community. So a lot of times they're prolific bloggers, or they do a bunch of workshops, or they go to a lot of conferences and talk, and it's really about how they're, taking their knowledge and using it for the good of the community. And so Microsoft awards them this MVP award, and so to become an MVP, you have to be nominated either by another MVP or by a Microsoft employee, and then you fill out an application. And you kind of talk about all the stuff that you've done over the last year, and then it goes through a couple review processes, and then depending on which award category, and there's ones for AI, there's IoT, Windows, mixed reality. There's a whole bunch of them, and Azure's got like 400 because there's 1 million Azure services, which is amazing. But once you kind of say which part of this you're going for, people from the product group actually go and kind of review. And so that's something that I get to do, is I get to go review all these entries for mixed reality, and I look at things like what are their community contributions, how active are they, are they generally just doing good in the community, and then once you get accepted into the program, it comes with a lot of benefits. So
what are the benefits?
Yeah, so you get an Office 365 license for the year. You get access to a bunch of the dev tools through MSDN. But kind of the more important thing is you get more direct access to the product teams themselves. So you sign an NDA, so you get to hear all the latest,
secrets.
greatest secrets. Stuff and then they get early access to stuff, and then they get put on a distribution list, so they can actually email. And those emails drop directly in my inbox and into my boss's inbox. And as we've grown our mixed reality program, I've pulled in more and more of the engineers and the program managers from different parts of the product group who are interested in hearing what the MVPs have to say. So they really become instrumental in helping us build the product and giving us feedback. And sometimes it's just to say, hey, I really love this, and sometimes it's like, hey, this is completely broken. And both of those are completely valid and valuable, feedback mechanisms for us. So
one thing too about the MVP thing is if it's something that sounds interesting, but maybe you're thinking, well, I don't really blog that much right now, or I'm not doing that, like now's a good time to start. So it gets to a point, right? Everybody started somewhere, and I feel like I remember looking at MVP before, and it can be a little bit intimidating. And so I just think it's one of those things that just get out there, start going to meetups, write about something you built. That was the other thing, is like you probably are building something cool and you don't even realize how cool it is until you start writing about it, and you're like, this is an interesting story. So I think that if you're already at the point where you've been doing that a little while, reach out. But also if it's just something that this sounds really cool and I'm excited about it, start doing those things. Maybe you're doing a side project of something you're really interested in. Maybe it's the hackathon. I would love to see, read a blog about somebody that did the hackathon and about the process of building whatever they decide to build, what amazing project it is. So those are kind of some cool ways, I think, maybe to get started too and start that path towards MVP-ship.
Yeah, and earlier, Cassie, you had mentioned the MVP Summit as well.
Yes, that's right.
Something else
that's another
for
perk.
MVPs.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my gosh, even the employees, everybody gets really excited. I've never even got to go to one. I want to go to one. I always hear about them.
It's been virtual since you've been in the product team.
Oh, that's right. So maybe next year I'll get to, because we did speak at the virtual one. I didn't, but someone on my team did this year. But I think that part, people would get really excited to talk to the community. We get really excited to hear and meet and connect and all of those different things. So it's exciting for Microsoft employees and the MVPs that get to attend.
Yeah, so the summit happens every year. It usually runs a couple of days. Obviously since COVID, it's been virtual, but before that, a bunch of the MVPs from around the world, they all converge on Microsoft campus. And they get direct one-on-one, in-person interaction. And then while it's been virtual, we do a lot of virtual sessions for them. But again, talking directly to the engineers who are building the stuff, getting sneak peeks at what's coming. And all geeks and nerds, they love to go deep on the science. And sometimes those are some of the best sessions. It's not the latest, greatest thing, but it's here's how we solve this super difficult problem. And in all the nerdy details that they just love to consume.
It's helpful to understand how the product actually works too. I love those details because then it also helps you understand how to use it too. When you don't necessarily need to, but when I remember working with different product teams when I was on the developer relations team, and hearing them talk about the things that they're passionate about and what they're building was just, it was inspiring to hear and really, really interesting to be like, oh, that's how that works.
Yeah.
And like, that's what the back end of that looks like. Like, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Or you find out like this thing that doesn't work like I think it should, there's like a really valid reason that it doesn't do it the way you want it to.
Definitely experienced that one too.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay.
So yeah, and I know just a moment ago before we started chatting, we did get a chance to take a look at the, oh my goodness, the name is escaping me now.
Zappy's
Playground,
yeah.
yes. And just in general, overall cool experience, but it makes me more so think about just some of the work that we have coming up that you and I are even working on together with our two teams, which is just workshops.
Yep.
As a whole, I will say one thing, and I'm sure you can attest to it too, but over in cloud advocacy, one thing that we're asked more often, if anything, is can you do a workshop? Can someone come do a HoloLens workshop? Can someone come do a workshop on this or that? And I would say, you know, for us, we're a smaller team, and so historically we've done them virtually. This year we've had a chance to start doing some in person, which is always great because especially if it's a HoloLens workshop, it's great to be in person because then you have a chance to try with the HoloLens. But from your side of the room as well, likewise, you've also been in those situations with doing workshops. But can you tell the folks what we have going on as we're now heading into summer and onward with regards to workshops?
Yeah, so like you mentioned, you know, workshops are pretty pivotal for getting people to experience things like the devices. And when you're talking about other technology stacks, you can do a web workshop on any computer anywhere, and most people have something that they can use to write web code and run it. And it's really low overhead to go do a workshop. So anybody can go create a workshop on web technologies or Windows development and stuff like that. And so when we start talking about HoloLens, it gets infinitely more difficult because one device is $3,500. Trying to outfit an entire workshop with it.
Like 20 of them.
Yeah, it gets really expensive. And that's something that we recognize, and we get a lot of asks for it, as do you all. So what we've been doing, spending our budget wisely during COVID, is starting to get a cache of equipment so that we'll be able to go out and start doing these workshops.
Awesome.
So like what Brent showed in the last session, that's like a Unity and editor tutorial that we'll be able to go out and be able to kind of work through that with people in a workshop format. I know you're working on a workshop at a more entry level for MRTK3, and then we've got a vendor that's doing another workshop for us. So we're starting to get this library of workshops that we can go do, and we've got the equipment to do it, and we've got 20 HoloLens 2s and 50 PCs that'll be all set up so we can really kind of show up and really deliver these workshops. And so what we're really interested in is people who are running meetups or have code groups or your school and you want to do a workshop, definitely reach out to us because we want to get out there and get people starting on this, because once you've had that device experience, it's really hard to stop doing it. And the more and more that we get people excited about doing it, the more experiences we have, the more ideas, it just starts building on itself.
The HoloLens 2, like the times I've used it, it is mind blowing. It's so cool what it can do, and it's hard to explain. I feel like the thing with both VR and AR, it's hard to really explain how cool it is until you experience it. And when people get that, their face lights up. I love seeing that part when people try it for the first time and their face lights up. So these workshops are only good for people that want to start building, but also to try the device out and get into the community and start to learn, even if you have zero knowledge.
Yeah, when you do a lot of these demos, and we talk about it internally, one of our metrics is time to smile when you put that thing on. And especially when you get the opening experience and there's this hummingbird that's this glitterly, blue and purple and beautiful colors, and it's flying around, and you put your hand out and it follows. It's you immediately get people to smile, and it's not anything they're thinking about. It's just this unconsciousness.
Exactly. Oh yeah, it's a really good moment. And I will say, even just for the past 6 months or so, like I've been traveling to schools, you know? So I know sometimes when folks think of HoloLens, you think of some of the larger companies that we're working with, but it doesn't stop there. We definitely go beyond that. And for myself, as I've been doing some traveling, having a chance for students to try the devices out, having a chance to also have students partake in workshops as well. And so I know I currently have a running list going of educators who have reached out to me to come and do workshops with their students as we're heading into like the fall school year and onward. And so to your point, if folks are like running a meetup, for example, if you happen to have just like a student organization, if you happen to be a professor, for example, you know, reach out. And it doesn't mean that it only has to be from an academic audience. That's just a bucket of folks that we engage with, you know. There's just so many more. And so it's always great to, you know, get with us, and we'll put on a good show. I feel,
I
you
mean,
know.
I love to get on a plane. I love to go eat food in new places, and if I can go teach some people in the meantime, or come speak at a meetup, like I'm totally game, and it's, you know, one of the best parts about my job.
So where are these workshops happening then?
So I can say where I've been this year, but I would say in general, as we're moving forward, it's just a matter of who reaches out to us.
Okay.
To have
So it hasn't been like decided yet?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
No, the calendar, we're coming into a new fiscal year. The calendar's pretty wide open. So yeah, we're excited to get out there, especially as things are opening up a little bit. And I know I don't want to get like super overly hopeful that everything's back, but you know, we're doing an in-person event here on a kind of a smaller scale, but we're kind of ready to get out there and start, you know, getting in person with people again. So
that's awesome. So like that's those meetups that you're talking about, like from all over. Now, would these be U.S. based or would it be global? Like
no, I mean, we go global. You know, pre-COVID, I did a conference in Poland. We did a community conference in London. I did. We went to like Unite Copenhagen. So we're definitely. And I was supposed to go to Japan like April of 2020, and it just was so sad because, you know, the Japanese developer community is so massive, and it's you know, a community that's really gotten to the point where it's self-sustaining, and they put on a lot of events, and we have a cloud advocate, Madoka, on our team, who's amazing, and she's super tied in. So I was supposed to go there for like 10 days, and I think we were gonna hit like 15 events in 10 days because there's so much excitement. And so yeah, I'm definitely hoping to get over there when things open up a little bit more.
They're like their own subset community of HoloLens developers. Like it's a really, really large community.
And they're super enthusiastic. Like they go and the ones who speak good English will go and translate a lot of the workshops or a lot of the materials. And then they post it so that their entire community gets to benefit from them.
So it's always amazing. So yeah, to your point, global. You know,
that's awesome.
It takes folks reaching out to us.
Yep.
You know, if you reach out, but I think given you know, despite that we've had to put things on pause for the past 2 years, it has given us a chance to start being more strategic about things like workshops, so we can ensure that we're able to have the resources that we need to actually go out and deliver these things. And even if we're talking about like MRTK3, for example, and given the fact that there is that cross-platform support, you can for sure do more instead of just with the HoloLens. You know,
that's the really, you know, one of the really great things about, you know, we call it #open, and it's like our open source and our open standards. So, you know, MRTK is an open source project. OpenXR is an open standard that our devices conform to, and most of the XR devices these days are starting to. So with that, like, you can really write your code once and deploy to any device that fits the standard. So
that's super powerful.
And
important, like, because porting things to different platforms and different things can take a long time.
While I would love for everybody to go out and buy a $3,500 HoloLens and let's really start kicking this off, the reality is, you know, a Quest is super affordable, and it's a lot of people's kind of entry level into this world, and I'm sure there's developers out there who have bought a Quest just for playing games on it, and we call them VR curious. Like, they've got one, they play games on it, and they're just starting to be like, I wonder if I could write something for
What's this developer mode?
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
I love doing. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say I love doing the WebXR stuff on the Oculus. Like that's a really fun development flow, and doing like Babylon JS stuff. And I think like that's been one of my a lot of my favorite projects. I think have been doing that development flow.
Yeah, and the Babylon stuff's getting super interesting too. They just
so
released
cool.
5, and it's got even more XR features and some MRTK visual assets and stuff. So they're actually doing a session here at Dev Days that'll get recorded and put out because we're not live streaming that one. But if you're a web developer, it's an interesting time for you to start getting into this as well.
Yeah, and that's one thing I will say for the past 6 months with your team in the Microsoft Reactor, I've partnered and did the Journey into XR series. And part of why I started that series is, for one, more folks were getting more into the, how do I get started with this? Like whatever this is, how do I
start this? You're taking the Scott Hanselman approach of if I get asked a bunch of times, I might as well just
Exactly. And so with starting that series, one thing that I really wanted to emphasize to the community is there's no one path. There's so many entry points. And because of that, I really wanted folks to get an idea of these are the various different things to consider. These are some potential ways you can get started with it, but do know that depending on who you speak with, someone's going to give you a different perspective. And so from doing that series, I would say it was really to ensure folks had somewhat of a lay of the land. And even as I was planning out all the content for that, there were still new things popping up.
Right.
So I had to take all these new things into account as well. But with that said, for folks who even today who are more of the learning just now, even by attending Dev Days virtually, and they're like, I really want to get started, but where do I start? I would say in that series, there are videos available within our mixed reality playlist, and I think it's at the Microsoft Developer YouTube channel also has them as well. But just know that there's just so many different paths. If you want to become a HoloLens developer specifically, there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to take the web route, there's nothing wrong with that either. If you want to do the VR, you can do that. I would say, I do all of them, to be honest with you.
You may start with one, but you're not going to stay there.
That's true.
You really do venture and kind of move around. And even just recently, gotten more into doing 3D modeling, which that's a whole separate avenue, But there's just so many directions that you can take. And I think even if we're thinking back to the hackathon, as you're thinking of projects to create, that's also a chance to really kind of get an idea of what other possibilities are, because you might be working on a very specific feature for your own project and you're like, you know what, I kind of want to tap into this a bit more. And that's what happened with me with speech, and how I really just went down a very deep speech related anything rabbit hole with anything related to mixed reality, and doing a lot with cognitive services, as I mentioned earlier. And so whether it's speech to text or any sort of translation, that really became my thing for a while. And since then I've started to transition into other things, but for a moment that was my thing and that was my path. But it doesn't mean it has to be the only path that you pursue.
Right.
And
I think cognitive services is a really cool way to start adding AI into your projects too. Because if you don't know what they are, they're pre-built AI models that you can just use in the cloud, and it's just a web API call out. So you don't have to know how to build the model itself. You don't have to figure out how to do inferencing in Unity and Unreal, even though you can. But then there's also models you can go grab if you want to use pre-built models. So there's a lot of different ways you can start building AI into your projects. But cognitive services is a really good place to start.
It's got some cool ones that are super immediately useful, especially with something like HoloLens, face detection. So you can actually, take a picture with the camera on the HoloLens, send it up to the cloud, get that face detection, figure out where it is in 3D space, and then you can, draw a box around the person and or whatnot. Speech to text or translation, and especially as early on when we were doing cognitive services with mixed reality, there was a lot of manually tying these services together. If you wanted to do translation, you had to first send your speech up and then get it back, and then you had to send it back up for translation and get it back. And now, cognitive services has evolved over the years as services do, to where like instead of it being 3 calls to do something like that, it's just a single call and it gets all done, which is awesome.
Yeah. And there's also containerized cognitive services as well, where you can run locally, so you don't always have to call out as well.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing to note if you have things that need to run on device. But yeah, no, there's lots of really neat ways. Another one, object detection, I feel like would be really useful.
That one's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, we did a hackathon with in our San Francisco reactor with Springer, who does a lot of tech or scientific journals and like science magazines and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so they actually came down and did one with employees and guests, and they were doing object detection where they were training models on like the chairs and stuff that were in the reactor and identifying them, and then pulling up scientific stuff based on the materials that were in those, and doing like all these complex stuff, and in like a 3-day mini hack that they were doing, which is pretty awesome.
That is awesome.
Leveraging pre-built services are good for hackathons. So those that are thinking about participating in the hackathon, if you're a student, you get a free, I think, $200 credit. But then also the cognitive services, even if you have a paid subscription, there's a lot of, like, you can use it for free for a while.
Almost all the Azure services have that. Even when we talk about like Azure Spatial Anchors has a free tier of like 10,000 requests a month that before you start getting charged. So those are really great resources to start trying to tie things together.
Yeah, not to mention we also just have samples.
Yeah.
That you can go, browse and take a look through. And I know we have an entire section in our mixed reality documentation where it's just a long list of samples that are available for various different things. And so if you're looking for inspiration or just trying to understand how something works or how to get something to work, I would say.
And it's funny because you do this long enough and you go look at people's apps that they've built and look at their code. It's amazing how many times I have gone and looked at somebody's application where they took one of our samples that are open source and it's completely okay for them to do this, but they start swapping out, their stuff for what we put in there, and they build their own app, with the framework of what we did as a sample, and then built on top of it. And so that's a super good way to kind of get started as well.
So are there sample apps that are like good to use as a template? Because like the templating thing of starting with some things like preloaded and ready to go is really useful, which it sounds like they were able to use some of the samples and do that. Is there a particular sample that you recommend to start with, or are there ones that are templated for different types of like base experiences?
I'm not sure. It's been a little while since I've been out there, and
I would say the former is more to answer. From when I took a look more recently, there are some that are just kind of like full projects, if you will, but then there are some that are more feature specific.
Okay.
And I think that it will definitely, those particular samples are probably better suited for that, where you can really kind of view it more as like a template, I would say, to start with that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good place to start, because I feel like getting started is often the hardest part, right? So having something with some base things.
Yeah.
And I'm always one that like to reverse engineer how things are working. So like seeing how it does work, then taking it and pulling it apart is also like, even if you don't end up using that project, it's going to help you understand, how things are working and how to put the stuff together and how to use it.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just say there's also that, like, if you go start a project from scratch, there's usually an hour of just setting stuff up and boilerplate and stuff before you get to do like show a cube.
The actual
and
stuff
like,
you came to do.
And for people who are new to this, like the AR version or VR version of Hello World is show a cube.
Yeah.
Like just in front of you, show a cube. Like super simple. But sometimes it takes an hour to get there. And so having those samples where you can go and there's already a cube and you change the color of it or something like that, and you get that, in 15 minutes you have that serotonin of like, hey, I accomplished something.
Yeah.
Like that's super powerful.
It's exciting. It makes me think of like the IoT one, like where you blink a light is the Hello World for that one. And I was so excited about the blinking light. Like when you get into a new technology, you will get really excited about something like really simple. And I think like with mixed reality, different apps that I've created, I'm like, I've never been so excited about boxes until I started. Because like it's like a box and you can change the color and you get so excited about it. And it's just like those simple things, but it's like it just opens up the door. It's like, okay, now I understand how to make something work, and that's like that foundation that you can build on.
And I will even say also as we're looking at the progression of the technology, and I'm sure both of you can attest to it, the getting started itself has significantly changed over time. So I think for some folks who might just, be brand new and they go to make their first project and they're like, oh my goodness, there's so many steps. A while ago, there were even more, steps that you really had to go through. And I think every time there's a new release for something, and this isn't just specific to just MRTK, but just in general, when you're getting started across all the different toolkits and such that's available in our industry, things are improving. And I think even if you think about like the mixed reality feature tool, for example, before, like we had to go to GitHub and get the packages ourselves, right? And then figure out all the important stuff.
And imports, and you miss something, and then all of a sudden, like your scene pops up and everything's magenta because you missed, getting the shaders or.
Yeah, so it's definitely come a long way.
It has.
Yeah, so even with, speaking of IMRA, the feature tool, the new MRTK3 packages, they are there. Grace did mention earlier that we now have more so kind of spread things out a bit more, but it's to give folks more flexibility to decide which packages they actually want to bring into their project. So you're not necessarily forced to have all these things that you don't need in your project.
A lot of feedback from MRTK2 was, you kind of had to take big chunks of it at a time, and if you only wanted the shaders, you got stuck with a whole bunch of other stuff, and so they did a really great job of being able to go in and kind of piecemeal that out so that you can just grab really specific stuff. And then, like you said, with the feature tool, it does kind of that dependency checking. So if you grab something that does need one of those other packages, it kind of does that work for you instead of you having to comb through the documentation, figure it out yourself, or troubleshoot it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's nice. I remember, I think I was pulling things out with the old one, and I think I deleted something that was affecting something else. Like I've definitely broken things that way in the old one. So it's nice to hear that it's easier to kind of grab the things that you want.
I will say definitely happy with just the matter of ease in terms of how we've gotten to with getting your project started, and even once the packages get imported, and now you're in Unity. There's things in place to fix different things that might need to be set up here and there, which is really great as well. But I had a chance to take a sneak peek last night at our documentation for MRTK3, and with regards to all the packages that we do have pages dedicated to each package to give more of an explanation of like, what's this package, which is that package, like why you might need it. So just in case, if you're wondering, like, we went from 4 packages to like way more now. So if you're trying to figure out what's what, we do have that documented, which I think which is really, really great.
Does the sample project have like all of the packages in there?
I think so.
So you can start with all of it and kind of play around?
So the sample project that I've tried out, and there's an example scene for really a lot of, maybe if anything, all the features probably I want to say that, and just because we are in public preview, the team's definitely very much still iterating on what's there. But I would say if you're trying to get a perspective of how different things work, how things are set up, definitely checking out really any sample project that we put out. But for the one that we have around MRTK3, yes, you'll find all of that in there. And Jesse had mentioned earlier that I was working on a workshop, and literally going through the samples that we had is what helped me put together the project I was doing, just given that it was a matter of, we were still a little early on, so we didn't quite have all documentation. Now, it's a new day. But even for me, having to go and reverse engineer the samples to get to the point to where, the project made it, I would say leveraging the project samples, like super, super helpful. And that just goes back to, from what you were saying with regards to earlier, just having a sample. And reverse engineering it in general. And I think our MRTK team does a phenomenal job at the samples that they create to really get an idea of how things, things are structured, and especially when the devs leave comments in the scripts.
I think that's a testament to that entire team. They've got great PM leadership, they've got great engineering leadership, they've got great engineers, they've got great designers. So the assets in there are so beautiful. And seeing them rendered in things like Quest or in the HoloLens, and seeing the lights and the textures and everything, it's super amazing. And that team's great, and we're super proud of all the work that they do.
Yeah, and a lot of them, they're here in person, you know,
Yeah.
which is great. And
we get to talk to them,
And we get
too.
to talk to them. That's
Yeah.
like probably like even like the better part of it all. But I would say just in general, you know, like I can't wait. I mean, outside of Dev Days, I can't wait to get back home to California and start creating things with MRTK3, especially when we're talking about VR. And I'm just excited to go do more.
Yeah.
Especially as we're now entering, as you mentioned, a new fiscal year, which means new content that's coming,
new
you know,
content
down
coming.
the pipeline, and that just makes me super excited. So,
Definitely.
So yeah, it's definitely been, you know.
Do you have ideas of what you think you're going to build with the new one?
Yeah, and
Is it top secret? Can we
there's
know?
one for sure that I want to do. I'm not sure if we're announcing anything related to it for Dev Days, so I'm going to reserve on not saying exactly what it is. But what I will say is it'll be worthwhile. I will turn it into a workshop as well, so that'll be helpful for folks who want to learn, and it is going to be VR based, so that's going to be something that's more new, I would say, in terms of our content. But yeah, I would say, Jesse, this has been like wonderful. I'm so happy that we had a chance to come and speak with you, or you come and speak with us today.
Maybe I'll pop back over more and talk some more in between sessions.
Yeah, we can
and
sneak
stuff.
right on in.
That'd be awesome.
So yeah, so we're going to go ahead and get started to head into our next session, everyone, and that's going to be a session on actually getting started with your very first MRTK3 project.
Yay.
And you'll actually get a chance to get an idea more about what we were actually speaking about with regards to getting your project set up and configured, and then from there you're able to just go create a whole new world of your own. So hope you enjoy the session, and we'll be back later.
Hello? Hello. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session of Getting Started with Your First MRTK3 Project. After hearing about all the new architectural improvements and the features in MRTK3, many of you may start wondering, how do we kick off our first project? So in this session, David and I will walk you through all the necessary steps you need to place yourself in a great position to build your first app with MRTK3. So let's get started. So first, a bit of introduction of myself. I am Max Wang, a software engineer on the Mixed Reality Toolkit team at Microsoft. I have been a longtime user of MRTK myself, starting back to the Holo Toolkit days. I got into the land of XR when I was still in high school and became a HoloLens developer myself during my college years. Right after that, I joined Microsoft and landed on this awesome team. I am very passionate about bringing the beauty and power of mixed reality to more people. And please welcome Dave.
Hi, I'm Dave, an engineer on the Mixed Reality Toolkit team. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you in person today to experience Dev Days and celebrate the exciting future ahead with MRTK3. During my career at Microsoft, I've had the pleasure to work on many groundbreaking products and have seen the industry evolve from the command line interfaces of the early 1990s to the holograms of today. I'd like to start off by saying that over the past few years, the community has provided some excellent contributions to MRTK, not the least of which is feedback. Some of the most common feedback is around the area of what could be done better. I'm happy to say that we have heard the feedback loud and clear and have taken it to heart. Over the past year or so, MRTK3 has become more modular, it's easier to customize and extend, it's faster, and it takes advantage of new technologies and innovations such as OpenXR. We're also working to solve some of the hardest problems like data-driven UI, theming, and accessibility in immersive applications. At the heart of the MRTK3 architecture are Unity's input system, XR management system, and XR interaction toolkit, or XRI. MRTK is an extension of Unity's platform and has been re-architected to give you, the developer, more control over your project. Gone are the days of MRTK taking over your project hierarchy. You are now in control of the visualizations you would like to see. If you just want to get the data, that's a possibility. If you'd like to use some built-in visualizations, you can drag them into your project hierarchy. MRTK has been built around you and the feedback you have given us. As I mentioned earlier, OpenXR and Unity are at the center of the new MRTK, which through the power of the OpenXR specification will allow MRTK3 to reach new devices as they're created with minimal, if any, code change on our part or yours. MRTK components are already being used in enterprise scale applications, and we continue to push the boundaries for what mixed reality can become. To make all of this possible, there are a few software requirements, starting with the mixed reality feature tool. I will talk more about this tool in a few moments. You may be asking, hey Dave, what version of Unity do I need for the new MRTK? MRTK3 supports the Unity 2020 and 2021 LTS releases, or one of the newer tech branch releases. Once a Unity release enters long-term support, MRTK deprioritizes fixes for the previous tech branches. There are a number of packages that are required, most of which will be imported automatically when you add MRTK3 to your project using the Mixed Reality feature tool. I would like to call out in particular the Mixed Reality OpenXR plugin, which must be installed from the Mixed Reality feature tool. This brings hand control and eye tracking into mixed reality. Speaking of packages, let's talk about the new package structure for MRTK3. MRTK3 is moving to a system of individual package versions. As you can see from the image to the right, the accessibility and data package, being completely new features, are being released as version 1, while others, such as core definitions, are releasing as version 3. We have definitely heard the feedback that the MRTK v2 package versions do not provide adequate information about the magnitude of changes they contain. Do they have breaking changes? Are they a simple bug fix? You can't really tell from the version number. To address this, we are fully adopting semantic versioning, beginning with general availability of MRTK3. This will lead to improved servicing. You will no longer need to wait months to get a specific bug fix to be released as part of a predetermined cadence. We will be delivering patch versions on a much more frequent basis. One thing to be aware of is that there will no longer be a single umbrella MRTK version number. In fact, the 3 in MRTK3 is not a version, it is a generational number. This is the 3rd architectural generation of MRTK, starting with Hollow Toolkit being version 1. By using the dialog shown in the slide, you can see the specific mixed reality packages in your project and their individual versions. If you need to file an issue on GitHub, come here, click the copy button, and paste the data into the report. We believe this system will enable us to be more responsive to the community and to more rapidly innovate on new features and to get them to you much more quickly. You may have noticed on the previous slide that there seem to be a lot of packages in MRTK3. This is true. We have nearly doubled the package count as of the public preview. Instead of a single large package like Foundation in MRTK v2, we are delivering packages around specific feature areas, such as environment. The environment package contains features and components that support both spatial awareness and virtual reality boundaries. Dependencies between these packages are managed and honored by the mixed reality feature tool, as we will see soon. It is important to note that while the core definitions package is required by all of MRTK3, it has been intentionally kept very small, containing only common type definitions and a very few shared utilities, to enable loose coupling and support for expanding functionality via optional packages. Similar to the foundation, the standard assets package has been slimmed down and split into 3, with the Mixed Reality Graphics Tools package containing updated and much improved shaders. To wrap the packaging story up with a nice little bow, packages are more modular, dependencies have been minimized, and will be delivered via the Mixed Reality feature tool. Support for identifying and acquiring optional packages will be coming to the tool in the upcoming months. Okay, enough about packaging and all that stuff. Let's talk about how you're going to get and import these great new MRTK3 packages. The Mixed Reality feature tool can be thought of as a warehouse of mixed reality packages from Microsoft. Since its initial release in early 2020, the collection of features has grown well beyond MRTK. It allows you to discover new features, select them for download, and import them into your Unity project. Required dependencies will be automatically identified, downloaded, and imported for you. It is important to note here that the only dependencies supported by the Mixed Reality feature tool are those from Microsoft and those from Unity. The tool only downloads Microsoft packages hosted specifically for the Mixed Reality feature tool. Unity-hosted dependencies will be recognized by the Unity Package Manager and imported automatically by the editor. In order to target packages that are supported by the version of Unity that you are using, the feature tool requires a project. If you have not yet started your project, you can create a new one using the Unity Hub. Be sure to select either a Unity 2020 or 2021 LTS release or a newer Tech Branch version. Once the project has been created, you can either leave it open or close it. The Mixed Reality feature tool does not require Unity to be running or not running. Let's get started by looking at how to use the feature tool. First, be sure to click on the Settings button, represented by a gear, in the lower left-hand corner of the window. MRTK3 is currently in preview. To be able to view the packages, you will need to enable Show Preview Releases in the Feature tab of the Settings page. It is also recommended to have the Auto Update the Catalog button checked, so that you can discover new features and package updates as they're released. Next up, use the Browse button to the right-hand side of the window to navigate to and find your newly created Unity project. Once identified, the feature tool will point out the version of Unity that was used to make the project, and then you can click Discover Features to find out what's available to you. To avoid confusion and to underscore the fact that MRTK3 is a completely new product from previous Mixed Reality Toolkit versions, it's being categorized separately, as you can see in the image to the right. The demo that Max will be presenting in a few moments needs the input package, the standard assets package, and the user experience components from MRTK3. It also makes use of the Mixed Reality OpenXR plugin that can be found in the platform support category. Once the packages are acquired, the import features page will show where the left-hand list identifies the packages that were selected by you, the developer, and the right-hand side required dependencies column shows what was brought in on your behalf based on the requirements of the packages to the left. For additional information, you can click on the details link to the right of each of the packages. Before any changes are made to your project, they must be approved by you. To be able to see what's going to be done on your behalf, you can look on the right and see the list of files that will be copied into your project folder under Packages/Mixed Reality. On the left side, you can scroll down and look at the exact changes we propose making to the manifest. If you would like to see the current and proposed manifest side by side, click on the Compare button in the lower left. And that's it. We've just added MRTK3 to the demo project. You can now close the Mixed Reality feature tool, either return to Unity or reload the project in Unity, and get started. I know we're all itching to get into the demo, but before we do, let's spend a little bit of time talking about input simulation. The MRTK3 input simulator requires the new subsystem for hand synthesis. This subsystem is automatically enabled when using the default MRTK profile. If you are using a custom profile, be sure to go into the project settings and enable this subsystem. With it enabled, you can then add the MRTK input simulator prefab into the scene hierarchy, and then when you enter play mode, you will be able to simulate your head, eye, and hand input. If you add the prefab first and enter play mode and nothing happens, go back and double check that the subsystem for hand synthesis is enabled in your project settings. Now, one really exciting thing about the way this was built in MRTK3 is the application, and in fact, Unity itself, can't really tell the difference between actual physical hand input or the synthesized hands. So you know you're testing the full stack within the editor, even if you aren't deploying to a HoloLens. Okay, we're almost back to Max and his cool demos. Let's take a look at what the input simulator can do. Starting with the camera, which represents your head, you can control movement and rotation throughout the experience. And you can adjust the speed and sensitivity of these controls to your personal preference. Eye gaze controls are also available, allowing you to look horizontally and vertically at the world in front of you. And lastly, you have control over the right and left hands. You can add subtle jitter to simulate someone with tired hands after using them for a long period of time. You can adjust the sensitivity of movement in the depth axis. You can control whether or not pitch is inverted to your taste. And you can alter the hand pose. Do you want it to start with a flat palm in the ready position? Would you like to rotate to have the hand face the camera? All of these things are possible with the input simulator. It is important to note that as of the public preview release of MRTK3, support for motion controller simulation is not yet available. This is on our roadmap, and we will keep you posted on our documentation site and in the Holo developers community on Slack. And speaking of documentation, you can find out about all of the predefined controls for the input simulator at https:// aka.ms/mrtk3. This information and all the other documentation up there will help you get started and hopefully become very rapidly productive with MRTK3. Now I would like to pass it back to Max, who's going to guide you through setting up your first MRTK3 project. Thank you for listening.
But I will get you through some lab demos. Just bear with me for a sec. So in order to get started, let's switch back to the demo Unity project that David just created. I want to mention that although it's not required, but if your target platform is not standalone, for example, if you are targeting Quest 2 or HoloLens 2 or something like that, I would highly recommend closing the Unity project before launching the mixed reality feature tool. This way, when you after you import the packages after the feature tool, you can go back to this page as the Unity Hub and click on the Editor Version button. And this prompt will pop up. You can directly specify UWP for the case of HoloLens, for example, as the target platform and directly click on Open with the Unity version of your choice so that certain assets doesn't need to be imported twice. And this way you can save time because we all know sometimes it takes a while for Unity to import packages. Okay, so after clicking on that button, Unity opens, we just gotta wait for Unity to do its job. In order to save some time for more interesting stuff for the live demo, I will just use slides to guide you through this process of Unity importing stuff. So you will encounter two pop-ups during the process. The first pop-up is from Unity's new input system package. It asks you if you want to enable the new input backend. Make sure you select yes, because MRTK requires the new backends. But in case you unfortunately clicked on no, you can always change it manually later by going to player settings, other settings, and find the active input handling option down there and switch it to the input system package parenthesis new option. You will need to restart Unity if you do it manually. So during the process, Unity will have another prompt from the Unity's XR interaction toolkit. It asks you if you want to upgrade the XR interaction layer mask. Because this is a whole new project and MRTK3 is built on the latest version of XRI, so you can just click no thanks right there. Those would be the two prompts that you would see during the process of Unity importing all the packages. Note, Unity will restart several times in the process, but just bear with it. It will take a while, but after Unity finishes, you will land here. So let's now switch to a live demo. Cool. So this is what you will be seeing after Unity finishes importing all the packages. So first thing we want to do here is to configure Unity's OpenXR settings for use with MRTK. The specific settings varies depending on the target device, whether you are targeting HoloLens or something else. I'll just use HoloLens here as an example. So let's say if you are targeting HoloLens, the first thing you need to do is to click on Mixed Reality Project, apply recommended project settings for HoloLens 2. It will conduct a series of operations in the background to apply some recommended settings. And it also pops up this XR plugin management window. So as you can see, we are currently on the UWP tab, which is what we use for HoloLens. And now what we need to do is that we need to enable OpenXR plugin for UWP because we want to target HoloLens. Let's wait for a bit for Unity to do its job. Cool. And now the next step is that you will see there's a yellow exclamation mark. We can click on it, and it tells us, oh, there's 2 UWP capabilities that they recommend us to enable. Let's just click on Fix All, and those will all go away. Cool. If you want to use remoting with HoloLens, make sure you also switch back to the standalone page to verify initialize XR on startup is on, OpenXR checkbox here is checked, and also Windows Mixed Reality Feature Group is enabled. If you are targeting other platforms, you can go to aka.ms/mrtk3, and there's a setup page that tells you what you need for other platforms that we support. So let's go ahead with our journey of setting up OpenXR for HoloLens. The next step is we need to click on the OpenXR page right here. And on this page, we can specify interaction profile, which OpenXR uses to pipe data from backend into Unity. So currently, the Microsoft Hand interaction profile is installed, which means if you deploy this app onto HoloLens, you will be able to access the hand, all the hand data, like hand joints, things like that. But for example, if you also want to use eye gaze information, make sure you click on this button as an eye gaze interaction profile here. Another yellow exclamation mark appears. We can click on it, and it asks us to enable the eye gaze input capability. Still, we can click on Fix All to make it go away, and we are all set here. Again, if you are using remoting, make sure you go back to the standalone page, do the same thing as the eye gaze interaction profile. And we are good to go here. Just a side note, if you are targeting, for example, Windows Mixed Reality headset, make sure you add the Microsoft Motion Controller profile or the HP Reverb G2 controller profile here, depending on your build target. Cool. So we are all set with the OpenXR settings. So the next step, naturally, would be setting up the scene. If any of you are familiar with MRTK2, you would remember that in MRTK2's scene hierarchy, we always have a prefab, an MRTK prefab that contains the profile we use for various systems. For things like, for example, do you enable speech? How does pointers work? Things like that. But in MRTK3, we redesigned the architecture so that we now build upon Unity's subsystem architecture, which Unity also uses for their XR components. By using the subsystem architecture, we make sure that we don't clutter your hierarchy like before and give you back more control of your hierarchy. The MRTK subsystems, although they themselves are not mono behaviors, they also receive update events. So you can create your own subsystem and perform operations per frame based on what you need. In MRTK3, we still have the concept of profile, but profile is now used to control whether a subsystem is enabled or not. So let's take a look at the MRTK3's profile here. So again, there is no longer a MRTK prefab here, but instead the profile is specified here in the project settings. So by default, this is a new project, so there isn't any profile assigned. So what we need to do is to simply search for MRTK profile right here. Make sure you switch to O to include results from the packages. And we can drag and drop the default MRTK profile here. So you can see on the screen, it shows you the category and the specific subsystems that are available in MRTK3. The first thing that stands out might be, oh, there's only like 2 categories and 4 subsystems total. Like, what happened to the other things? Well, as Dave mentioned, in MRTK3, we have adopted a modularized design so that we only put in packages that you actually need. For example, if you import the Windows speech package, a new subsystem will show up down here that would say Windows phrase recognition system, for example, that you can use to do phrase recognition. But if you don't import the package, it will not show up to clutter your view. So the next observation is that there are some checkboxes over here. A subsystem will be enabled if you have the checkbox on. And if you click on one of the subsystem, for example, this one, you will notice that it tells you some basic information about the subsystem. While if you click on another one, like the hand aggregator subsystem, it actually has a field called configuration asset, where you can specify certain parameters that is used by the subsystem. Not all subsystems requires a configuration asset, but you can simply tell by looking at whether there is this field or not. You can create your own profile or configuration asset by simply going to here. Go to MRTK, you can create a new MRTK profile here, and if you want to create a configuration asset for the subsystems, go here. Okay, so for now, what we need to do is to just use the default profile. That will work. Make sure you also switch to any additional build target you want to use besides standalone. For example, for our case, it's UWP also assigns the same profile. Okay, now we are good to go in terms of profile. Let's switch back to our scene view. The first thing we need to do is to get rid of Unity's main camera because we will introduce MRTK's XR rig into the scene. MRTK's XR rig is set up in a way that is similar to Unity's XRI XR rig, if any of you are familiar with that. So we have the root here, we have a camera offset, and we have main camera set up here. We also included prefabs for right-hand and left-hand controller down here, as well as the gaze controller, which we'll use for head gaze and eye gaze. The next item we need to add to our hierarchy is the MRTK input simulator that Dave just talked about. So we can also just search here and drag and drop the prefab onto the scene. So okay, so we are actually good to go. This is a basic setup of the MRTK3 scene. Let me turn off the 3D icon a little bit. But this is not exciting at all, right? There's basically nothing there besides our camera rig and an input simulator. So what I would do next is to add some UX component to the scene. Before I do that, because some of the UX component depends on TextMesh Pro, let me just quickly import the essential TMP resources here. It doesn't matter if you don't do it here because there will be a Unity pop-up. I'm sure that many of you have seen that over and over again. Cool, so TMP is now imported. Let's take a look at all the packages we have. So Dave helped me import this MRTK UX components package. This package contains all the prefabs, the majority of UX prefabs in MRTK. So what I need to do is go here, and you can see they are grouped by name of the features. For today, let's just start with a button, because we all love buttons. So after going into the button folder, you can see there are different subfolders here. In MRTK3, we have two kinds of buttons. The first one is canvas/rect transform based, as mentioned here, the canvas folder. And the other kind is non-canvas based button, as we used to have in MRTK2. In MRTK2, we also had some canvas-based buttons, but they don't look as good. The visual effect is somewhat lacking compared to other non-canvas offerings. But in MRTK v3, we totally revamped our canvas/rect transform based buttons so that they also look great. For more information on that, please stay tuned for the building rich UI session coming later. For now, let's just use a traditional non-canvas button for now. We can just drag and drop the button into the scene, and here you go. So this is a button prefab in MRTK3 with a new mixed reality design language that we are adopting through a variety of Microsoft products, including the Microsoft Mashup for those of you who have already experienced it. It has a fancier look and feel compared to what we offered in MRTK2. So many of you might be familiar with a script on the button called a button config helper. That script in MRTK2 helps you to configure some of the most frequently used properties of a button. For example, rename the text of the button, and also let you assign certain events, for example, the on-click events. So that script has yet to be ported to MRTK3, but let's just manually change the text here to something more reasonable. Let's just call it button because I'm out of ideas. Let's just call it button. Okay. So now we have a button that is called button. Not exactly surprising. Let me fold the scripts a little bit to show you what are the scripts attached to the button prefab. Now, just like MRTK v2, we have a lot of scripts here. But for today, I will mainly just focus on the pressable button one. So the pressable button script, just like that of v2, offers you a variety of events that you would want to use with button. The most obvious one being on-clicked right here. So let me put the button back a little bit so that it looks good in the game view. And let's hook up something to the on-click event. So for that, I would just go back to the MRTK UX components package, go to slates, and drag a slate into the hierarchy. Okay, cool. So this is a MRTK3 style slate. You can also feel that the look and feel is slightly different from MRTK2. Let's place it in a more reasonable place. Cool. The reason I introduced a slate is mainly for it to serve as a background of a text that I am about to add. Let's scale TMP a little bit to make sure that it looks more reasonable, and adjust Z a little bit to avoid Z fighting. And then the reason I am adding this text is that I want to show you the various events that the pressable button script can fire. Let's make the text button state. Cool. So now we have a slate with the text button state here. Let me make it slightly bigger. Okay. So cool. Let's go back to the button. So on the button script, right, there is an on-clicked event. Let's just add a new event and assign the text mesh pro on the slate here. Go to text mesh pro. Scroll down a little bit to find the string text property. And now we can add button clicked. Cool. And now we can directly go to the game view and run it. Okay, so now I am in the game view. Like Dave mentioned, the MRTK input simulator in MRTK3 is easy to use. The majority of controls are identical to that of MRTK v2. So you can still use WASD to move up and down, left and right, and use the right button on your mouse to look around. Okay, so let's bring up the hand by pressing the left shift key. Okay, you can see a hand here. So I can use the hand to trigger a far right click like this. Okay, I guess the text changed as expected. And if we enter again, we can also try out the poke interactor we had for near interaction. So if I just move the hand, okay, you can also hear the sound and see that the button is now clicked. So okay, so that's the most basic event you would need for a button. What about fancier stuff? Well, let's go back to the inspector and scroll down a little bit. Find the MRTK events here. So under MRTK events foldout, we actually had more events that you could potentially use for a button. For example, you would be able to know when the button is being hovered, either by a gaze ray, by a hand ray, or whether it is being hovered by a grab or poke interactor. So let's just go ahead and give it a try with the ray hovered event. So for this event, it will get triggered whenever a non-gaze ray gets hovered on the button. So for example, a hand ray. So let's just add 2 events here, still assign the same Text Mesh Pro component. Go down this list to find string text property, and right here you are. Same as this one. Okay, let's just say ray hover enter and ray hover exit. Cool. So now if we enter the game mode, enter the play mode, and bring up our simulated hand, you can see when the hand ray is on the button, the text changes to ray hover enter, and when it exits, the text changes to ray hover exit. And then you can still click on the button or poke at the button as before. So cool, let's get back to our slides. So that would conclude the journey of building your first MRTK project. The project showed some really fundamental things about MRTK3, but I know you are interested in seeing more. Let's now switch to the flagship sample scene that we ship, the hand interaction example scene. This sample scene incorporates the best of our UX offerings and also shows the different interaction mechanisms that we support. It demonstrates what is possible with MRTK and inspires you as the developers to go beyond. So let's switch to our hand interaction example scene. Just like this. Cool. So you can actually download this hand interaction example scenes today, right now, by going to aka.ms/mrtk3 and still go to the setup page. There will be instructions to tell you how to download our sample project. And after you download the sample project, you can find the sample scenes under asset scenes right here. And some other samples are in data binding example as well. But those are the 2 places where we have the sample scenes. So if we go to the scenes folder and open up the hand interaction example scene, let's just get started to take a tour. Okay, now we are in. So this should look very familiar to those of you who have been using MRTK v2. So we had a pretty similar setup. We have an area that shows off our object manipulator right around here. You can drag stuff around. We also have some rigid body setup right here. For this section, it's about touch interaction. So if you put your simulated hand close enough, you can see that the polygons would rotate just like that. And for the sliders down here, it is currently set up for far interaction. So what that means is that you cannot use touch to move the slide bar, but instead you can use far array like this to move the slider. And to the left, in the middle part, we have a bunch of button examples, like we had in MRTK2, shows you different, a variety of styles that you might want to use. We also had the classic virtual piano down here, although I'm not a pianist, so I can't really play it, but you can definitely explore that. And on the left, we also have the bounce control examples. So for the bounce control, we also adopted the new mixed reality design language. So for example, for this one, you can notice that there's a different look and feel compared to MRTK v2. And in order to show the handles, you can just make sure your ray is currently hitting the bounce control, and then just click on it, and then the handles will show up. You will be able to play with the handles. Okay, so that's the bounce control. We also have the old style bounce control sample right here. So this is what many of you are more familiar with, the MRTK2 style bounce control. We also have some flattened bounce control examples up here. And also to the very left, we have a keyboard interaction example that now works with both HoloLens and Quest. So please try that on device. So before we wrap up, I must mention there are some other really awesome sessions that are coming up about MRTK3, all covered by my brilliant colleagues. Please don't miss the ones that you are interested in. And also join us for the Ask Us Anything session tomorrow afternoon. So that's our session on helping you get started with MRTK3. Thanks for coming. And I think we still have a bit time for Q&A, so please let me know if any of you have questions. I will be more than happy to answer. Wow, a quiet crowd today.
Just had a chance to take a look at how you can get started with your very first project with MRTK3. And I would say, as we just spoke with Jesse, just the getting started has definitely come some ways, I would say, from even when we first started, for sure. And so again, the MRTK3 packages are going to be available in the mixed reality feature tool, so you will need that. And as also mentioned, we've broken out the packages now with MRTK3, so ensure that you are adding the correct packages that you need for your project. Our documentation has a lot of information in there about what's in each package as well, and so definitely ensure that you review that too. And from what I was just seeing, Max shared a couple examples from the sample project that we have, different ways you can go about manipulating objects, for example. I just saw he ended off with grabbing the coffee cup that's in there and being able to use, hands, and he did all that in the editor. I can tell so just from seeing the way the hands are.
The first time I used the editor, I could not figure out how to make it grab. Like the shortcut, I was like clicking with my mouse and I'm like, how do I do this? And so I'm glad that was probably talked about there,
Yeah.
to kind of how to actually start to get used to using that editor and creating the motions that you want to happen.
I feel like after a while they start to become second nature, and that is
totally
one thing
do.
that we've also have documented with just in general the different controls, because it's a combination of either just your keyboard or your mouse. And if you are using your keyboard, I would say if you stay more on the left side of the keyboard.
Is that the trick?
Yeah, you'll
Just
figure
the
things out there for sure. But it's just nice to be able to try those things out in the editor. There's more samples though beyond just seeing how to use Object Manipulator in the MRTK. There's also there's buttons, and so things like the keyboard, for example, that's literally a button because you're pressing it. And there's other examples. I don't want to give things too much away just in case the guys didn't go over it, but we have some examples with regards to theming, data binding as well, which also happens to be one of my favorite newest features available with MRTK3. But just from the getting started perspective in projects, it kind of just brings me back a little bit more to just some prior projects I've done. And then Cassie, I know you've done a good amount of projects, but what's been your most favorite one you've done?
It's hard to choose a favorite because I love all of my babies, right? It's like my projects are my babies. But I am a huge music head. Like I love music, I listen to all kinds. And there was this one, actually like 9 Inch Nails concert I went to where they had this really cool graphic of like a drum machine.
Yeah.
And so if you've ever done any like music production, and, but you or seen what I'm talking about, basically what it does is it would go through at a steady BPM and it would play different drum notes, and that would create like the drum pattern for the show. And I was like, this was really cool. And they built out this crazy custom tech thing. But I was like, what if I could build this with mixed reality? Like, what if I could make this drum machine idea? And so what I ended up doing is taking the MRTK and the buttons, because the buttons actually kind of look like little square drum machines.
Yeah.
And then I just like toggled them on and off. So like you could toggle whichever, and I did like 5 different types, you know, like kick drum and snare and like all those different types of sounds. And then I never like iterated on it, so I just had a steady BPM, but I thought it would be really cool. And then essentially what it would do is loop through, and as it would go through each loop, you could turn different ones on, and then you could like record a beat pattern like through the thing. And then I was like, I think it'd be so cool if this doesn't exist yet that I know of, but like a MIDI controller or something like that. Like there's so many different like music equipment things that you can get. And I am not an expert in it at all, but I like to like play with stuff.
Yeah.
And I think it'd be so cool to have like a virtual one. Like that was like just a proof of concept of like, could you create music with this?
Yeah.
Or like have different types of like tech built into musical performances, I think is really cool. Like I think it's Imogen Heap, I think is how you say her name. She had a really cool one where she built like this glove. That was also what I was thinking about, is this glove where she could like do different hand movements and cue different parts of her music.
Yeah.
And I was like, what a neat way to like experience and create music. And I think that that's like a really interesting space. So that one's my favorite just because I think it's like a neat idea.
Yeah.
I mean, and I know that now there has actually been some like, I think like other holodrum type things that have come out, because that one I think I built a few years ago. But what about you? Do you have a favorite?
Before I get to my favorite, I remember at one point, were you doing something with piano, I remember, to practice? Or I think at some point having the notes, the music in front of you as you were practicing.
Okay, that was an idea that I never built out that I really wish I would have.
Yeah.
But the idea was to have the sheet music in front of me,
Yeah, that's
because
what it's
I play the guitar badly and I read tabs. And so I have this like app that I really like to use that has, it's called actually just like tabs, and it has the different tabs for different music. Well, like I'm always trying to set my phone up different places, and I'm like, I would love to just put on my HoloLens and like open up my app and then have it just in front of me. And no matter where I look, my music then will always be right in front of my face. And so I thought that would be a really neat one. And I feel like that might have, I saw something like that, I think a year or so ago now, but that was one that I wanted to build, you know, and like all the ideas, and then whether they come to fruition is another question.
Yeah, I completely understand that feeling. I would say for me personally, kind of talked about it a little bit earlier as I was discussing the ways you use HoloLens in the classroom and exploring different monuments. And when I actually fully did build out something a little more around that, it was a project where yes, there were the different monuments from around the world for students to explore, but then I also added a bot to it as well. And so digging in from like my Python background, I was really into AI assistants or just smart assistants in general and like chatbots. And so I wanted to bring a little bit of that into mixed reality. So I created this bot, or I integrated this bot within the experience. And so as you were looking at whatever monument was there, you can ask the bot questions. And then the bot would respond back with whatever. So not only are you now having that visual aid and you can view whatever you're looking at, you can also, I think I use our Q&A maker that we have at Microsoft to build that out and put in all the questions. And that was probably one of my more favorite projects that I've created. Anything that you can like learn, I would say is like my favorite, which is like everything I make. So
I love that. You gave me an idea too when you were talking, because I just went on this like museum tour.
Yeah.
And you know how you have like the guided tour and it has like a little tablet and it does like the recording, but you're like, you have to look for the little numbers and stuff like that. Like it would be so much better to put on like a HoloLens and be guided through that way, like with a wayfinding. And then when you look at something, it could use like object recognition to know exactly what to start saying. Because then there was times where it was a really big museum, so you don't necessarily go to like all the different places. But there was some that I skipped that looked cool, and then I'm like, oh wait, now I gotta go figure out what did I miss? Where like if it was more of an immersive experience rather than having like a tablet and a headphones, like if it was a HoloLens, like it would be such a cool thing to just look at something that can start talking, and then you could be like, if you want to keep listening, you could, or if it wasn't interesting to you, you could move on. So I love the educational piece. So like you were bringing the museum to you yourself.
Oh yeah, I was bringing it to you, but you're like, let's go to the museum and then add on to the experience. And I think it's really powerful. I've seen a project a year or so ago with, it's a museum, I think it was based in Europe, and they actually did something similar with the HoloLens, not necessarily just focused on ensuring you're able to get around to the different parts of the museum, but they added a whole additional experience as well on top of that. And so you got to actually see and view more in the exhibit because they also had this virtual experience in there. And even just in general, the use of just like even just HoloLens, for example, your smartphones as well in these sort of museum environments has become a bit more popularized.
Has it? Okay.
Yeah, and you're starting to see a bit more different museums who are trying to incorporate or integrate this sort of technology into experiences for museum goers. I think we're at a point now, just given the state of the world, it's a lot easier to add mobile experiences with like your phone. And then I think as time continues to go on, then we're going to get more of the headset incorporation, just from a health and safety perspective,
Yeah,
but it's something that's like, has definitely been
like
explored, thought about. I've spoken with folks who are currently literally doing work in that area as well, which is pretty amazing. But now I would say outside of the educational side, outside of the, ways that we can have these applications in an enterprise perspective, what are some like games or like other like fun ways though that you've personally, whether you've made or something you've tried out in terms of experience that you've really enjoyed?
Okay, so my first game that I built with Babylon.js, that one was fun. So it's obviously not like the best game ever, but I ended up making one that I used for a workshop, and I really liked it because the way that I learn is by, I set a goal, right? Yeah. But with WebXR, I was like, well, I don't really know what I want to build, and so I started playing around, and they had these like, the sphere that would drop, right? And it would like bounce, and I'm like, well, what can I do with this? And so I ended up making this game where like spheres drop from the sky, and you have to like pop them, and then like, I actually, by the end of that game, I had realized I figured out how to do gravity and how to do particles and all the physics engine stuff, and like there were materials and shading and lighting, and then when I was done, I'm like, okay, this game may be really, really simple.
Yeah.
I still thought it was really fun to play, but I built it. But I mean, like I would have other people play it, and it was for the Quest. We were playing it on the Quest through WebXR. But yeah, that one was probably fun because it was also just exciting to see what I could do.
Yeah.
And their playground, the Babylon.js playground, was super helpful.
Oh yeah.
If you are interested in Babylon.js, the playground, you can go and they have all these different examples of like how to do something very specific, and you can see the code exactly how to do it. So you can grab it and copy paste in or update it, and you can actually edit it in the browser and hit play all at the same time. So that was the other thing that was cool, because we talked about how much setup can happen.
Yeah.
And so that one was fun because it was really easy to get people started and then use it as a workshop. For virtual reality games, like I feel like I play more games on the virtual reality side than HoloLens. I don't know, what are like some cool HoloLens games that you've played?
In terms of games, there is also Kippy's Escape. I know just in the prior session with Brent, he did talk about the latest that we have now, which is, I keep forgetting the little cute robot's names, but it's a similar experience. It's a series of puzzles, whereas you're able to help Kippy pretty much get back on Kippy's rocket so that way Kippy can fly away. And that was a pretty cool experience. One thing I've done that's been more just on a little bit of the fun side, I just made kind of like a birthday scene, using some scene understanding, you know, mapping out where my ceiling is, and then when the experience starts, press a button and balloons just flow up to the ceiling. So there's some gravity involved in there as well. So yeah, as a whole, I would say there's a lot of good things you can do in general. I know as we're here at Dev Days, we have some more sessions that we're going to get into here soon. And so coming up, I know you have a talk in a bit, and then we have a discussion happening later as well with Grace as well as Jesse. We're going to speak a bit more about MRTK3 with Grace. But for now, we're going to go ahead and transition to our next session, and we'll see you all soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are here to talk about the new interaction design principles, XRI, all these great new things in MRTK3 today. I'm joined with Roger here. I can say a little bit about myself because this is my first talk today. I'm Finn. I joined the team, the MRTK team, about a year ago, but I've been working in XR and other related things since about 2015. I got my start way back when. My first app was the VR Museum of Fine Art. I don't know if anybody's ever tried that out, but that's how I got my start. Here on the MRTK team, I've worked on a lot of different things. I actually interned with this team and I helped out with MRTK V2. I've been using MRTK and Holo Toolkit for a long time as part of the Windows Mixed Reality like student outreach program, which is really fun. But on MRTK3, I primarily work on hand tracking, interactions, UI, all that good stuff.
Hey, I'm Roger. I also work on the MRTK team as an engineer. I on MRTK2 worked a lot on our Oculus Quest platform support, and on MRTK3, it's a lot of the similar things. We're trying to make sure that MRTK works on every platform to the best of its ability. So Quest, HoloLens, and lots of WMR things. No exciting tidbits about VR museums of arts or other sorts of things, but anyone can join in the space.
So today we're going to be talking about some of the new types of interactions that are going to be available in MRTK3, especially because of the choices that we've made surrounding XR Interaction Toolkit, which you've heard about in previous talks. As well as some of the new features that we're bringing to the table, including our UI, interactables, manipulations, and all that good stuff. So I'm sure a lot of you in the audience are very familiar with MRTK v2 in terms of how input and interaction was set up, right? So you had these input profiles, you had our monolithic focus provider, you had to do your controller mappings, you had all of these visuals that were really tightly coupled with the input and interaction. So in MRTK3, we've tried to take a step back and took a closer look at how we might be able to streamline, simplify a lot of this stuff, and take advantage of all the great work that's been done on the Unity side with the XR Interaction Toolkit. So like input profiles, right? Like we don't really need them anymore because XRI handles a lot of what we used to do in terms of cross-platform interaction. We don't need a focus provider of our own anymore, and XR Interaction Toolkit actually does a lot of what our focus provider stuff used to do. The focus provider was really monolithic. It had a lot of bugs sometimes. It had a lot of performance challenges for us, and it turns out that the XR Interaction Toolkit has done a really good job at doing a lot of what we had to do with our focus provider. The Unity input system also handles a lot of what we used to had to do for controller mapping and mapping buttons and whatnot. That's all handled on the Unity side now. We don't even need to worry about any of that. And another really big thing is that the visual side of the interactions are just completely isolated and separated now. So both on the input and interaction side and on the interactables. So in MRTK v2, a lot of the things like your pointers and whatnot were very tightly coupled with the visual representation. And the same thing with your interactables and your buttons. The interactions and the visuals that were associated with those were very tangled. And so we can solve a lot of these problems with the XR Interaction Toolkit, which Roger can talk more about.
Yeah, so what the XR Interaction Toolkit, it is basically a framework built up by Unity itself. It offers a lot of the fundamental things which are crucial to driving interactions in the XR space. So the main thing we're trying to get is that a lot of the old things that were very hard to do at a relatively low level, such as handling how your controller buttons map to various controls, how when you put your hand next to a button, the button would actually compress. All of that stuff has been offloaded from the MRTK side of things, and now it's all incorporated inside Unity's XR Interaction Toolkit. So funny thing about this is that when they were building it up and we were talking to them like, hey, how's this thing going to look? Like, how can we use it? It turns out a lot of the core principles of the Interaction Toolkit were influenced heavily by MRTK2's interaction design. And that conversation picked up. We've developed a good collaborative story with them. And now it is out there in the public. It is still being updated and maintained with collaboration and input from us. But the important thing is all of the hard stuff, all of the, in the future a new controller gets released, how exactly does that get read and mapped? That's all handled by Unity, and that lets MRTK focus on what it does best.
The thing I want to call out is that we've actually been in meetings with the XR Interaction Toolkit folks like every other week. A lot of what they've built and what they've changed in XRI has been directly inspired by the feedback that we've been giving them. So it's been a really collaborative process, which is really exciting because being able to influence the direction of this Unity work has been really exciting. And so like XRI, it's really performant, which is awesome. It's really, really elegant. It's really, really tiny and simple. It's honestly one of the nicest Unity APIs I've ever worked with. And like Unity has a wide range of quality when it comes to their APIs, of course, but I think XRI is a really good one. We've never run into something in XRI that we haven't been able to work around or extend in a really intuitive way. The other really cool thing is that it's becoming this interaction standard between applications. So one of the big things is that we know that there's already applications out there in the wild that are being built on the XR Interaction Toolkit. I don't know if you've heard, but Snapdragon Spaces is actually using the XR Interaction Toolkit as their interaction layer. And so because Unity is offering this simple abstracted interaction layer, a lot of different people are starting to agree on what these interactions look like. And to accomplish this, it's really, really flexible and really, really extensible. But like Roger said, right, the most important part of all of this is the basics Unity can take care of. And we can focus on what we do best, which is building these really, really juicy, cool interactions and UI and building blocks for you guys to use. What exactly is XRI under the hood? So there's this kind of a distinction between the interaction system, right, and the input system, because we're using the Unity input system for our input, which means actually getting things like the positions of the controllers or the hands or where your hand joints are or where your head is, right? That's the input system side. And that also handles things like, what's the grip action, the click action, the trigger, whatever, But the interaction system is a many-to-many mapping between a set of interactors and interactables, right? And so you can have as many interactors as you want, right? And these are kind of the analogy to pointers from MRTK v2 in a way, but you can have as many of them as you want, and they can just be on anything. They don't even have to be driven from user input. They're just this abstract object that can perform interactions in the scene, and that's it. And it's a many-to-many mapping, of course, so you can have, multiple interactors interacting with one interactable. You can have one interactor interacting with multiple interactables. It goes back and forth, which is really, really nice and really flexible. Like I said before, some interactors are driven from controllers. So in XRI terms, a controller is something that binds to an input action, basically. So this includes something like your hand or a motion controller or even your head. Your head is actually an XR controller. So for example, our hands, right, we have some interactors that are driven from your XR controllers on your hands. Other interactors don't have to be driven by user input, which is really cool. So something like, a stylus or a pen or like a robot arm that can be moved around to grab things, right? That is just as much of an interactor as the one that's on your hand. There's this really interesting and nice disconnect between the idea of what the user input is and where the interactors are. So for example, like with this stylus, right? There's nothing going on with user input here. That poke interactor is literally just on a physics object. Like you could throw this pen at a button and it will click the button, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the interactors, right? But obviously, what's the point of me having a module that can interact with things if there's nothing to interact with? And that's where XRI defines the mirror of this two-sided relationship, the interactables. And the thing we've done in MRTK v3 is that we've made it our goal to keep the interaction state, so all the interactable state stuff, separate from the visual itself. In MRTK v2, some of this got a little bit intertwined, but because of XRI's defined API for how you have an interactor interacts with interactable, we've been able to keep these things completely separate. So your visuals, they sit on top of the interactable, they listen to this underlying state of the interactable and will respond accordingly. So when your button is selected, the button will compress. You no longer have to have that implicit worry of, oh, okay, I have to actually press down on this button in order to get the state to, switch off. You can switch the state off, and then we're going to have the visual conform to that.
As a concrete example, like all of these interactables are the exact same interactable. There's no difference. So like our nice fancy juicy UI buttons up there, those blocky custom buttons like a piano keyboard, it's exactly the same interactable and interaction code underneath. There's absolutely no difference. We have just some different visual layer that listens to the interaction state and it just looks different. And that's really nice because you have this really clear separation and it becomes way more maintainable and much less spaghetti.
Yeah. And as we said before, right, all of the things in XRI, it's built with multi-selection in mind. So all of your interactables, they're going to be multi-hand by default. You can have one hand, two hand, up to like any number of things trying to interact with the same thing. And the logic underneath it will end up working out the same. We'll be covering a little bit later exactly how that works. But, if you want to have two fingers pressing a button and then, one finger half presses, one finger fully presses, there's not going to be any sort of who entered first kind of state sync. It's just, button is pressed, button is pressed. And this all may sound pretty complicated, right? But don't worry, XRI has great tooling in order to make sure that you can debug any sorts of issues. One of the best things we've used is this XR interaction debugger. And what happens there is that it'll list, here's all the interactors you have in the scene, here's all the interactables you have in the scene, what's interacting with what state are all these interactables in? And it's in this very nice, well laid out tool, visual representation. And this is something that is really beneficial as far as like how it helps us on our development, because before in MRTK v2, we would have to have made this tool ourselves. We would have to update this tool ourselves whenever we added a new interactor or interactable. And it just got, it would be something that we would show, we'd be like, this is great, but inevitably it would start to become a lot more maintenance for us for every sort of additional feature we added in. And being able to hand off this multiplicative cost to Unity, who has a much better idea of what they need to do here and has a much smaller scope as far as like what things they are explicitly going to support, and then letting other developers extend off that is a really big boon for us, and we believe for the rest of the XR developer community.
So the rig obviously is an important part of this whole setup, but the rig in MRTK3 looks quite a bit different than the rig that you might be used to in MRTK v2. It's essentially identical to the XRI rig setup, but there is a few other things that I wanted to call out here. So This slide is called the do-it-yourself rig for a reason. Almost everything you see here is completely optional. And the idea is that all of these things are basically WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get in terms of where things are in the hierarchy. So you can build your own rig. There's nothing special or magical about our rig. It's just a good starting point for you guys. And you can customize it. You can add your own interactors, your own controllers. You can do whatever you want to it. But the idea is that there's nothing magic about it. Things don't magically appear from some configuration somewhere. It's just you see the interactors and the interactors are there, and that's just about it. The only actually 100% required part of this whole machine is the XR interaction manager. So that's the brains of XRI. That's that many-to-many mapping that I was talking about before. That's what is actually necessary to get all of the interactors and interactables lit up.
Yeah.
But, oh. Yeah.
I just wanted to follow up on that. So we've mentioned this rig, you could add whatever you want to it, but this also means you can take away whatever you want.
Yes.
So if you're looking at our controllers or interactors, you're saying, I don't need this. I don't have a right hand for whatever sort of interaction I'm trying to do. You can just axe it, disable the game object, delete the game object. Nothing will break.
Yeah, exactly. And so you can see here, we have some interactors that are set up on the controllers, like I was talking about before. Some interactors are driven by controllers. So, you have your right-hand controller here, and you have, your poke interactor, and your ray, and your grab, and your gaze pinch, and all that. But some interactors don't have a controller, right? So, like that MRTK speech interactor down at the bottom there, that's our speech interactor. That performs all the interactions when you have some keyword that you say and it clicks on a button or whatnot. But that's not driven by a controller. And then some interactors aren't even on the rig. So that Canvas proxy interactor, for instance, that isn't even on the rig. It doesn't have to be. In fact, none of these interactors actually have to be part of the rig. In addition, right, you can add things like AR Foundation to your rig and it just works, which is pretty cool. The other cool thing is locomotion, right? So XRI ships with some great locomotion systems out of the box, right? So you can actually just add like a character controller and the XRI locomotion providers to this, and it doesn't actually need any MRTK code to work. It just does what you would expect. So as an example as to how exactly streamlined this stuff is, I just wanted to do a quick demo of how you would build a brand new custom interactor, because that's something that we've seen a lot of people do. You have some new device, there's new interaction, right? And you want to build some fancy new interactor, right? Well, how hard is that, right? It's really not. That's it. There's not actually even any MRTK code involved in making a custom interactor. It's completely just XRI. Literally the only thing you need to do is just say, what are my targets? And that's it. Oops. And then the key to this, right, is back in MRTK v2, right, if you built a new type of pointer or whatnot, it wouldn't necessarily work with our existing interactables, right? So say you had some kind of new interaction, and it manipulated objects in some interesting way, right? Our object manipulator, for instance, didn't know that your pointer existed. It didn't know how to deal with that. So this pattern allows your brand new interactor actually to already work with all of our existing interactables, which is pretty cool. And we'll talk a little bit more about how that works. But this whole system is built to be future compatible in the way that you can build new interactions, and every single one of our existing interactables will work out of the box with it. Even complicated interactions like dragging and manipulating and moving.
Yeah, so we've talked a lot about how easy it is to build new things on top of XRI, but what new things are we building on top of? Here on this little word cloud, we've introduced basically a handful of new interactors and interactables that we've built for MRTK on top of XRI. So under the interactors, you're going to see some things you kind of expect are kind of typical. They may have existed in V2 even. So grabbing, poking, those all existed in V2 via some form of our pointers. Speech existed in V2, but we also have some new ways to interact with objects, such as using gaze. It's going to be a lot more developed, I'm sure, as you may have seen with the Zappy Playground demo, as well as gaze pinch, where you can look at an object and then pinch over to the side, and you would be able to essentially select the object using your eyes. Other new interactors that we've created is interactors that have an idea of variable selectedness. So you can do a half pinch, kind of like a half button press. And that sort of rich interaction is something that we really wanted to take advantage of in the XR space, just because of how analog, interacting things with your hands or with your body movements ends up being. On the interactable side, we have some classics. We got the object manipulator, everyone's favorite, sliders, but also some new things like a whiteboard and pressable buttons, which, though they existed in V2, they're not as used as they are now. They're all built on top of this thing called stateful interactable, which, as we've said before, is kind of the underlying driving component that'll let us be future-proof to, maybe new ways of how you want to interact with things.
So all of these awesome new interactors and interactables that Roger just talked about, how would one of the interactables know how to deal with one of the new interactors, right? This becomes an even bigger question when you realize that not all of these interactors and interactables are even in the same packages. They're completely spread across a whole bunch of different packages, different assemblies. They don't even know that each other exists necessarily. You might build new interactors, or you might build new interactables that we have no idea about, right? How exactly do we have our interactables understand how to deal with your interactor, right? So how does a whiteboard, right, which is not even in the same package as a poke interactor, know how to deal with a poke interactor? How does a pressable button understand how to deal with gaze pinch? Because if you look in the pressable button code, there's not a single mention of gaze pinch anywhere in it at all. How does it know how to deal with a gaze pinch interaction? How does object manipulator know about a brand new interactor that you build? You might build an interactor that does some crazy, lasso whip interaction. I don't care. How does object manipulator know how to be manipulated by your new interactor? This all kind of boils down to how can you build and prototype and deploy new styles of interaction without having to go back and rebuild all of your interactables? And the secret is the interactables just don't care. Things like object manipulators, buttons, etc., they actually don't care about what kind of interactable, what kind of interactor is selecting them. In fact, in our documentation, we actually recommend people not use the interactor specific events. So we do have events where you can be like, oh, I want to fire an event when I get gazed at or poked or grabbed, right? We actually recommend people don't care, because people might build brand new interactors, right? And we may not know about them. And so you can build your interactables to be completely interactor agnostic, basically. In some very, very, very limited cases, we do still care. But in those cases, we use interfaces. So you can still build custom interactors that will behave correctly. So Roger can tell you a little bit more about some of the infrastructure that allows this to happen.
Yeah, so how exactly does this happen? Okay, we've said a lot of things. It sounds all very magical, everything will just work. Well, the key to the secret sauce is that XR has defined a very robust and common set of interaction events. So what you'll have here is you have hover, which is when is your interactor considered to be ready to select over an object, taking into it's if your hand is close to an object, you might say, okay, you're ready to pinch. Or if we want to think in our traditional known context, like web, it's when your mouse is hovering over a button. After that, you may be selecting the object. So that's your mouse click, that's your pinch. And then after that, there's an extra event that XRI has built, which is called activate. So you're selecting an object, maybe you need to trigger something else to fire another event. So let's say you're grabbing an object, you use scroll wheel, something like that, anything like that. It's all up to you guys, and it's all just kind of built into XRI. And this common framework is what allows a lot of our interactors to kind of interface with each other and respect basically, hey, I don't care who's interacting with me. Me, the interactable, will know how to respond appropriately. And all this is built to be compatible with multi-selection. So there's whatever you hovered on something first, whenever the thing that hovered exits last. All of this allows you to basically have multiple things work and interact with the same object. And this is very important for the XR space because traditional 2D spaces, you have one finger touching a screen, one mouse hovering over a button. But in XR, you're going to have multiple things going on. You have two hands, you have your eye, you have your head. There's so many things there's so many ways you can interact with something, just like there's so many ways we can interact with something in the real world. And all of this is built on, this was all built with that in mind. So these common sets of XR events.
Yeah, the example I always like to use is You can have a poke interactor on every single finger of your hand, and you can use every single finger to simultaneously press the same button, and it will actually like respect it correctly, which is really funny. But it just goes to show that none of this ever assumes at any point in time that there's only one interaction happening, and you can mix and match interactors too. So you can be like poking a button and then ray clicking the button and then gaze pinching the button, and it just deals with it. And the exact same code paths and the exact same events fire. But then, right, like, so Roger said, right, there's these set of common events that get fired, like hovers and selects. But what about more advanced interactions like manipulation, right? Like we were talking about object manipulator, where like, how does it know how to be manipulated by your brand new interactor? And the answer, again, comes from XRI, which is this concept of something called the attach transform. I like to call it the universal point of manipulation, because it's an abstract like anchor point that can be used for anything, really. Like on a ray, for instance, the attach transform is the point at which the ray impacts the object. When you're grabbing something, it's the point on the object where the user actually initiates the grab. On a poke, it's the center of that poking finger joint. We also expose a poke radius as well. A gaze pinch, it's a bit more complicated. The interactor computes this interesting offset by the centroid of the pinch, but it's still just an attach transform. And from the perspective of the interactable, it doesn't care. It can treat every single one of these attached transforms absolutely identically, and it will just work. So in this way, you can do things like this is an example of something that just straight up did not work in MRTK v2. In an object manipulator, you can mix and match the different interactors that you're using to manipulate an object. You could grab it, you could do a near grab with one hand and then ray grab it with the other hand, and that is still a valid multi-handed interaction. You can gaze pinch it with one hand and near grab it with the other. It doesn't matter because the interactable, again, just doesn't care. It's just an attached transform. All it knows is there's some interaction happening and its pivot is at this point.
It's basically a abstraction of, where is this interaction position? Where am I interacting with this thing? And this is defined all on the developer, and you can make it whatever you want. And that sort of freedom lets you lets you separate, okay, what is my interactor in the game world, in the physical space, from, okay, how does this thing actually going to interact and manipulate this object?
Yeah, and so the concrete outcome of this, right, is that in MRTK v2, when you looked at things like object manipulator, there was a whole bunch of logic and math going on the object manipulator side. The object manipulator would be like, hey, are you a ray? If so, let me do all this crazy math to figure out how to be manipulated by a ray. Oh, you're a near grab? Oh, let's do this other kind of math to figure out how to be manipulated by a near grab, right? And it's just this completely separate code path. So in MRTK3, all of that logic is just on the interactor side. So the interactor does all of the complicated math to figure out where its attached transform is supposed to be. And then the object manipulator is just like, oh, there's the attached transform. Let me just attach to it. And that's it. So what do we get out of this compatibility? Because we've been talking a lot about this idea of, you build a new interactor, right? And it just works with ours, or our interactables just work with yours. XRI is it already exists. People already build things with it. And so obviously there's a set of interactors that are shipped with XRI, right? And there's a set of interactables that are shipped with XRI, and those obviously talk to each other just fine. We also ship, our MRTK interactors and our MRTK interactables, and those obviously work together just fine. The cool thing happens when you mix them. So because of the modular packaging scheme of MRTK, you can actually bring in just our button or just our object manipulator to an existing XRI environment, and they'll work. So if you only care about, say, our buttons, you can just take our buttons and you can bring it into a completely unrelated XRI project, and it just works. So packages are hard. And Roger can talk about this whole variable selection thing.
Yeah. So up to this point, we've talked a lot about how things are the same, right? How can you still do the good stuff in MRTK2? How is it going to be easier to do that good stuff in MRTK2? But let's get into the exciting stuff. What's new? What's exciting? And what we have here is one of our first highlightable features is variable selected. So imagine you have a game controller, right? Most of the buttons on the controller, they're digital. You press the button, it's either up or it's down. But there are two buttons on the controller, the triggers, which are a little bit analog, right? You can half squeeze them, you can full squeeze them. And that's just for controllers. Obviously, there's a very limited fixed set of buttons. And not everything has to be built with that in mind. In XR, your hands are your controllers, generally speaking. And these have a super wide range of analog movement. So when you're trying to grab something, you can grip it lightly, grip it tightly. When you're doing like a pinch gesture, you can half pinch, partially pinch. And all of this stuff falls under this bucket of what we like to call variable selection. And so what we've built into MRTK3, and along with our collaboration with the Unity team, built into XRI as well, is this concept of selectedness. And this is something that's built into each one of our interactors. So for the ray interactor, it's obviously a partial, like how much you're pinching. For object manipulator, it's the same thing with grabbing. But even for something like poking, right? So let's say you're poking a button. You don't have a, let's say you're poking a button. That button doesn't necessarily have to be pressed all the way right when you touch it, right? And what we've done with our new set of MRTK3 UI is build in this idea of selectedness into that button as well. So when your poke interactor gets close to the button, you can press it slightly. But not only that, when you're looking at it from far away and using a far ray pinch, when you half pinch with your hand, that'll half press the button as well. So the idea is that this underlying idea of selectedness has been kind of baked into our UI, and we're kind of making it one of their first principles as far as how we want to make super immersive, great XR UI. So how does variable selection work? Well, so you have multiple, so we've talked about how everything is built with multi-selection in mind, right? Let's say you have a far ray interactor trying to pinch a button, and you have your poke interactor trying to pinch a button. What ends up coming out on top, right? How do you know how pinched you should be? And we basically have a max function over all your non-variable interactors and your variable interactors, and whichever one comes out on top, that ends up being the ultimate selectedness value for this piece of UI. It's a monotonic function for anyone who is super into that. So it's built into our festival button. As you see here, the same code is there, just the max of the base of the underlying variable and non-variable max, as well as the max of the precedence. So this comes into play. Let's say you have a third piece of UI, right? It's just a mouse click, right? And a mouse click doesn't have an analog input. It's just either down or up. And by taking the max over literally all of these selectedness values, we can create a consistent experience no matter how you're interacting with an object. So if you're half poking, but then mouse decides to click, the button will snap and be like, okay, I'm actually fully poked now. But when the mouse releases and you're still half poked on the button, just like in real life, the button will pop out slightly, hit your finger, and then be like, okay, this is how selected it is, and whatnot. So 3D, pushing, pinching, grabbing, all basically work equally and are treated equal on the interactor side of things.
Yeah, the benefit of this, right, is that you can, drive your pressing animation, your squeezing animation or whatever, just from this abstract concept of variable selectedness. And regardless if you're doing an air pinch thing or a ray trigger, right, all of these variable selection, modes all feed into the same number. So you don't have to build custom animations for oh, this is what happens when you half pinch versus half press versus whatever. It's all unified, which is really nice. And then we also have some debounce thresholds for this, right? So obviously, if you have this, gradient of selection, you don't want to have just a single threshold for when we consider things selected, because then, you've, halfway pressed your button, and then all of a sudden it's, flickering on and off. So all stateful interactables that have this idea of variable selection have this nice debounce threshold, so your interactions are consistent and reliable.
Yeah, we want to emphasize that, XR space, there's a lot more variable kinds of input, so we want to make sure that all of our UI can handle variable kinds of selection as well.
Yeah, and then Roger will walk us through what interaction modes are.
Yeah. So we've talked about selection, but the other thing to consider that's very unique in XR, in the XR space, is basically how fuzzy the different contexts of how you interact with something is. So, let's say you're in this room, you're looking at a chair, and then you as the program, you have to ask, okay, is the user trying to gaze select this chair? You move your hand near a button. It's okay, are they trying to poke the button? And what sorts of UI should pop up? What sorts of ways of selection should be valid at this point, right? Obviously, if my hand is red about to poke the button, you don't want your program to suddenly, like as you kind of half pinch, say, oh no, you're looking at that microphone, I'm gonna grab the microphone. It's a very unintuitive, it can create very jarring experiences, and this space is extremely fluid and hard to navigate just, conceptually. You don't want to write a bunch of rules. It's, definitely a pain. And we had something like this in V2, where it was something called a pointer mediator, right? It was a very simple bare bones one. It would be like, okay, look, your hand is near an object, you're in near interaction mode, your hand is far away from an object, it's far interaction mode. In MRTK v3, we built this out to a much more robust way. We have, instead of defining, just you're either near mode or far mode, we've defined an abstract list of interaction modes. And so we'll start with how this first works off, right? So you have your XR controllers. Each of these represents an input source. And each controller will have some set of interactors associated with it in general. And this is an important thing for navigating its interaction mode space, right? Because in traditional context, as we said before, right, you usually only have one way of controlling and interacting with the scene. In XR, you have two hands, typically heads, and if one hand is in near interaction mode, maybe you still want the other hand to be able to select things with far interaction. So first thing we've done is that we've bucketed all your interactors according to controllers, and then each controller will be able to be in a different mode.
And this is all automatic. You don't have to configure this yourself. This scans your rig and organizes and buckets all of your interactors so that you can associate them with particular modes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so once you have all the modes kind of bucketed, right, now it becomes a question of, okay, how do you know which ones to enable or disable? And the way we've had this is that in our UI, we have a interaction mode manager which lets you define each interaction mode, and within each interaction mode, which interactors are available. So this is, again, going back into the case of, you're near an object, like, okay, when I'm near an object, I want my far raise to be off, I want my gaze pinch to be off, etc. And that's just a crystallization of that idea, more or less. Yeah, exactly that. The far raise there, you're near, okay, far raise off. That helps a lot with preventing accidental presses and whatnot, but it goes a little bit farther, right? Let's say you're trying to grab an object. Well, if you're grabbing an object, you obviously don't want to poke an object too. And creating modes for far right select, gaze select, our interaction mode manager lets you specify up to that level of granularity as well. And this, it's all in the service of making it so that when you're navigating your scene and trying to interact with things, anything inadvertent, anything that's confusing the user is mitigated as much as possible. You can even have, on one controller, if you really want to, turn off interactors on another controller. Let's say you wanted to say, okay, everything in the scene is now going to be in near mode. That's very possible. And how is it possible? Well, we have these things called interaction mode detectors. So one of the more, as you can see here, right, the hand, as it hovers over the object, it turns into near right hover mode. As it gets near the cup, it turns into near mode. And this is all driven, it can be driven by literally anything. The near detection is driven basically by a sphere collider that says, okay, is my hand near any other interactables? Things like going from far right to far right hover, that's just on the script itself. When the script says, okay, I am now hovering an object, it says, okay, I'm also going to switch my controller into this far right hover mode. So anything you can think of, any way you might want to control or help guide the user into what is the right way to interact with an object, that's all very doable with our new interaction mode manager. If you have two detectors that are trying to report at once, okay, I want you to be in far mode, the other one says I want to be in near mode, our interaction mode list is all neatly ordered, and whichever one has the highest priority ends up taking control. So there's just more ways of helping you define, resolving any confusion as to okay, what is the user actually trying to do? What is their intention? And as a developer, how do I want the user to be able to confidently navigate through my space?
And a lot of these options for like when certain things should be on and when they should be off are actually kind of a matter of opinion, and when whatever you see in your user research and testing. So like even internally at Microsoft, we've had some teams that are like, oh, we actually would prefer this interactor to be on or off in this particular context, and they can just do that because they don't have to write any code. They can just go in and they can change the priority of a mode, or change where the detector is, or change which interactors are associated with a particular mode, which is really nice. So I'm going to take you on a little tour of what exactly all of this crazy stuff means for something like our trusty old button. So a few interesting options, right? So some of this might be familiar to you from MRTK v2. We have these configurable press planes, right? So you can see, yeah, here we go. So you can configure, right, the start push plane and the end push plane. You can drag them around. That's the same as it was in v2. But in MRTK3, right, these now map to that whole idea of variable selection, right? So the start press plane, right, that is where that 0 selectedness is defined. And the end push plane is where like the 1 selectedness is defined. We also have a bunch of way more powerful heuristics and options for rejecting false input, as well as detecting like roll-off and when a user wants to like cancel an interaction. Because when people like first select a button, right, there's a lot of times when they want to like cancel, right, and that's a weird concept because in 2D land, right, you can just like click on something, but then usually when you roll off the button with your mouse cursor, it cancels the interaction. But how do you do that in 3D? How do you do that with gaze? Or something like a gaze pinch, right? That's like weird, right? So we have a bunch of options for roll-off, especially in terms of like the 3D poke roll-off. So we have options for, you can't push a button from the side. You can only enter the button from the top. If your finger drifts to the side too much as it goes through the button, we can like reject the push. It's really powerful because we really like hand tracking isn't always perfect, right? And so there's a lot of erroneous input sometimes, and so having powerful roll-off options is really nice. And like we've been saying this whole time, with the multiple selection, you can do these really cool things like, ray click a button and poke it at the same time, and you release the ray and it like snaps up and just hits your finger, and it all makes sense, which is really cool. It's very physical. It's very immersive. So what does a typical like poke interaction look like on one of our buttons? So something unique about the poke interactor, right, is that it is just always trying to select everything. That's how the poke interactor works. So on other types of interactors, right, it's driven from like an XR controller, right, where there's like a trigger or some kind of select or grip action that fires the selection, right? So, and in those cases, right, the select active property in XRI is driven from like the button or whatever, or like the trigger controller or whatever. But if for poking, right, there is no action to initiate a poke. It's just whatever your finger is on, it should probably be poking. So in XRI, in our setup, poke interactors are just always selecting. It's up to the interactable to be like, oh, no, you haven't poked me enough to be a selection, and so I'm going to reject your selection. And so XRI has this great little check called is selectable by. And so the way that we do this is basically if it's a poke interactor, right, the button will look at the poke interactor's attach transform and be like, oh, have you pushed me enough? Is my front plate depressed enough to be considered a valid push? And if so, then yes, you can select me. And that allows the selection to go through, and the button is then selected in XRI. And of course, right, you can have any number of these poke interactors participating with this button, and so you end up with a max function of the pressedness of all of these interactors. And then, so what does this look like in terms of the interaction states? So we haven't talked about state visualizer yet. That's something that I'll be talking about in my later talk within the UI systems. But just for now, you can think of it just as a nice way to show which states are actually active right now. But so, for example, when your finger is near the button, right, that's considered a hover. It hasn't actually started pressing the button yet. But as you can see, the select state is not active, but we have hover states active, and our selectedness is 0. Then, as our finger enters the button and slowly begins to depress it, we can see that our select value, our select state is now at 0.6. So we're 60% of the way through the button. We're still hovering it, obviously. And then when our finger has reached the end, we are now fully selected. The interesting thing, right, is for things like the button press, right, that is just driven directly from this number. So in-state visualizer, I'll talk about it later, it can drive an animation from this. But the idea is that the button itself doesn't have a concept of, oh, go move the front plate, go move the visual. The visual is completely isolated. It's just, oh, I'm 80% pressed. And then it's up to, you know, whatever visuals you want to actually illustrate what that even means. But as you know, you can do other things to buttons. You don't have to just push them. You can gaze pinch them, for instance. So the gaze pinch system works works in a pretty interesting way. So it actually is sort of like a cooperation between two separate interactors. You have the gaze pinch interactor, which sits on your hand because it's a pinch. But obviously, you also have the gaze interactor. And so when the gaze pinch interactor is being asked, hey, what are your targets? It just goes and asks the gaze interactor, hey, what are your targets? And then it just uses those targets. But so how do you do this whole thing where, right, I'm halfway pinched? The way this works is we have an interface called a variable select interactor. And your own interactors can implement this interface. It's really tiny. It's just a select progress property. But in stateful interactable, right, the selectedness of the button is just the max of all of the select progresses of each individual variable select interactor. So, right, your gaze pinch interactors, which are variable selection because of the pinch, but your ray interactor is also a variable select interactor because of the analog trigger or because of the air tap. So this looks very similar, but you're gazing at the button, right? And so we have a passive hover state that becomes active. Passive hover just means an interactor is hovering it, but that interactor doesn't intend on selecting you. So for example, the gaze interactor alone doesn't select anything. So that's considered a passive hover. Then when you bring your hand up to the ready position, the gaze pinch interactor then initiates a hover, and that's considered an active hover. So now we have both hover states active. But you notice we still don't have any selectedness going on. So then I don't have a nice animation of it actually pinching, but I'll just take my word for it. You pinch halfway, and because it's a variable select interactor, the interactable is like, oh, okay, I'm 50% selected, and that will progress to 1 just like it does for the poke. And it's the exact same code path, the exact same animation. There's nothing bespoke for something like a gaze pinch versus a actual poke. So I hope you have enjoyed this deep dive into how interactions and interactors and interactables work. We have a little bit of time for questions, if anybody has any questions.
No
Thank
questions.
you.
We did a great job. All right. No one?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
we have someone over there.
Yeah, sure, right there. Oh, I guess we're gonna go to him first. Okay, sorry.
That's the one I saw. We'll see you next time.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for the presentation.
Yeah.
So super cool to see the design of this is, both from the user experience of actually interacting with all this, things like the roll-off. Clearly, lots of thoughtful design. Are there plans, or what are the plans to roll developments like this into some of Microsoft's first-party either applications or like the holographic operating system? Because some of the base interactions don't work as thoughtfully, buttons on just selecting apps or live cubes or things like that. Are there plans to take learnings from MRTK3 updates into the holographic operating system?
I can't talk about anything involving the shell or the platform, unfortunately, but I can say that because we've been working on this stuff for so long, a huge number of teams inside Microsoft working on other internal products are directly using this stuff. And so future first-party products that may or may not be coming out in the future that I can't talk about, they are all using MRTK3 as a first-class citizen to power their all of their interactions and their pressing and their poking and everything. So yes. And then, yeah.
We have one more over there.
But yes, thank you. Very good question. I also wished that the holographic shell was as juicy as this.
Yeah, thanks. Very interesting presentation. Thanks for that. I was wondering, modeling all the gestures that you guys are describing and all the interactors could be a really complex challenge for us as developers. I was wondering if you guys perform any kind of usability tests or user experience tests prior to deliver this solution, and if so, would you mind to share some details on how you do that?
You're talking about like user experience, like the developer experience, or the end user experience.
End user experience.
End user experience. Yes.
Yeah.
So we have a large dedicated team of interaction design researchers here at Microsoft. We work with them on a day-to-day basis. For example, like the biggest thing, like that gaze pinch work, that came directly from an internal prototype that the interaction design team did, which was the product of tons of user research and testing. You can see an early version of that gaze pinch in the Mesh app for HoloLens today, but all of that is all is all a product of a whole bunch of really intensive user testing. So yes, we absolutely do talk to users and test this stuff to make sure it works well.
And we're still iterating and updating it all the time. Over the past few months, we've gone from a rougher version of the gaze pinch where it was hard to target more clustered sets of objects into one that has become more refined and without even that many more performance impacts as well. So anyone who is concerned about, hey, how does this, maybe the interaction is slightly better, but all the performance is a lot worse, even that's being taken into consideration as we, iterate and collaborate closely with our design and UX research teams.
And when those user researchers are working and prototyping these things now, they're using MRTK3 internally. So because they are still evolving things like gaze pinch and gaze input and just everything in general. And so when they feel that some new design of theirs is ready for prime time, it'll be a lot easier to just bring it into MRTK3 for all of you guys to enjoy. Any other questions? Anybody? Nope. Okay. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your time. I hope this excites you as much as it excites me. And yeah, thanks for listening.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the last session. We're back here, and we are going to have some conversations with our newest guest, Grace. And if you tuned in earlier today, you've most likely had a chance to tune into her session with Brent Jackson earlier, where they spoke a bit more about MRTK3, which tends to be the theme during our mixed reality dev days today. But let me go ahead and introduce you to Grace. So Grace, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Thank
you.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Can you let the folks know who are tuning in what it is that you do here within the mixed reality team?
Yeah, so I'm the product manager for MRTK, also known as the Mixed Reality Toolkit.
Awesome, awesome. And you definitely had a really great session earlier where you got to share some more about just the updates that we are pretty much are available now. Yes. Now that we're in public preview. And I'm just excited to just talk a little bit more about that. But before we head into that, I'm just curious, the guests that we've had so far, we got to know a bit more about just how we got started in the mixed reality space. And we've seen a big variety in terms of how folks have gotten here. But for you though, how did you enter our mixed reality world?
Yeah, great question. So I've been in Microsoft Mixed Reality for about 8-9 months now. And I came right out of college, so I was studying computer science at MIT. And previously, I basically didn't have any experience in XR, and so I started off fresh. But I always thought the field was very cool and that there was a lot of potential there, especially in like healthcare and education. And so I really wanted to work in the field.
Oh, awesome! And now you're here with us, and I feel like I've had quite a bit of time getting to talk with you since you started. So I'm really happy about that. And so, given the conversation that was held earlier with Brent when you did your presentation. We have been following up with just more commentary around MRTK3, but now that we actually have you here and you're the PM for MRTK3, just curious to know, what would you say happened to be 2 highlights of what's new now with MRTK3?
Oh yeah, there's so many amazing things, but I guess if I had to pick 2 highlights, the first thing is that MRTK3, we have a brand new architecture. So we're much more modular, and we've broken down MRTK into many packages that you can just independently install and update. And so we make it much more, it's much easier and more modular.
Yeah, and that heads back to the conversation that we held earlier, Jesse, when we were chatting about how the way things like used to be.
yeah, I mean, it used to be we brought in these gigantic packages and it would take Unity a little while for it to load up, and when you rendered it had to go through a whole bunch of stuff. So that modularity is super nice, and especially like build times and stuff like that, being able to strip the stuff you're not using out of your project.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and I think it keeps things a bit more clean and organized now, so you don't have what's not necessary. You know, I think that's really important. And then what else would you say would be a highlight?
Yeah, so in MRTK3, our UI tooling is much more flexible. And so we've combined our rich 3D UI with the Canvas layout system. So now it's really easy to sort of resize and perform layout on your UI.
Yes, and so I'm not sure if we were able to show that today yet.
Colt 45.
Any other presenters
Same as the hole
tomorrow
in
with
Will
regards
Bamber's
to
back.
what that actually looks like.
And there was an empty shell in your gun.
I've been playing
He
around
was
with
spoiling for a
MRTK3
fight.
for the past
You're a
weeks,
dirty
and being
liar.
able to
My
incorporate
boy,
that
what?
into a sample that I've been creating has been pretty great because you do get to see these, it's almost like kind of like it's updating like dynamically. It's accounting for additional things that you're adding to the canvas as well. And I think like I've seen it even over the past that were out where you can see just that flexibility in the resizing of different buttons, for example. And that's where we're able to do really cool UI. I think maybe Jesse may have showed it in either the Keynote or there was someone earlier that showed a couple examples of just some of the other ways you can apply it, where I think there was like an image in the middle and some buttons were on the side, but just being able to rearrange what's in that layout, I would say is it's pretty great, and it does provide that level of flexibility without like really trying to finesse something into how you really want it to be. So I think that's pretty good as well. And then just last week, you were at AWE.
Yes, I was.
Yes, how was that?
So jealous. I've never been yet. One of these days.
Yeah, it was my first time at AWE, and it was really awesome.
Yeah.
So going in, I didn't know what to expect, but I thought it would be like maybe a bit stiff and like one of like a traditional conference. But no, AWE was so much fun. Like there was a huge expo in which I got to try out a bunch of cool technologies. Like I tried out the new Magic Leap 2 and the Tilt 5 technology as well, which was really cool. And I met so many amazing people.
Yeah.
And so if Will and Steve, you guys are listening. Hello.
Friends of all of us, actually.
Yes, exactly.
It's a small world.
Yes, it is a small world. And so it's incredible getting to listen to so many sessions and just meeting all around amazing people.
Yeah, and then there you had a chance to talk about MRTK3 as well, correct?
I did. Mm-hmm.
That's good. So it's good to be able to spread the news more about what we have. And also, I know this is a common thing Cassie and I have spoken about today, and Jesse alluded to it earlier, but also just being able to see what folks are creating and what people are building, because it does provide another level of inspiration for us all, but also helping with improve what we create as well for the developer community. So that's also pretty good, I would say. And so within your time within AWE, were you able to attend any sessions or listening to anything in particular there?
Yeah, I did. I listened to some sessions in the developer track. So I heard about Snapdragon Spaces and like the hand tracking for Oculus, which was pretty cool. And I also got to tour the expo floor, in which I got to talk to some developers, and they were really excited about MRTK. They were like, oh yes, I use MRTK V2 currently, and I'm really excited to see what's next in MRTK3. So it was really nice.
Oh, cool,
Yeah.
cool.
What about the Augie Award?
Oh yeah, we won an Augie Award for Best Developer Tool last year. It's very much an honor.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we were talking about, just here, we were talking about the I guess the trophy, or however you want to call it. It's a very interesting design.
It is.
Yeah, it's like, if for those tuning in, if you haven't seen it, it's like a half, well, it's a human head, I guess, but half on one side, you can see just like the full features with the skin, and the other half is more like a skeleton, but then they have like this kind of like binocular monocle kind of like spyglass thing on the eye. So it's a really interesting looking award, I would say. But that's pretty cool to have gotten that for MRTK.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty cool. You're right. The binoculars, it shows like the eye, and it's actually quite heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried picking it up, and it's like a solid maybe 5 pounds or something.
Yeah, but I have another one, so you can have a twin.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and we have it sitting like right in our pod where the MRTK team sits, so it watches over us.
Oh, perfect, perfect. And so earlier you also mentioned during your talk about just MRTK3 in general, you talked a bit about the roadmap. And so right now, we are just coming out of private preview. Earlier, I think Jesse had mentioned that our MVPs had access to that package.
Yes.
And then now we're in a spot where we're at public preview. And so can you tell us again, what's next after well, now that we're in public preview, what can we expect exactly to happen now?
Yeah, so right now in public preview, all the code is available on the MR feature tool as well as GitHub. And then what's coming up next will be our MRTK3 GA, which will come sometime in the fall to winter timeframe.
Okay, all right, cool. I'm looking forward to when the GA. I like when things GA.
Right? Yeah. Don't we all? Shipping is a feature, right?
Yes, it's like a big present, and especially as we're heading more into the fall. But more importantly, because we are in public preview, it's a really great opportunity for people to definitely give all their feedback.
Yes.
You know, like we want to hear the feedback.
Yes,
we want to know the good, the bad, and
feedback.
the not so good, you know, as well. But it's a really good time. I know we talked about the hackathon a lot, and I checked out the chat for those who are streaming or watching the stream, and there's been questions around hackathon as well. But Jesse, to reiterate, there's information available online about the hackathon, correct?
Yeah, if you go to aka.ms, Dev Days Hack, I believe is what it is, that'll take you to the DevBoast page, and that's got all the information there. For resources, the open office hours. I think Grace has got a video up there explaining a little bit about it. And so yeah, super excited about that.
Yeah. Oh, that's so great. And then there's just so many other things that, from a team perspective, that we've all been working on. There's some things that today, as we went over the project that Brent shared.
Yes, Zappy's Playground.
Yes, Zappy. I don't know why I want to call it a different name every time, but that probably because of Kippy's. Is what I keep thinking about.
Zappy
as well.
is Kippy's cousin.
Yes, definitely adorable robots. But it's great to see things like that created. And it really goes to show there's a lot of content that we're bringing around MRTK3. There's more content that will exist for folks to get more familiar and learn. And with what Brent presented, that's definitely more going to be at that 200 level, which is great. So beyond the beginners, more of the I kind of know what I'm doing here, but let's get a little bit more advanced into what's happening. But then on the flip side, there's also stuff for the beginners as well, and that's where I come in. And we've been working together for the past, actually, I would say a couple of months, but more recently, we've been ramping up a bit more on a nice series within Unity using their in-editor tools or Unity in-editor tutorial package, and we're able to actually provide tutorials in the editor. So now people will be able to actually learn how to use MRTK while in Unity, and we're able to show you like, this is where you need to click to do this step and things like that. So it's really like taking our tutorials to another level,
That's true.
I would say. And I can speak a bit more about that in a second, but just to kind of reiterate what Jesse and I spoke earlier about workshops, is that this is really going to help with facilitating those and leading those as well. And for folks that maybe you just want to learn on your own, you don't want to maybe be in a larger group, but you just still want some guided learning, this is also going to provide opportunities for folks to actually kind of have that guidance in place, because it can be a challenge when you're brand new to, an engine. Let's use Unity in this example, and you don't quite know where to click. There's a lot of things to click in there.
Oh, yes. There are.
Yeah, so being able to provide that guidance is great. But for the project that I've been working on, this one is all centered around MRTK3 Aquarium.
Yes.
So it takes place underwater. And
gorgeous 3D models.
Oh, yes. The team that we worked with creating the models, they've definitely done a really good job. So like, quick shout out Brandon and Vinny for doing that. They've done a really great job. But yeah, so for that one, we've created it to be more of a kind of like setting up your own underwater aquarium, and using different MRTK features. I included in there the ability to just use buttons to just instantiate animals into the scene, using things like Object Manipulator to rearrange, move things around as well. We get to use a bit of the volumetric UI. So we were talking about the more flexible UI now. So I throw in a little bit of that, so folks would have just a taste and an intro. And I also added in some of the theming as well. And I recall someone did show some examples of that earlier, where you can just switch the different, Brent actually, when he was going over the project, that was also incorporated into that project. You're able to actually change the color of the UI in there. So you'll be able to find like all that plus a bit more in that sample. And over time, we'll be adding more to it as well. But I think starting us off, I think I added in probably, 6 or so different different tutorials within one overall like larger tutorial. And so we'll be very excited to be able to share that with you all coming up very soon as we're heading into the new week. But at least for now, though, Kippy's cousin, I keep forgetting the name.
Zappy.
Zappy on Zappy's Playground is available now.
Yes, Zappy's
and
Playground.
People can try that out. And I think earlier Brent did share some of the aka.ms links for that as well. So folks can go ahead and try that out. And I would say, I know we have some other workshops and such that we're working on. Not quite sure what's been announced, so I won't ruin any surprises. But
stay tuned.
Yeah, before I came in here, I was speaking with some folks from that team, and their stuff is pretty good too. So I'm excited, for that as a whole. But I would say, just even from an experience perspective, for you, Grace, coming into Microsoft, coming straight from college, so as well, just how has your experience just been in general working within mixed reality so far?
Oh, it's been amazing, April.
Yeah.
I absolutely love my dev team.
Oh,
They're
good.
all, when I first joined the team, they reached out and they were like, Grace, feel free to ask us any question you want. We're here to answer anything. And they just made me feel so welcomed and warm.
Good.
So it's a very supportive environment. I absolutely love it.
Good. Yeah, I feel that coming here for this event, especially since we have the option to be in person, I think for the past 2 years, I've worked so much with, when I always say your team, like literally mixed reality and everything that's kind of under that umbrella, I've had a chance to just meet and speak with so many of you virtually. And in some cases, some people speaking with like daily, you know, but have never seen them in real life.
Yeah.
And so even today, I know soon for, you know, those of us who are in person, we'll be heading into a reception soon. And for me, it'll be like my first time really getting to see some of like you all in person, you know, for the first time, which is pretty great. So that makes me happy. What about you all?
Yeah, I mean, same. I get to come up a little bit more often and obviously interact with the team, but there's still a lot of people that I have not seen for 2+ years.
Yeah.
So super excited for that. And then a lot of our developers who have come into town that I've met at different events over the years. So super excited about, you know, the networking reception and just getting that face-to-face time. The hallway track of a conference is always, you know, so valuable and often what draws people to come, you know, to a conference. So
yeah. What about you, Grace?
Yeah, same. I'm really excited to meet like all the MVPs and developers here. I've been talking to some people over email, and I never knew that it was them until they came up there and they were like, "Oh, Grace, it's you."
Yeah, I would say that's probably, for me, probably part of the beauty of the job. So with you all in the mixed reality team, my team in advocacy, we partner so much with you all. So although we work in different capacity, we do a lot of collaboration. And I would say, from my perspective, also being able to speak with the community often. And for me, it's always LinkedIn is where I connect with folks. Usually some event, that virtual event that I've done some sort of talk for, and we'll connect afterwards. And it's just been really great to be able to, you know, kind of know who's coming here as well, that having just met online, those who are MVPs. I think our MVPs are really lovely. Some that you know, I may not have spoken with them directly, but if they happen to attend something that's a virtual event, whether it's our mixed reality speaker series that we have events from, as well as things that we've done with the Reactor, and they'll connect and they'll say like, hey, I'm an MVP, mixed reality MVP, and you know, whatever else, but they're always so welcoming and they're always so great. And I know Jesse, as we talked about earlier, with the MVP program and a lot of the work that happens there. But for those who are just tuning in, could you just remind us a bit more about like what the MVP program is and just some of the benefits of it?
Yeah, so MVPs are individuals outside of Microsoft that are recognized for both their technical excellence as well as their giving back to the community and helping, you know, bring the community forward in whatever that technology is. So it's not specific to mixed reality. There's MVPs for the Windows and for IoT and Azure and IT pros, and there's a whole bunch of them. But yeah, so it's a way for Microsoft to really recognize those people and kind of give them some inside perks of, you know, getting more interactions with product teams who are building the tools. They get to have calls with us and kind of get, you know, they get put under NDA. So they get to get access to the kind of the latest and greatest before everybody else. There's a yearly summit where we do presentations for them, and hopefully at some point we get to do it in person. And because it's really fun. Like,
and it's here on campus, right?
It's here on campus, and I think, you know, a lot of people who have never been here and don't really understand, like, it's very much like, we call it campus because it's like a college campus, and it very much has that feel, and it's kind of a mecca for tech people to kind of come and visit Microsoft and you know, get your picture in front of the sign down in Building 92 and you know, tour around. But you know, so it, again, in that hallway track, like there's so much socializing because a lot of these MVPs are global. And you know, every year they get together in person. You know, sometimes that's the only time they get together and have conversations in person. So it's just a really great environment, and we're super excited with the MVPs that we have, and always looking for new ones to add to the cadre.
Okay, and then for someone who's interested in becoming an MVP, like what is it that they need to do? How does that process work out?
Yeah, so I mean, it's really a matter of like showing the work that you've been doing out in the community, whether it's blogging and tweeting or running events and running meetups, hosting your own conferences, writing books, speaking. So, you know, you kind of go through, and it's a program that gets awarded yearly, and you have to renew it. So it's not like you get it and then you get it for life. It's something you have to keep doing. Otherwise, you can kind of get dropped back out of the program. So yeah, you start doing stuff out in the community and showing kind of your work, and then when you're ready, you can talk to either another MVP or to a Microsoft employee, and they can nominate you. And then once you're nominated, you kind of go through an application process. let us know all the work that you've been doing for the past year, and then it gets reviewed, and once accepted, you get to slide into all those sweet benefits.
Yeah, I would say the benefits are definitely well worth it. And I feel that, I've always seen more folks becoming mixed reality MVPs. I know we have an advocate on my team who's also have worked with some folks in the developer community who have also become MVPs, and we partner with them as well. And for those of you out there who, I know we talked about our audience in Japan earlier, and for those of you who are tuning in, you most likely probably know Madoka, and she's a perfect example of someone who actively works with our MVPs.
Yeah.
She's literally been helping, working in collaboration with one to translate the Babylon JS docs into Japanese, and that's been a really good workflow where she's been doing the translating, and then one of our MVPs has been doing the technical review before everything gets published. So I say that to say, our engagement with MVPs doesn't necessarily just stop, at Jesse. There's definitely a reach, and there's just so many more opportunities available, to work with us, and we're always open to collaborating in any ways that's possible. And I know another area as well where there is a really good place, I would say, to get some engagement, especially if you want to be more involved. We have the forum, the Microsoft Tech Community. We have the Mixed Reality Forum as well. In addition to that, we have a blog that's there.
Yep.
I've done some posts. I have some other folks from our group who have also done some posts. I know folks in the Mixed Reality team, but more important, we also have, if I'm not mistaken, some MVPs may have done a couple articles too. And so I know that's a bit newer for us, I would say. Has it been about a year, I think, now, since we've had that? Yeah, a little over a year. And so that's only going to continue to grow.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a space where folks can come in and really be able to contribute and share their knowledge. And with MRTK3, it's a great opportunity for folks to be able to really go through. And one thing that came to mind earlier, just from our prior conversation, with Cassie, is just as folks are trying out MRTK3 now that we're in public preview, as we're trying to, when I say we, I mean the general developer community, as we're trying to figure out how things work, how to get things to more so function in a way we would like with our projects, or just documenting what we're creating, it's always a good time to go blog about that or create a video about that.
That's true.
Because you just never know how something you resolve may be repurposed by someone else to now go build something else. And that's really how we build up content around the community. But I think, internally we do a really great job with documentation, but I think any product is even stronger once you have a lot of community contribution as well. And there's so many various different ways to do community content.
Developers will always find a different way to do something that you never thought of, and
that's true.
And many of our MVPs are really good about hey, I was trying to do this thing, I couldn't figure it out, I spent 4 hours on it, here's how I solved it. Half of that is so that they can give back out to the community, because somebody else is probably going to have that same problem. The other half of that is at some point 3 years down the road, they're going to have that problem again. And they're going to search for it, and their own blog's going to come up. Happens all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a really good, if you're trying to figure out how to contribute more, it's a really good opportunity for that. And then thinking back, though, to just how you came into this space, Grace. And so you came from college, and you had a computer science background, I would say, MIT specifically. And we all were just at MIT a couple months ago.
For Reality Hack.
Yeah, so for Reality Hack. So how was that for you, having now, you're kind of on the other side,
Yeah.
But how was that going back to be able to take part as a mentor for the event?
Yeah, it was really cool. I honestly felt a lot of nostalgia, because I graduated during COVID, so I spent the last 2 years sort of remotely taking Zoom classes, and so it was really nice being back on campus, and then just seeing all the students and their excitement and energy for the XR space. That was really refreshing.
We should probably let the audience know what Reality Hack is.
Yeah, Jesse, give us a nice overview of Reality Hack. I was going to ask you if you can give us a rundown.
Yeah, so Reality Hack is it's a hackathon that's put on by the Student VR Club in cooperation with the facilities there, or faculty there, and we've reached out to them as a sponsor, as have many other groups. This year we had Looking Glass and Magic Leap, Snap was there, and so it's just this really great cross-community, hackathon where it's really not about my technology, or I should say our technology, or Magic Leaps or Snaps. It's like we just want developers to build really cool stuff for XR, and so it's my favorite event of the year. And super happy that it happened this year in person, because we had to take a break for COVID. But I highly encourage people to check it out, because it's kind of the biggest, most best known, at least in the US one.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to go back next year.
Yeah, I feel like it's the place to, from a hackathon perspective, because there's no age cap, I would say, in terms of people participating. And so it's a really great space to try out so many devices. I know Cassie spoke earlier to that with regards to the benefits of going to hackathons, is that even if you don't have quite an idea what you want to build, you're at least there, you at least have the chance to try the devices. Because what are the odds that you're going to have a device from every company you just named under one roof for about, what, 4 or 5 days or so?
Yeah.
Like that very rarely happens unless you're like touring all these companies, you know, and you're able to actually try the devices. So it's a good chance to do that, especially if you had an idea for something, but you really wanted to now try it on device. Going to events like that, and of course, it's not the only hackathon that's available, but as a perfect example, for those of you who want to get a bit more involved as you're, coming across any sort of hackathons that might happen to be mentioned, it's a good opportunity. I had a chance to partner last year with a group that was doing a hackathon, and even though it was all virtual, they actually were able to send the devices to folks. Oh, wow. So that's also something else to consider too, if you're interested in being able to actually, try things on devices. But it's something that's like for real, like worthwhile to go and do, and that gave me the confidence, I would say, coming into my role when I started here in advocacy. But I really liked it, and there's just cool projects.
And I would say, we love participating as a sponsor or as a partner in hackathons. So if you're out there as a community member and you're thinking about putting on a hackathon, reach out to us, let us know. We won't always say yes, but we'll do our best. And as long as you give us enough notice to really show up as Microsoft and show our best for developers and bring our best for developers. We love doing that kind of stuff. So
yeah, absolutely. And I know, just to reiterate, because Cassie had asked earlier, is this just for the U.S. when we were talking about workshops?
No.
Yeah, we don't have any borders.
Yeah. We're a global company, and we love it that way.
Yeah, for sure. And the mixed reality team, just in general, extends well beyond the U.S.
Yeah.
There's teams pretty much like all over, and I think that's really great too, just to see just globally how far the reach is, and it's that you don't have to necessarily just be here to work in to work on the technology that we have. I know, Grace, with you coming on board, how often are you meeting with folks who are kind of definitely nowhere close to where you are? We're pretty spread out, right?
All the time, every day. I have calls with people in Europe and Dublin, and many places as well.
Yeah. So
we've got people down in Nigeria at the African. We've got crews in Japan, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Dublin. Germany.
Yeah. So it's always nice, to be able to see just how far the reach is. But a lot of that goes for content too. So even though we do have teams that are spread out, what is great is for our documentation that we have on Docs, we do localize it.
Yeah.
And so therefore, let's say English is not your first language. That's okay, because hopefully when you do come over into Docs, things do localize and you're able to get the content in the language that you're looking for, which is helpful. Same with our videos.
Yes.
We take the time to localize our video content too. It's been an exercise Jesse and I have been doing for quite some time now, I would say.
Yep.
But
17 languages, I think, is captioning, and
Yeah. So we want to make sure that at our best to ensure that everyone has a chance to try things out. But I would say even with just thinking back just so much more with MRTK3, I'm just so excited about just the fact that people will be able to, go and try it out. And I would say, even over the past couple of weeks as I've been learning more and more, there's a lot of things I know I want to create.
Yes.
But I'm also so excited to hear what other people, are going to end up creating. And to what Jesse was mentioning earlier, from a hackathon perspective, it's great seeing people try things in ways that you may never have imagined of incorporating something into, you know, a project. And so that's always great to come across, I would say. But yeah, so I would say I know we've had quite a day and we still have some more sessions, but so far, Jesse, what would you say have been, outside of your keynote, which was fabulous, what would you say have been probably something that has really you know, caught your attention today?
Oh man, that's a tough question for me because I'm so close to all of this. You know, I love the stereo kit stuff, and Nick's been so great, you know, working on stereo kit, and it really started as a passion project for him, and it absolutely shows. So super excited about that. It's always, we've had Unity and Unreal both give updates.
Perfect.
Which is great. You know, they're both great development partners for us. You know, and then the MRTK stuff, like, it's all good. I can't pick a favorite.
Yeah, just everything. And so I know, Grace, you've had, you know, you did your talk earlier, but just from an idea of like everything that's happening during Mixed Reality Dev Days, is there anything in particular that you would say you have either already heard or looking forward to that's happening between today and tomorrow, or?
Yeah, so I'm fairly new to the MRTK team, and so I'm still learning as we go. And so I'm really excited to hear like all the sessions from the MRTK team. The engineers always say something that surprises me.
Which is always nice. I would say from the different sessions that we have, if I had to pick a favorite, once we get into the session, I don't think it's happened yet, but for data binding and theming, I think that's probably one of my, outside of the more flexible, you know, UI that we have, I think that's probably my most favorite feature that has come from MRTK3. And I'm just like thinking back to a project, coincidentally, Cassie and I had worked on that, where we were pulling in information from another source into our apps, and just setting that up in the past was definitely a lot more work than I thought it was going to take. But having spent time with Hoff, who's presenting on this for Dev Days, he and we had a one-on-one session one day where he really took me through everything around data binding. And I'm just like, where was this when I was working on this other project a year ago?
It's such a common problem, right?
Yeah.
And you know, if you've built an app on other platforms, or, you know, for Windows or Mac or whatnot, like, there's always data that you're trying to bring in and bind to your UI. And it's just one that we hadn't solved yet for mixed reality, period. Like, nobody really had. So every time you do it, you were having to do it manually. So it's just nice to see that kind of, you know, going on, and you know, again, those incremental improvements of like, hey, this is a computer problem that's been solved, you know, in other places. So how do we bring it forward in a mixed reality?
Yeah, so I think that'll hopefully improve a lot of the development process for a lot of folks who are doing things with data. And I know we have some really great prefabs that have been added as well to MRTK3 that'll go hand in hand with that, which is really great as well, especially if you're pulling in, let's say, like people information, you know, we have photo and name and maybe like a phone number. We have some prefabs that's been added to the toolkit to really help with formatting that appropriately. And then another thing that also around just the theming side, accessibility. Super excited with regards to everything we have that's continuing to come, because we've had some tools, I would say, but to see that that's still an area that we're paying a lot of attention to, I think that's really important for sure. Because as we're creating apps and such, we're not just creating for one type of person. You know, we want to make sure that everyone can partake in enjoying mixed reality experiences, or just taking part in general, regardless of the app that you're creating. So I think we have some great things as Yoon explores more about accessibility and what's been created there. That's a really good thing to also keep in mind. Outside of that, though, everything's great, I would say. But if I had to choose a favorite, then those two would be my absolute favorite that we have coming. Theming, though, as well, I know from the accessibility side, there's that to make things, you know, better in that respect. But also just changing all the UI in your app into a fun color. You know, like if I want everything to be hot pink, I can set that up much easier than I could in the past, you know?
Well, you delete some shaders, it'll happen.
Yeah. So,
which you did do in your aquarium as well.
Yes, for sure. And so, Yeah, it's just a lot to look forward to. I would
It
say.
is.
I know now that we're at the public preview phase of everything, your team will, I'm sure, be continuing monitoring feedback that folks are
Yes.
submitting with
Yeah.
regards to MRTK3.
Yes.
Where's the best
And-
place for them to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're very much still in development, and so we would love people's feedback. And so the best places would be Twitter, our GitHub, or Hollow Developers Slack.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, cool. So we can make sure, folks, that's where you submit your feedback.
Yes.
Make sure you do it. Don't keep it to yourself. Let us know what feedback that you
Yes,
have.
let us know. We love hearing from you guys.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm trying to think, is there anything else with regards to MRTK3? I think as we enter tomorrow's sessions, we'll have a lot more to share for folks
Yes,
to have a chance
definitely.
to, take a look at as well. And then, as we mentioned earlier today, everyone that's tuning in virtually, we do have some sessions that are in person only, but fortunately, they will also be video on demand. So after Mixed Reality Dev Days is over, you'll be able to tune into those to get those video recordings, because there are some really great sessions that are happening in person. I know within Stereo Kit, perfect example. And so therefore, I would say definitely check out when we have those videos. But in general, I think things are, coming to be really good. Coming up, I know Cassie is doing her session. She's been speaking about the Onyx runtime all day. So it's really exciting to see what she's doing there, being able to just change the scene, like while you're in the scene just dynamically. I think that's pretty cool. So she'll be doing a talk on that. And then I think we also have a session on, is it Rich UI? I think that's,
Yes, Rich UI coming up. And
Yeah.
tomorrow we have an Ask Us Anything panel.
Yeah.
So all the engineers will be there. You can ask us all of your hard technical questions.
Oh, perfect, perfect. So yeah, it's a really great time right now. I would say I'm glad we've had this chance to come together today and tomorrow. But the fun doesn't have to stop there. I mentioned the newsletter earlier, Jesse.
Yeah.
I told folks, if you want to stay up to date with what we have going on, we do have a newsletter, and I feel by now it's been shared in various places, but it is, aka.ms. I think it's /IWantMR.
IWantMR, yep.
Yeah, that's where you can sign up, so that way you can join the rest of the folks who are getting a newsletter. It has a beautiful new design.
Yeah, it should be very familiar to everybody who's been watching the stream, because a lot of those same elements we're moving into various other parts of our look and feel for newsletter and for speaker series and quite a few other places. So you'll start seeing some of these elements.
All right, so we are going to head to the next session now, and I hope everyone enjoy the rest of Dev Days.
Yes.
Hey everybody, welcome back. This talk is about Rich UI and our new UI tooling systems. I hope you're looking forward to it. My name is Finn Sinclair. I don't know if you were at the last talk, but I primarily work on hand tracking, interactions, and UI stuff for MRTK3. I've been on the MRTK team since about a year ago, and I love working on everything UI and touchable, pressable, squeezable, pinchable. I'm going to be virtually or pre-recordedly joined today by one of our lovely UX designers, Yoon Park. He's in Korea right now, so he won't be able to present with us in real time, but he's done some phenomenal work with us on designing our new design language for mixed reality. So I'm going to hand it over to him for about 8-ish minutes, as he's going to talk about some of the new design language features that we have. I'm sure that from the previous talks you've seen that things look a lot different these days. So he's going to run you through exactly what we've changed, why we've changed it, and what it looks like today.
Hi everyone. In this session, I'd like to share a quick background on the new mixed reality design language, which is the foundation of our UI controls in MRTK3. So in MRTK3, we are providing refreshed UI building blocks based on the new design language that we introduced in the mashup for HoloLens 2 last year. For the past several years, the team has learned a lot from various types of mixed reality projects, and the new design language is the result of many design iterations by our designers, researchers, and engineers. So the first thing you will notice is the updated geometry, which now has the rounded corners. Similar to Windows 11's rounded corner elements, you will be able to create more approachable and friendly user experiences. Here's the before and after comparison. On the left side is the original HoloLens 2 design, and on the right you can see the new design based on the geometry, the rounded corners. And there were some feedback that sometimes it's a little bit difficult to distinguish between the buttons or between the button and other UI elements in the original design. So based on this feedback, the new design has a subtle background that helps the user distinguish and target individual button. The second element is the visual system. Nothing really new, but when we design a collection of UI, we wanted to make sure the UI building blocks are based on the grid system for coherent experience and clear hierarchy. Our grid system is based on 4 millimeters, and the base recommended module size is 32 by 32 millimeter, which is same as before. However, as we build various internal products, we also learned that a 24 by 24 millimeter button works well with a direct interaction without usability implications. So we added 24 by 24 millimeter as part of the options. Here are some of the examples of base modules and how they are laid out, starting with 32 by 32 millimeters and some of the multiples to create wide buttons. And when we are designing the visual system, we wanted to make sure that our UI building blocks can support various combinations and permutations for your app's different scenarios. So this is an example of how these modular units can be combined to construct various types of UIs. So as you can see, you can create a button bar, menu list, grid menu, and hand menu by combining these modular units. And using these modules, you can create these kind of UIs that shows cleaner hierarchy through the grid system and layout. Later, Finn will show you how to build these UI panels and menus with our new canvas-based volumetric UI. One of the most important improvements in the new mixed reality design language is the visual feedback elements. Based on our design iterations and research, we were able to improve the eye tracking driven eye gaze based multimodal interactions, so which combines eye gaze and hand gesture to make it easy to quickly target and select the UI or contents. So to achieve this, we have improved detailed visual feedback elements. For example, the backplate of the button has a glow effect, and its strength is based on the amount of pinch, which also responds to the amount of the direct finger press or for near interactions. So all of these visual feedback elements contribute to the improved usability for spatial interactions. And of course, as we did for the original HoloLens 2 design, the light is a crucial element for these visual feedback. It is a really important element to improve usability and interaction confidence. And this is a mixed reality capture of near interaction with the new UI based on new design language. As you can see, most of the visual feedback elements are similar to the original HoloLens 2 style. It still has the focus highlight, the front plate, which helps the user know whether the target is focused or not, and proximity light based on the distance from the fingertip to the target surface, which helps the user understand the distance to the surface, and the pulse effect that helps the user know when the event is being triggered. And there are some new elements such as a glowing effect based on the amount of press, which also works with the far interaction inputs such as eye gaze with pinch and hand ray or motion control ray input. This is an example of far interaction with eye gaze and pinch interaction. As you can see, the glowing effect also communicates the fact that your pinch gesture is being recognized. So all of these detail, the visual elements are contributing to the user experience. So when you look at the structure of a UI, the buttons are laid on top of the shared backplate. The backplate has rounded corners with a solid background color. So it secures good contrast for the content and readability. So each button element has subtle background and make it easier to be distinguished from the other buttons or UI elements. So if you look at the example, you can create a button, bringing the button into the backplate. And this is an example of a 32 by 32 button with a more wider button combined together. And of course, you can create multi-row UI with a wide button with 4 action button. But as you can see, the backplates are shared. It is not recommended to have a kind of separate individual backplate for each button, which will create kind of visual noise. And here's an example of combining the backplate with the text elements and 2 buttons. You can achieve something like this, like a dialogue style UI. So the design guideline we have in mixed reality documentation is still true. To improve the text content and legibility, we recommend always using the opaque backplate. So if you use a transparent or translucent backplate for the UI, it'll show all environmental noise directly to the users, and also it could create a usability issue with the direct hand interactions. And it is also not recommended because displaying hologram behind these transparent UI will show swimming effect with the depth LSR. So this was a quick background on our new design language. Now Finn will show you how MRTK3 can help you build a great volumetric UI based on Unity Canvas and share some technical details. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoon. So that's a look into how things look and behave differently in the new design language. But that is all well and good because you could make UI that looks like this with our existing UI tooling systems. That's not really news. If you've used the Mesh app for HoloLens, for instance, that is this new design language, but it's using pretty much identical UI tooling to what we had in MRTK v2. There is a better way. And the topic set into all of this is basically how can we build better volumetric UI with modern, alignment layout systems that you come to expect for 2D UI. So in order to talk a little bit more about this, we have to look into the history of MRTK UI and where we're coming from. So in MRTK v2, right, our UI was really pretty, right? Like, we've done all of this amazing UI research into usability, these near proximity lights, the illumination, the pressing, these depth cues, the opacity to make sure that, something as weird as, pressing a hologram with your fingers actually works, because that's a pretty alien interaction to most people. So we have to use a lot of extra visual cues to make sure that it's communicated well to the user. So we achieved that just fine in MRTK v2. They were really pretty, really immersive. They were tactile, right? They were fully 3D. They were volumetric. They responded to your finger as you pressed very accurately. It was awesome. But as you all know, because I'm sure most of you have used MRTK v2 UI at one point or another, there were some pain points. It was totally unresponsive, right? Like you could not, dynamically shift the UI to account for different layout sizes or dimensions. It was not layout driven whatsoever. So like you couldn't just do something as simple as like, oh, I'd like to align my button to the left. You just couldn't do that. Things like, I just like to make this button a little wider. You also couldn't do that. And so that's what kind of led to what I like to call prefab hell. because we wound up with just dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of these UI prefabs. It was just a nightmare. And it's a nightmare to you guys to use because you open up the prefab folder and there's like 150 prefabs for every single different permutation of button, which is just insanity. But it's also a pain for us because it's impossible to maintain this kind of stuff, right? How can you keep a consistent design language when you have to go maintain 150 different prefabs? It just doesn't work. And this is alien. Like you show this to a front-end developer in any other industry, and they look at this and they're like, "Oh my God, what are you doing? What is this?" Like, imagine if you had to make websites, and to make a different size button, you had to like have a new piece of code. It would be insanity. So, Unity has its own UI system, for better or for worse. It's layout driven, which is nice. It has automatic layout, alignment, anchoring, pivot, all that good stuff. It's just resizable by default. You want a bigger canvas button, you just resize it. No big deal. It's also dynamic. You can like add more UI elements, and your layouts will reflow and deal with the additional UI elements and all that good stuff. But Canvas is far from perfect, and it's and historically we've been like, hey, when you're building these 3D UIs for mixed reality, don't use just a boring flat canvas, because like we can do so much better than that. We've done all this user research for doing these depth cues and 3D pressing and whatnot, right? But it's because like Canvas it's not volumetric, right? It's just flat by default. It's not really tactile, right? It doesn't feel very good to just be like kind of stabbing at just a flat canvas in MR. It just doesn't work very well. It's just not great for hand input. Like if you're just doing like a laser pointer kind of thing, like sure, it's fine. But we can do so much better than that. So how can we combine these two worlds, right? Like why not both? Why can't we use, the Canvas rec transform systems for things like dynamic layout? So, all of your good stuff like alignment, pivots, resizing, the responsive design where you specify a certain size for your parent and then everything reflows inside, right? Like that, like Canvas and rec transform are great at that. But our historic legacy like 3D UI has always been great at our tactility, the parallax, all the shiny, juicy, lovely things that we all know and love. So MRTK3, my favorite part of MRTK3 and what I've spent the better part of probably 6 or 7 months working on is bringing these two things together. So one of the big things MRTK3 is this sort of hybrid canvas volumetric Frankenstein beast, where you basically have all of the creature comforts from Canvas and rec transform and all that good stuff, but it's still just as juicy and shiny as your normal V2 style UI. And so this vastly accelerates UI design. Like with the old static system, people were literally busting out like the pen and paper and calculators to figure out like, okay, I want this amount of padding and margin. I gotta like, scale it to this amount. It was a nightmare, right? And so now you can actually build UI like UI is supposed to be built. It's resizable, it's just configurable, customizable. And the best part, there's one button to rule them all. Right now in MRTK3, we ship one button prefab, one. And there's no more prefab hell. You want a wider button, you just make it wider. You want to add text, you just add the text. It blows people's minds because they get so used to this idea of mangling these 150 prefabs, and then you show them this, and their minds get blown. So yeah, like we get resizing by default. You get flexbox like alignments. You get margin, padding, fitting to children, non-physical design units. That's a huge one, because in the static world, you're anchored to this idea of, oh, you've got a certain number of millimeters for this. Oh, my button is 20 millimeters, 30 millimeters. But like that's not how designers think. If you go in your Figma file and you're building a button or a menu, right, you're not saying, oh, this icon is 2 millimeters. You're saying, oh, it's 50 pixels or 50 points or some arbitrary design unit that doesn't have any bearing to the physical world. And you need to be able to remap those units at will in order to respond to different environments. And so that's what we can do with Canvas, right? In Canvas, you're not working with millimeters anymore. You're working with these unitless measurements that can be mapped anywhere you want. You also get obviously anchors and alignment, basic things like, oh, I'd like this button to stick to the top left of a panel, and it just sticks to the top left of a panel. You get reflow, and then you also get my favorite, scroll rects just work by default, which is amazing. It's just, it is really that much more satisfying to use. I cannot describe how much of a pleasure this is to use. This is a great example, right? So not only can you fit the children, fit the panel to children, and it'll flex and respond based on the minimum preferred sizes of all of the elements, but you can also just grab a parent, you've built some complex UI and you just resize it and it works. And again, all of these buttons are fully 3D. You can take your finger out and poke them, right? There's nothing absolutely indistinguishable from the non-canvas setup. Also, you have flex ratios, right? So you have some complex, layout. You can be like, oh, I'd like this to be 30% of the overall, right? And the number one thing that we've had to kind of teach people and when in this new system is that none of this is scale based, right? Because in the existing thing, you'd be like, oh, I want my backplate to be 20% bigger. So you go into the transform, 1.2 times the scale, right? That is absolutely not how any of this works. Most of the time, you're not even specifying these dimensions manually yourself. It's all just based on these layout groups, which is really nice. You also obviously get reflow, so you can resize a parent and everything just kind of reflows based on the size of the parent. You can also fit a parent to a dynamic number of children, so if you have some data-driven collection of items, you can just keep spawning them in and the whole layout will reflow around the children, which is really awesome. Also, just basic things that everyone would expect to be able to do in UI in, 2022, we can do now with things like margin and padding. You can be like, oh, I'd like to change this, the dimensions of each cell in a grid layout, grid spacing. And again, right, this is not layout systems that we've developed ourselves as MRTK. These are the existing Unity UI layout engine. It just works with our 3D volumetric UI as well. So you can see that the parent fitting, like this for this app bar type UI, right? As I adjust the padding and spacing between the elements in this layout, the parent container resizes intelligently, just as you'd expect. We also have clipping and scrolling, which is really cool to look at. This is a bit of an early preview because this is still being worked on, but not only do the 3D visuals clip just as you'd expect, and it is fully 3D clipping, by the way. So if you have any kind of 3D popping out object, like you can see here, right? That clips perfectly exactly to the edge. And the parallax is flawless. It also works with the rounded corners too. So we're clipping to rounded corners in 3D. But not only that, we also clip colliders as well, because we use physical colliders for a lot of our UI to make things like poke more realistic. And we can actually perfectly clip the edges of these colliders to the clipping areas so that there are no accidental presses off the edge of a scroll. So in previous scrolling things, you would pool your objects and it would just the colliders would kind of hang off the edge. But in this, it's pixel perfect down to the edge of the collider, which is really satisfying. So that's, how you can, lay out this UI in a more effective way. But, you see all of these beautiful, juicy visuals and animations, and you're wondering, well, how do you actually make all of those, right? Because, previously in MRTK v2, right, the button visuals were part of the button, right? Like the fact that the front plate moved was actually part of the interactable. And, things like, when the front plate pressed and moved, that was just defined in code. And in the first versions of how we had this UI set up, we did a similar thing. All of these visuals were all defined in code. And there was all these magic numbers that specified exactly how smooth or squishy something was. And that was great, but it's completely inaccessible to our designers, right? Because designers are used to being able to go in and be like, oh, that's a little bit less glowy than I'd like it to be. Let me make it a little bit more glowy. And in the old system, they'd have to go write some code to do that, which is frankly unacceptable in order to make this UI usable by everybody. And so we're introducing this thing called State Visualizer. And it does exactly what you expect. It visualizes the state. But the big part about this, right, is that it's a low code, like kind of design friendly system for authoring UI feedback, which is really cool because now designers that really don't understand or want to understand the underlying interaction states and code and all this XRI craziness, right? They just want to be like, hey, when it's disabled, I want it to fade out. You can effectively use these reusable effect blocks and plug it in and customize them, and it's unlimited combinations of effects, and it's all tied to those interaction states that we were talking about before. And so this is really, really awesome because it means that, you know, designers can go make their own designs. You know, they can have design reviews. They can be like, oh, this is too bright. This is too dim. This needs to fade more. I don't like that glow or whatever. And they can just go in and edit it, and it all works. And all of this stuff is all works through prefab inheritance as well. So when you're building variants of prefabs for UI, you can almost use it like a style sheet, wherein you can define a parent style in State Visualizer, and all of the children will follow. But again, one of the biggest force multipliers here is the fact that you can author animations, like actual Unity, you know, mechanism animations to drive some of your UI. And people are like, oh my God, that's such a pain in the butt because you got to go use all the animator controllers, and you have to have an animator controller for every different kind of animation. It'd be crazy, right? Well, this lets you play animations directly. So you can author custom animations for your UI, and it can be driven just directly from the interaction state. And that is really, really interesting because then designers, again, no code involved, no lerps, no curves, literally going in, they can author an animation, and then it can still be driven directly from this State Visualizer setup. And so every single one of these, you know, rich visuals that you see here are just built with that low code system, either through a combination of you know, hand authored animations that get plugged in, or through those pre-made effect blocks, right? And we have all kinds of different effects, right? There's like a fade effect that can like fade a sprite, or, you know, tint a color, or turn things on and off, right? It's like, say you want to do a toggle, right? You want to like turn on an icon versus turn off an icon. And so that just is a reusable effect block. And this is really essential because we have like dozens and dozens and dozens of people working on this stuff internally, right? We have these huge design language docs that, you know, specify like hundreds and hundreds of different styles of buttons and lists and toggles and sliders and everything, right? And if we had to go and change code every time we made a different design, it would be insanity. So this is critical for, you know, working at scale, right? But so layout is cool, right? Visual is cool. But Canvas is also cool in the way that it comes out of the box with really cool cross-platform support. So we get to enjoy things like gamepad support out of the box. So when you have a complex UI like this, again, remember, all the buttons you see here are still the full pressable volumetric buttons. But now, things like gamepad and directional navigation and focus just work. So you boot this up on a PC with the Xbox gamepad, and you can tab and navigate between these buttons, and it's the exact same visual feedback from StateViz that renders them. And this is also critical for accessibility purposes because a lot of accessibility mechanisms are exposed through these like directional navigation gamepad style input. And we get that for free now, which is really, really, really cool. So I'm gonna see how we're doing on time. Doing good. So I can go into a little bit of how this actually works. So this is a very complicated diagram. I know this is overwhelming, so I'm gonna break it down a little bit. But the way this works is the core here is we have both our XRI interactables, which we've been talking about all day, right? But we also have this UGUI input adapter thing, and you're like, what the heck is that? It is a Unity UI selectable. So that is the base class that things like Unity UI buttons and sliders actually derive from, right? So because we have both an XRI interactable and this input adapter, both, what ends up happening is we have an XRI interactable that we can do our gaze pinch fancy stuff with, but at the same time, it is registered with the Unity UI input module as a valid selectable node. And so that's how we get things like the directional relative nav. It shows up like when we're doing just mouse clicks. Mouse clicks work out of the box without us needing to do anything. text input, yada, yada, yada. And so the way this works is, you have some Unity UI event, right? Like a gamepad or a touchscreen scroll or whatever, right? And that sends, your totally normal Unity UI events over to your input adapter, right? And so far, we haven't touched XRI yet. Then the input adapter is like, oh, okay, I've been selected, pressed, scrolled, etc. How do we translate this into something that XRI understands? So we have an interactor, which if you're at the previous talk, you would know can just be floating anywhere in the scene. And so we have this kind of proxy interactor, and its entire purpose in life is just the input adapter tells it to be like, hey, you should go interact with that interactable on my behalf. Because what it's doing is it's translating something like a mouse click or a gamepad, a button press into an XRI interaction. And so you can see the proxy interactor performs the interaction on behalf of that input adapter. But remember, we still have real interactors. You still have things like your poke and your press and your gaze and your ray and whatever, right? And so we still have those XRI interactors up in the top left, and they are also interacting with XRI interactable. So you can get into these really interesting states where you can have a gamepad working at the exact same time as a poke. You could be selecting a button with your gamepad and then also press it at the same time, and it's modeless. It just works. And so so we have these two types of interactors that can both induce these interactions on the UI, and they get along quite well. So that's a little deep dive into some of the guts. I know that's a lot of information, but a much more long-winded explanation of this setup is on our documentation. So how does something like these layout systems end up with something that looks like this, right? So when you are going about building a UI like this, right, you want to look at your UI and you want to break it down into layout groups. This is the exact same thing that people do when they are doing traditional front-end web development. You're building an Android app, whatever. You look at this layout and you're like, okay, we have these groups that can be arranged horizontally, right? And then within those laid out groups, we can then have our vertical layout groups, and then within those we have more horizontal layouts or grid layouts or whatever. And some of these are inside scroll views, some of them aren't. But the idea is that all of these layout groups are composable. You can compose a horizontal and a vertical and a horizontal and a grid, and it all lays out correctly. The really cool thing, the thing that surprised me, and the thing I actually have had to convince people in the teams that work with us that is actually possible, is pivots and alignment actually work in 3D. You can actually tell 3D arbitrarily rotated objects to be aligned to certain, pivoted and anchored to certain pivots, and it just works. So we have these little interactable grab bars things that you can literally grab the thing and move it around. But we've anchored those with a center alignment so that whenever we resize, right, everything just works. So you can see as we resize left to right, we have our little app bar down there that's perfectly centered. No matter where we resize things, the little grab bars are anchored to the left and to the right, and it just works, which is really surprising. And some people don't think that this is possible, but it does actually work. I mean, you can see that in this main view, that's a clipping scroll rect. So you can see as I adjust the height of the overall setup, it's actually clipping off at the bottom, which is pretty nice. And you can see that in our main horizontal layout where you have those little profile icons on the left, and then you have the center view and then the list on the right. I can say that the left, right, that's a static width. That's the minimum size that we've set the button to be. But then the middle area can flex and resize as much as it wants. And then the right side is also statically sized. So you can mix and match different flex ratios, and it all kind of works. And so what does this look like in the editor, right? So it looks pretty much identical to how you would build, a normal Canvas Unity UI setup. It's not that unusual. Generally what we do is we have a non-Canvas root node that we put above the canvas. This actually improves redraw performance, because if you don't do this, the Unity UI system will actually think that it has to redraw and relay out the canvas when it doesn't actually have to. So weird, but it does actually help things out. But then when we add our canvas root, you can see that we have this wonky scale on it. But this is actually quite useful because what I was talking about before with the whole design unit to physical unit mapping, this is where that happens, right? So what this is saying, like what this is actually like semantically saying is that each one of our design units that we're using in our layout, in our Figma, in whatever the designers have given us, that represents 1 millimeter. If we changed that scale metric factor thing, we could express other things. Like some design systems are like, oh, our one design unit is actually 3 millimeters, or 3 design units is 1 millimeter, right? And you can just adjust the scale factor right there. And this is also really useful because different, physical devices actually have different recommendations for how large UIs and touch targets need to be. So say you're using some device that only has hand tracking, right? Or has poor quality hand tracking versus other devices. You might want to increase this, like the size of your touch targets based on the fidelity of the input that you have. And so you can do that. You can take your existing layout and you can, adjust that scale factor. And this sounds kind of trivial. You're like, of course, you can just, scale a UI. Like, what's the big deal? But the big deal is that everything in your layout, when you scale it, is unchanged. Because with our fancy new design language, we have interesting things like corner radii and, stroke thickness and glow edges and all these kinds of interesting effects that have very specific units associated with them. And oftentimes, if you just naively scaled everything before, things like rounded corners wouldn't look right? Because they'd be assuming a certain local versus global unit, right? And so this scaling system makes it completely explicit. Everything under your canvas is in dimensionless design units, whereas everything above it is in physical units, and you can adjust that mapping. So you can see here, we have this canvas element rounded rect thing here. This is from our friends over at MR Graphics Tools. This is what does our lovely 3D chunky thick backplates. And then, if we want to make a horizontal layout group, you can see we can specify the padding. If you've ever used Unity UI layout groups, it's exactly the same. There's nothing different here. But, we can add a few buttons, right? And the left nav group here is a vertical layout group, and we've added a bunch of buttons, and it just lays out exactly as you'd expect. And then the magic happens when we add a content size fitter where our thick backplate now snaps to the size of our children, which is super nice because now we can add as many buttons as we want, as much content as we want, and the back panel just makes sense, which is really, really nice. We have this, well, not we, Unity layout system has this great little script called layout element. So when you attach a layout element to a node, it basically allows you to define like preferred dimensions versus minimum dimensions. So like this panel here, they're saying like, oh, no matter what is going on in the layout above me, I never want to be smaller than 250 units. And notice I didn't say 250 millimeters, it's 250 units. And then, you can just keep adding whatever you want. We've added this backplate quad, so that's kind of that visual separation that we've been talking about that kind of delineates this as a separate section from the rest. And we can do the same thing for this, and you can see that it's splitting the layout horizontally. And then we can add our buttons, and you can see each one of our buttons also has one of those layout elements, right? So we can define certain minimum and preferred dimensions for these buttons. So like, typically, based on our design guidelines, your button would be a minimum size of 32 units by 32 units. But that being said, right, you might have wider buttons. And so to make these wider buttons play nice in the layout system, you just be like, oh, no, these buttons have a preferred size of some larger amount. And then the layout system will take that into account. And then you can see here that we have this main content pane, which is actually going to be hosting like our little tab buttons up here. And again, this is just another horizontal layout group because remember, all of these layout groups are just composable upon composable layout groups. And we can add a hero button. So like I said before, right, buttons can just kind of be customized however you want. We can add, interesting, content inside of them. They can clip to rounded corners. Like you can see here, we have this nice hero image in here, and it's clipping just fine to our rounded corners, which looks really nice. And then we have a scroll view, right? So like I said before, you can stick things in scroll views and they will just generally work. We have some special components, again, from our tool, from our friends over at MR Graphics Tools, that does things like the rounded corner clipping. And all the children of those clipping scripts will just clip automatically. If you're familiar with like our clipping primitive scripts that we used to have in MRTK v2, you had to manually add all of the clipping targets to that. In this system, they just clip automatically because it works on the hierarchy-aware Unity UI clipping system. So that was a lot of information, but let's recap it. So we have a whole bunch of different things all coming together, right? We have this layout system that is convenient and gives you the tools that you need to build these complicated UI without, getting your calculator and pen and paper out and trying to crunch these numbers and how many millimeters is this and how many millimeters is that. We don't have prefab hell anymore. We have like one prefab, which is really nice. It's super cross-platform and accessible. Things like a touch screen, like these work with a touch screen, for heaven's sakes, like gamepad, whatever, it doesn't matter. And it's also low code and very reusable, so it's really friendly to designers to be able to maintain and iterate on these designs without having to go write a bunch of code. So thank you very much. I hope this is as exciting to you as it is to me. This has been a lot of my life for the last year, and it is a real joy to work with. I love just building fun little UIs now because they're beautiful and reusable and just all around lovely. So thank you very much. And I don't know if do I have time for questions? Yeah, okay, got time for questions. Thank you. No? Okay. Oh, yes.
So you said like it works on the desktop as well?
Yes.
Let's say I have a WebGL window inside of a web app. Will that be responsive as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That's great news.
And the cool thing is you can take the same UI and it works both in like these 3D perspective type situations as well as completely 2D flat orthographic. So you can build, either just completely flat, traditional screen space UI with this if you want, or you can build the full 3D, or you can do, like I know we have an internal team that uses this stuff where they kind of go in between. They use it 2D orthographic in a WebGL player, but they still do it in world space. So they have like a special UI camera that just renders it in ortho, but it does work in screen space. It does work in world space. Yeah, it'll respond to your needs.
But then I can also set up, like if I want to set up the thickness for, let's say, VR version of it, that can be done to one asset, or do you have to have a prefab variant?
So when you have it in 2D, it's still 3D. So it's kind of funny. It's like when you're showing this kind of UI in a 2D context, right? It's still 3D. Like there's still 3D motion. It's just that because it's rendered orthographically, you can't actually tell. Okay. So it's the exact same prefabs without any modification, 2D to 3D.
Does it affect the performance any?
So in terms of the performance, there are, yes. So there is a cost to having the 3D volumetric style, mostly because the Unity UI system has trouble batching things when they're at different Z offsets. So there is an overhead to doing it in this way. But in terms of like the size and complexity of UIs that you're going to be building for this, it's probably not going to be that big of an issue. If you're building really huge UIs, you might want to compromise on the juiciness for more performance. And that's also why we're still keeping and maintaining some of our non-canvas prefabs, because the non-canvas prefabs will not work in 2D at all. But they will batch and they work a little bit better with like the instance rendering stuff. So if you have absolutely gargantuan UIs, sometimes the non-canvas stuff can be a little bit more performant.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
For sure. Anybody else? Cool. Well, thank you very much. Really appreciate everybody coming out and sticking through to the end. I know a lot of you here are probably just for the free food, but that's okay. Thanks.